Out of the Blue, written by Samantha Killary. For all those who are suffering. Introduction. I am not a writer. I've never even wanted to be. I wanted to be a hairstylist when I was a little girl. Writing a book never crossed my mind. This work is not a literary masterpiece or an epic tale of courage. You will not come away with the image of bravery or a heroine who is above reproach. This is just the story of what happened to me when I was a little girl and the sordid journey that followed. I've chosen to present this story in my own words. I thought about collaborating with a professional writer when I first decided to go through with it. I was even offered one such collaboration by a journalist who wrote an article about me early on. As tempting as that was, not knowing anything about writing a book or having any chance of being published on my own, I was afraid if my story wasn't told in my own voice, it would not be quite as true. I don't mean true in a factual sense. Her version would have undoubtedly been more objective than mine and probably fairer to the people I've written about. I mean true in the sense of how it felt to me. That is, after all, the whole point of why I'm writing this. An unbiased perspective on child sexual abuse might be important in the big picture, but falls short in communicating the effects it has on the individual. That is not to say I threw objectivity out the window. I worked very hard to be fair, even though many of my critiques are less than flattering. When objectivity wasn't possible, I made it clear that was not my intention while writing about that specific subject and did not try to conceal my motives by writing around my true feelings at any time. I did not include the last names of many people in this book, and other names I have omitted completely. I did this to protect their anonymity, whether they deserve such consideration or not. The identities I did not protect are mostly that of lawyers, politicians, police officers, judges, and other public officials who I believe to be fair game, and I have compiled stores of information in the form of emails, recorded phone calls, Facebook messages, etc. to support all the claims I have made about them. I have included much of this information under the Supplemental Materials tab on the website samanthakillary.com. It was very important to me while writing this book to be as honest as possible, as the overall message is more important to me than even my own reputation. As you will see, I did not spare myself any of the judgments I have tried to relay. I will likely end up looking as unsavory as anyone in the pages that follow, and I'm sure my critics will use such material to discredit me, as it is always easier to blame the one speaking out than to take responsibility for our actions, but none of that matters. My only hope is that I have communicated the events that have taken place accurately and clearly enough for the reader to understand, because millions of stories just like mine are playing out in our country and across the globe at this very moment. Countless numbers of women, men, and helpless little boys and girls are suffering through some stage of abuse, and many of them will never live to see their own positive conclusions like I have. Childhood sexual abuse is a disease that plagues our species. It is a life-threatening epidemic, and many of its victims are not as lucky as me. Part 1. We got him. I'll call you when I get back to the office. That was the text message I received on September 22nd, 2016, while driving my kids home from the grocery. I thought I'd be relieved when I finally got word he'd been arrested, but I was never more afraid. I tried to push the image out of my head. I had to. I needed to get my babies home before everything fell apart. What must he be thinking? I thought. Trying to focus on the road. I couldn't help but imagine him sitting in the back of that police car after 23 years of being on the other side of the cage. What must he be feeling against all the familiar sights and sounds, the radio traffic and computer screens? He knows where they're taking him. He knows what's coming next. He knows what he's being accused of and that they wouldn't have arrested him unless they were pretty damn sure he was guilty. I thought of those piercing blue eyes staring sharply ahead, forever concealing the emotions he never allowed the world to see. Is he confused? Ashamed? Is he angry? Does he feel betrayed that I, of all people, am the one who turned him in? We were so close, he always said. We shared something he didn't have with the other kids. I felt sick. I thought I'd have to pull off, but was afraid if I did, I'd never get back on that road. So I quietly wiped my eyes, turned up the radio, and drove my children home.
Chapter 1. I was born February 7th, 1991, in Port Charlotte, Florida. My family were recent transplants from Boston, having moved down a couple years earlier when my grandfather retired. He was a truck driver for nearly 25 years, and all his hard work was finally paying off. He bought my grandma a nice house not too far from the beach and spent his days golfing by the sea. My Uncle Bobby, the oldest of the 5 kids, stayed back in Boston. He was already married and expecting their first child, but my mom, barely 18, and her 3 younger sisters moved down with their folks to start a new life on the Gulf. Mom speaks fondly of those early years in Florida. My grandparents were happy, and the kids were all doing well. My godmother, Auntie Lou, eventually joined the Air Force and met a wonderful man named Wally. They had 2 kids, and Uncle Wally earned enough for Lou to stay home with their boys. They are still happily married over 20 years later. Auntie Debbie became a school teacher. She married an architect, my other Uncle Bob, and had 3 wonderful girls of their own. Auntie Jen, the baby, went to college and met a professional baseball player from Chicago, Uncle Dave. He was down for spring training when they fell in love. She eventually got a great job out of Chicago, and Uncle Dave became a school teacher after his baseball career. They were married for 18 wonderful years until his untimely death in 2015. Mom was happy too. She was enjoying life surrounded by family and friends. She was warm and comfortable soaking up the sun and the sea, living each day to its fullest. She was working the front desk at a country club when she met my dad, a Texan named Donald. He was handsome and charming, and he swept her right off to the altar, and shortly after they had me, a 6-pound, 8-ounce baby girl they named Samantha Ann. I was happy and healthy. Mom loved me, and she loved my dad. She must have thought she'd found her happy ending too. Unfortunately for the both of us, her happy ending didn't work out so well. I think it started out normal enough. Mom and Dad both worked at the club. They scraped by, but we always had enough. It wasn't until several months into their marriage that Mom started to realize there were some things about Donald that were getting harder to overlook. For one, he smoked marijuana. I think she must have known that before they were married, but knowing her, she probably just looked past it, focusing on the positive qualities she loved. You see, Mom has this gift of believing if she really loves someone enough that one day all their problems will disappear. But with Donald, they didn't disappear. They only got worse. Mom always hated lying and quickly realized that Dad had a propensity for disguising the truth. He wasn't always honest about where he was going or who he was with. She never knew when he'd be coming home or if he even planned on coming home at all. He'd disappear for days sometimes, and this being the age before cell phones, he was never short on reasons why he couldn't call. It wasn't until the money started disappearing that the real trouble started, though. Mom would write a check to pay the water bill or buy groceries for the house only to find there was no money in the bank. Of course, he'd blame her for the accounting errors, but when she found checks missing from the back of the book, it all became pretty clear. I'm not sure if he ever admitted to the full extent of his drug use, but it eventually took over and she knew she had to leave. They tried moving back to Texas for a short time to live with Donald's mother. I guess she hoped he could clean up with a change of scenery, but it only got worse, and it wasn't long before Mom and I were on a plane back to Florida, landing on Grandma and Papa's doorstep. She had no money, no job, and a 1-year-old child she had no way to support. But at least we were safe back home with our family. Mom, being Mom, landed on her feet. She got a job as soon as we got back and did her best to raise me on her own. We lived with her parents, and Donald's grandmother, my granny, watched me during the day while Mom was at work. It must have been painful seeing Granny under those circumstances because Mom still loved Donald, but she really had no other choice. Mom worked tirelessly to give me everything I needed, but there was one thing she knew she could never give me on her own. She knew I needed a father. I think she held out for a while, hoping Donald would come back to us, but eventually realized he was too far gone and knew for my sake she had to move on, and that's about the time we met Sean.
Sean Jackman was an 18-year-old college student down on summer break from the University of Louisville the year he came into my family's lives. He actually met Auntie Jen first. They even dated for a while, but Jen broke things off pretty quickly, saying something about Sean being too controlling. He went back up north at the end of summer, and Aunt Jen met Uncle Dave shortly after, so that really should have been the end of it. But I guess the universe, in all her cold wisdom, had something else in mind. Apparently, Sean called my grandparents' house out of the blue one afternoon to say how nice it had been meeting the family over the summer. The whole story sounds a little off to me, but the way I've always heard it is Mom picked up the phone and they hit it off from the start. After a couple months of long-distance conversations and correspondence through the mail, he came down for another visit, and the next thing we knew, we were moving up north to Louisville. It must have been hard on Mom, leaving her family again for the unknown, but I needed a dad, and Sean took to me right away, so I guess it must have seemed like the right thing to do at the time. We lived with Sean's father our first couple years in Kentucky while Sean was in the police academy. They got married pretty quickly, and after Donald agreed to let Sean adopt me, that was it. I had a new dad in a new city and a new life. It came with new grandparents and aunts and uncles, and everyone adored me because I was the first grandchild. Mom missed her family, of course, but I got the impression she was happy enough. We were still surrounded by people who cared for us, and she'd finally given me the father I deserved. Sean's dad, Grandpa Rick, and I were very close. We spent a lot of time together. I remember sitting in the bathroom watching him shave every day before work. He was a narcotics detective with the Louisville Police Department. He served 27 years before retiring in 2000. My Aunt Sherry was a police officer too. She was the first female detective in Louisville, and I loved her very much. She was my favorite aunt on the Jackman side, and I have many fond memories of our time together. She sadly passed away from cancer in 2002. Dad's cousin Danny was also a cop in Louisville. He worked in the Crimes Against Children unit, and at one point even worked with the FBI, stopping child predators online. My step-grandfather was a sheriff, and my Grandma Cheryl and Aunt Chris worked for the J-Town Police running dispatch. They all worked in law enforcement in one way or another, and I think Mom liked that about our new family. It made her feel safe. Not to mention, they were about as far from Donald's family as you could get. Dad excelled as a police officer right from the start. During his tenure with the LMPD, he was awarded 32 commendations and held several important positions within the department, including working in the Professional Standards Unit, one of Louisville Metro's internal affairs units, and when he retired as a lieutenant in 2015, he'd been commander of the Viper Unit, a controversial task force formed to combat the city's most violent crimes. Once we left Grandpa Rick's house, we moved around a lot. Our first place was an apartment off Stony Brook Road. I don't remember much about it. We usually only stayed a year or two in each place, and then we'd inevitably move across town when the lease was up, and I'd have to change schools and make all new friends. I hated changing schools every year, but I had my family, so I guess that's all I needed. My sister was born when we lived in the house on Fernview Drive, and we lived off Eastern Parkway when Mom had my little brother. It was just before 3rd grade when we finally bought the house in Fern Creek on Glendale Trace. I remember how happy Mom was when the mortgage was approved. We finally had a place of our own, and we knew we'd never have to move again.
Vignette.
It was one of the last days at school at the end of my 4th grade year. Dad had the night off and was in an unusually cheery mood when my sister and I got home from the bus. He called us over to his desk when he heard us come in. "Girls, I have a surprise for you," he said. He'd been working on it all afternoon. What was it, we asked. He wanted us to guess. I thought a minute as my little sister started blurting out every ridiculous idea her little mind could imagine. I tried to catch a glimpse of the papers he had scattered across the desktop, but he caught me before I could make anything out. "No peeking," he said with a grin, gathering up his drawings so I couldn't see. "Come on, you can do better than that," he teased as we scoured our little imaginations. "I'll give you a hint," he said finally. "I'm going to build it." "Is it a spaceship?" my sister shouted excitedly. "Dad can't build a spaceship, you dope." But Dad told her she was very close as he reached back for one of his drawings and held it up for us to see. "It's a pirate ship," he said in a whisper. It was a pirate ship. It was a marvelous pirate ship, complete with a monkey net and a slide off to one side. It had a telescope and steering wheel and a covered bridge connecting it to a platform with 3 other slides and a swing set. When it was finished, it was the biggest playground I'd ever seen. We were the envy of the neighborhood, and it made for the best summer we ever had.
Chapter 2.
I must have been a weird kid back then, because I loved waking up for school on Monday mornings. Mom would get us up, and we'd rush around the house getting dressed and getting breakfast down before brushing our teeth for school. It was probably pretty stressful on Mom, but I loved it. I loved school back then. I loved my 3rd grade teacher, and I loved Fern Creek Elementary. I loved all my new friends, and I especially loved the idea that we were never going to move again. These were the same kids I was going to graduate with someday. I remember thinking about that a lot. Once we were all ready, Mom walked me and my sister to the bus stop before dropping my little brother off at daycare on her way to work. Most days, just as the bus was pulling off, Dad would drive by. He was home safe from another shift. I'd always watch for him and wave as he passed. He'd wave back and pop the lights for all the kids to see. I was so proud my friends got to see him in his squad car. He was like a superhero, and I couldn't wait to get home to see him. After school, I waited for my sister out by our bus, and we'd sit together on the way home. When we got off, we'd race to the front door. I'd even let her win sometimes, and when we'd get inside, Dad was usually up cooking dinner, and we'd run up the stairs and give him a big hug, and he'd ask us about our day. If we were lucky, he'd get enough sleep while we were at school and be in a good mood and tell us some funny story about his shift the night before. My sister was in kindergarten and never had any homework, so she'd go downstairs to the playroom, and I'd sit at the dining room table and do mine. If I needed something, Dad would come out of the kitchen and help, and when I was done, I'd set the table and we'd all sit down as a family when Mom got home from work with my little brother. After dinner, Mom cleaned up while Dad got ready. I loved watching him get ready for his shift. He'd follow the same steps in the same order every night. First, he'd shave his face very close to the skin, and then he'd go over every inch of his uniform before putting it on. He'd make sure every button and every pin was in place, every pocket flat, every crease sharp. His shoes were always shiny black, and his hair was perfectly combed. He looked like a cop. He was the perfect cop, and even that early in his career, everyone knew he'd go far. On the weekends, if Dad was working, Mom would take us kids on some sort of adventure during the day so he could sleep. In the summer, we'd go to Taylorsville Lake, or, if we were really good, she'd take us across the bridge into southern Indiana to Deem Lake. It was our favorite. It had a sand beach and a little concession stand that sold cold drinks and snacks. We'd build sand castles and play in the water for hours while Mom laid out in the sun. On Sundays, we'd all go to church at J-Town Baptist. This wasn't ideal for Mom, being raised Irish Catholic, but that's where the family went, so I think in the end she convinced herself that Christian is Christian, and we went there too. I loved J-Town Baptist. Everyone was so nice, and it wasn't long before I felt like the whole congregation was an extension of our family. When I was old enough, I got to go on Wednesday nights for youth group, and even on Fridays sometimes for the outreach program where they'd hire a DJ downstairs in the basement, and Dad volunteered as security. Dad loved J-Town Baptist too. He got involved in the church pretty early on. He taught Sunday school, and he sang in the choir. He even took over the music program for a short time when the music minister moved away. Dad loved music. He was in marching band in high school. He played trombone, and he loved to sing. He always encouraged us kids to take an interest in music. but I was the only one who ever showed much promise. One Sunday, we all went to Grandma Cheryl's house after church. Dad's stepsister Paige was much younger than Dad and still lived at home, and when we got there, she was practicing the violin in her bedroom. Grandma Cheryl said I could go watch, and as soon as I walked in and saw her playing, I was in love. I told my parents I wanted to play violin too. After some discussion, they agreed to buy me my own if I promised to take care of it and make a real commitment to learn. There was no need to worry about that. I never wanted to put it down. Beyond the sheer thrill of Dad being so proud of me, I felt like I was learning a new language, a completely new way of expressing myself to the world. I practiced constantly in my room and made the orchestra at school the very next year. I remember the first time I took my violin down to Florida on one of our annual summer vacations and got to show off for Mom's side of the family. Everyone was so impressed and joked I must have gotten my musical ability from Dad's side of the family. I think we were probably a pretty normal family back then. Mom and Dad seemed happy, and I was the happiest I'd ever been. I know now there were things going on behind the scenes that were hard on Mom, but overall, I think that was about as good as we were ever going to get. The only real complaint I had at that point was the frequency and severity with which Dad punished me for seemingly insignificant things. Looking back now, I know it was much more than just heavy-handed parenting, but at the time, I thought it was just the way things were. Mom didn't like it either. She wasn't against swatting a kid on the butt for disobeying, but Dad always took it way too far. I remember being terrified as a little girl when he'd send me to my room to await my punishment. It seemed like hours sometimes as he'd pace up and down the hallway, pausing outside my door every so often just to make me sweat. I'd always watch for the shadow of his feet, and when he finally came in, he'd stand in the doorway red-faced, pausing for just a second before starting in towards me. I never knew why he was so angry. I never thought I'd done anything all that bad. I was usually being punished for a color change at school, which meant the whole class was downgraded from a gold star to a silver one for a handful of kids' bad behavior. And it rarely had anything to do with me, but no matter how many times I told Dad what happened, it made no difference. He'd slowly make his way across the room, screaming at the top of his lungs, and get so close to my face I could feel the droplets of spit hitting me from his mouth. I didn't dare look away, though. Not looking at him while he spoke was an unforgivable sign of disrespect. When he was done yelling, he'd sit next to me on the bed and tell me to stand up and take down my pants and underwear. I'd have to lay across his lap while he beat me. He'd beat me so hard I'd have to lay on my stomach for the rest of the night, unable to sit down. He was always very proud of the fact that he didn't need to use a paddle or belt to inflict that much pain. Mom couldn't bear to watch. She'd usually hide in her room crying, and I often heard her sobbing from down the hall when it was finally over. He hit me so hard once, in our first apartment when I was 4, I peed all over his clean uniform right before work. I'd never seen him so angry. I thought he was going to kill me. He beat me and beat me after I peed on him, and I was afraid he was never going to stop. He always said it was good for me. It would teach me right from wrong, but all I learned from those beatings was how to fear my father and that I'd better do whatever it took to please him.
Vignette.
I'd been playing in my room most of the day. Mom was downstairs cleaning, and Dad had been in the kitchen all morning. Dad never really drank much, but he was drinking a beer that afternoon when the guests started to arrive. Every few minutes, I heard the doorbell ring and the voices from down the hall starting to fill the house. Mom told us kids we could come out when everyone got there, so I watched out my window as the cars pulled up, eventually filling both sides of our street. There were police cars all the way up and around the cul-de-sac and down past the intersection as far as the eye could see. I heard Dad come into the room behind me. I felt his hand on my shoulder as I watched a group of officers coming up the drive. I heard Mom laughing out in the kitchen. She always pretended that Dad's annual fantasy football party was a burden, but we all knew she loved entertaining the guys. "See, honey," Dad said, standing beside me watching another cruiser circle the block. "I told you, we have the safest house in the city." I smiled as he kissed my head and went back out to his guests. Chapter 3. What the hell is wrong with you, Sean? Mom reportedly shouted after finding out Dad had been offering to take showers with me. She's 11. The nudity thing wasn't a new problem. It had plagued their marriage since the beginning, but the older I got, the more prevalent and concerning it became. The earliest story Mom tells about it now was of a video cassette she found in the VCR about nudist vacations when we lived in the house off Eastern Parkway. But I know what was going on before that. I have a specific memory from our first apartment on Stony Brook of Mom and Dad being nude in the front room. It's actually one of my very first memories. I came downstairs one night. I guess I should have been asleep. I remembered the banister and the furniture and the big silver stereo system by the TV. It's all still very clear. I've asked Mom about it recently, and although she doesn't remember that specific event, she does agree the place I described was our first apartment. They were both nude, lying in the middle of the living room floor, and Dad was rubbing lotion all over her. When Dad saw me standing there, he told me they were having a lotion party and invited me over to join. I walked over. He took down my underwear, slipped my nightgown over my head, and I remember him telling me to rub lotion on Mom's back. I don't remember anything after that, though. It all just kind of goes black. From that point on, I get the impression the nudity thing came and went in our lives, but it's hard to tell. I was very young when it all started, and it's not exactly a topic anyone wants to rehash. I do know Mom, though, and I know she's very conservative when it comes to that sort of thing, so even though she may have tried it for Dad's benefit, it must have been hard for her to accept. Recently, since all of this has come to light, she's begun telling snippets of Dad's attempted misadventures into the nudist world, but I've never really gotten much detail. It wasn't until I was old enough to have my own memories that I can really speak to how warped our lifestyle became. Like I said, Mom tried to understand Dad's interest in the nudist thing. That's just the kind of person she is. She wants to believe that everyone's intentions are pure, and keeping that in mind, she tried it again for a time when we got older. It wasn't abnormal to see her walking around the house in the nude. She didn't flaunt it around like Dad did, but she did try it for a while. She didn't like it when he forced us kids to be nude, though. I think that always made her nervous. I remember one time he must have declared a naked day in the house because my sister, little brother, and I were all nude and embarrassed like we often were in the beginning. So we were hiding under a blanket in our Buzz Lightyear tent in the living room. Apparently, that wasn't what Dad had in mind, and he got so angry he started shouting for us to come out. He came over and ripped off the blanket, and we all scattered from inside the tent. I know Mom was there that day, but I was so scared I don't remember her reaction. I guess after a while we got used to it, though, because we went from hiding our nudity wherever possible to all 5 of us having what they called naked parties downstairs in the basement. We'd play games and laugh and dance around to ABBA. We all loved having naked parties because Dad loved them, and it was the happiest we ever saw him. I can only imagine what someone would have thought if they came downstairs and saw us like that. They probably would have called Child Protective Services and had us taken away. But unfortunately, CPS was never called, and things only got worse. It was more than just the nudity that bothered Mom. I think it was Dad's seeming compulsion to be open with me about my sexuality that ultimately led to their divorce. I remember my first sex talk. It was shortly before Mom left, so I couldn't have been older than 10 or 11. They woke me up one night after the little kids fell asleep, like they often did when they needed to speak with me about something too serious for them to hear. I, of course, thought I was in trouble, as I usually was when they called me into their room that late at night, so I sat on the bed in my usual spot and waited for the lecture to begin. That's when Dad pulled a note out of his pocket. He found it in a box under my bed. It was from a game me and some of the other kids were playing at school that day. The premise of the game was one person writes down a series of questions and the other person writes down a series of unrelated answers, and when you put them together, the results are usually silly, if not completely unintelligible. In this case, though, the girl I played with was a couple years older than me, so I guess the game came off as a little risque. I tried to explain this, but Dad was determined to have the talk with me anyway. Mom sat on the edge of the bed, clearly uncomfortable, while Dad went on about sexual intercourse and where babies come from, and when Mom and I were both thoroughly horrified, he started in on trying to teach me how to masturbate. Mom, of course, tried to stop him, but he continued. He spoke in great detail for those few horrifying moments before she finally convinced him and sent me back to my room. I sat up all night after that, listening to them fight. Dad always talked about being open with our bodies and how freeing it could be. But every time he forced me to be naked with him, which was becoming increasingly frequent, it wasn't freeing at all. It just made me feel dirty, and I was ashamed. It had the same effect on Mom, I think, and she eventually went to Grandpa Rick for help. She told Grandpa Rick what Dad had been doing, and he was furious. Grandpa Rick rushed over to the house. He told Dad that's not how he was raised, and if any of us told a teacher or if anyone in the department ever found out, it would ruin his career. I was a little surprised when I heard the story from Mom years later. Grandpa Rick apparently wasn't concerned with the effects that type of abuse would have on children, nor was he worried that Dad's behavior was becoming increasingly disturbing and that his grandchildren were in danger. He was apparently only concerned for the family's reputation and Dad's career. I didn't really know how to feel about Grandpa Rick anymore after hearing that, but either way, his little talks seemed to help, if only for a short time. It wasn't until Mom came home from work a few months later and Dad was in the kitchen cooking dinner completely naked that she finally had enough. She says now she was pretty much done with him by that point anyway. She said they never had much in common and he was always very controlling, but for the sake of our family, she was willing to try one last time. She told Dad they needed to go to counseling or she was leaving. He agreed, but the morning of their first appointment, just as they were about to walk into their session, he changed his mind. He told her they both knew how this was going to end anyway, and he turned his back and walked away. I remember the night they woke me up to tell me they were getting a divorce. There was a lot of tension in the room. I guess they thought I was going to be upset, but to be honest, I couldn't have been happier. We were actually leaving him, I thought. It's not that I didn't love him. I did. He was my dad, but I hated my life. I hated what it had become. All the guilt and the nudity and the showers. I hated those beatings and the fact that I always had to walk on eggshells anytime Dad was around. I'm not even sure I knew I hated my life until that moment. I guess everything happened so gradually, I just thought that's how things were. But when Mom told me about the divorce, it clicked. I never imagined life could be any different. The thought of escaping filled me with something I'm not sure I'd ever felt before. Hope. Imagine my disappointment when I found out we were not leaving him at all. Just Mom was leaving, and we'd be stuck with him half the time, and now Mom wouldn't even be there to protect us.
Vignette.
I still remember the smell of his skin, lying there in his arms, my tiny body cradled tightly against his chest. His huge hand caresses my hair, my face buried deep into his neck. His other hand touches me, teaching me. "Relax," he says. "Good girl." I can hear the excitement in his voice. His fingers move faster with my breath as I get closer, and he keeps touching me and I get closer, and he doesn't stop touching me until I finally erupt and my little body tightens as the sensation overtakes me. That area becomes very sensitive, and I try to push his hand away, but he laughs and plays with it a second longer just to watch me squirm. Then he holds me gently and pets my head as I tremble. I usually go far away in my mind when he touches me like this. I go to that empty field so far away. I can't feel or hear or see anything when I'm there. I tried to get there tonight, but I couldn't quite make it. It was too far away. I can feel the weight of him pressing against my back, the same hand he used on me, now moving slowly on himself. He rubs the tip of himself against my skin and turns me over so I can watch. After a while, he touches me down there again to see if I'm ready, and when it's no longer too sensitive, he rolls over top of me and presses himself gently down just outside of me and begins to move. He rubs himself all over my area without going inside. He's always very careful not to go inside. He might put his fingers inside or use his tongue, but never that. He towers over me, rocking gently, his gaze softening his eyes to a less frightening blue. He leans down, placing his mouth against mine. I hated his tongue inside my mouth, especially when he grew a mustache. He rolls over, lifting me on top of him, pressing me down against his lap, and reminds me how he wants me to move. He lies back, hands clasped behind his head, and watches me balancing awkwardly atop his lap. trying to do it like the girls he showed me on TV. "Not too close, Samantha," he'd say if it came close to going inside. It wouldn't be right. He'd have to ask Linda if it was normal for a girl my age to want him inside me that way. When he's almost finished, he takes me by the hips and moves me faster. He moves me faster than I could ever move on my own, and then his breath quickens, his body goes tight, and when he's finished, he pulls me down against his chest, wet and warm, very gently and very close, and holds me and pets my hair. "Get up," he eventually says, all emotion gone from his voice. He sits up next to me, looking down to make sure nothing got on the sheets. "Start the shower," he says, staring coldly ahead, his eyes frighteningly blue again. "I'll be in a minute to clean you up." Chapter 4. When Mom moved out, I was crushed. She was the only one in our family who understood me. It's hard to explain, but I always felt different than the Jackmans, me and Mom both. We were more open than the rest of them, more vulnerable, maybe. Maybe we were just too sensitive for a family like that. I felt like they were so serious all the time, always thinking and measuring everyone around them. Even my little sister and brother are that way sometimes, so straight to the point. They seem completely closed off. I always felt different from them growing up, but when I was in 3rd grade, that divide was widened even further when Dad met me at the bus stop one afternoon to tell me I was adopted. He just came out with it. He didn't consult Mom beforehand or explain it in any other way than he wasn't really my dad. My real father lived in Texas, but my little sister and brother were really his kids. Mom was furious. She felt it wasn't his decision to make on his own, and it might have been nice if he used a little tact. Dad was always pulling things like that with me. I remember one time riding to school in the back of his police car when I was 7, and out of nowhere he told me Santa Claus wasn't real. He said it just like that. We weren't talking about Santa, it wasn't even Christmas. I guess he just wanted me to know. He told me it was our secret, though. I needed to be a good girl and keep our secret because the little kids were much too young and Mom might be mad if she found out I knew. I was devastated when I found out I was adopted. Other than Mom, I felt completely alone in the world. Dad wasn't really my dad, and my grandparents were actually my brother and sister's grandparents, and although I guess they were technically my half-brother and sister, they were just like the Jackmans, not like me and Mom at all. All of our aunts and uncles and cousins I'd grown up with were theirs too. None of them were related to me in any way. Mom assured me that none of that mattered, but it did matter. It mattered to me. It mattered when my little sister teased me about it when she was a little girl, and it mattered when Dad got angry and told me I was going to end up just like my real father if I didn't straighten up. It mattered plenty, and I was very hurt. Not to mention there was this whole other person out there who should have wanted me but didn't care that I was even alive, and now Mom was leaving too. Mom must have been planning on leaving for some time before she told me about the divorce because not long after, she was gone. She must have already had a new house and her own dishes and furniture and food in the refrigerator. She must have had everything she needed to start her new life. She must have been planning it for months to be able to walk out of the house one morning, never to return. Surely they prepared us for that day, but that's not how I remember it, or at least that's not how it felt to me. I just remember coming home one day and she was gone. The house was empty of her things, her pictures, and her clothes. She was gone, and so were all the memories and the times we shared as a family. Our time together, just me and her before all these people came into our lives that she told me about while trying to console me about being adopted, were gone too. It wasn't her and me against the world anymore, like she said. It was just me, and it's been just me ever since. Dad hadn't been moved into the professional standards unit yet when Mom moved out. He was still just a field training officer, so he was working nights. At first, they tried to work everything around his schedule, a couple days here, a few there, but that quickly proved unmanageable, so they agreed on alternating weeks, and their childcare issues were their own to figure out. They said it would be less confusing for us kids, but I was terrified at the thought of going so long without Mom. Nonetheless, that's what we did, and we maintained that schedule until I moved out the weekend I turned 18. It's shocking looking back now how quickly things got out of control after Mom left. The abuse started almost immediately. Every night before bed, Dad had me and my little brother and sister come out to watch television with him on the couch. He'd rub our backs with his fingertips to calm us before bed. He said it would help us sleep. He'd do the little kids first and send them off to their room. I got to stay up later because I wasn't a little girl anymore. Soon, the little game he called Tickleback moved from the couch into his bedroom. The first night or two, it was just the same. He'd tickle the little kids' backs and send them off, and then it was my turn, but it wasn't long before he started tickling me in inappropriate places, and the television programming changed from the regular kid-friendly TV shows to the HBO Real Sex series. I think he felt it was more educational than your run-of-the-mill porn. After all, that's why he was doing it. He wanted to educate me about my body so I wouldn't be curious and have sex with boys. Keep in mind, I was 11. Anytime he sensed I was uncomfortable with something, he'd say he needed to ask Linda if it was normal for a girl my age to want to be touched that way. I always felt bad about myself when he'd say that. It made me feel like it was my fault. Linda was his first girlfriend after Mom moved out. He introduced us to her a couple days after Mom left. The first time we met her was at the police station. He introduced her as his boss, Lieutenant Thompson. He didn't tell us they had been dating, but when we met her for dinner a few days later, it wasn't hard to figure out. When she started coming around the house, I was furious. My mom had just moved out, and he was already bringing another woman home. The other kids didn't seem to mind, but I didn't like her at all, not at first. I'm sure I blamed her for my parents' divorce and for my mom not being around and God knows what else. I guess being so young, I didn't know how to process what I was feeling, and it was easier to blame her than my parents, who I loved. Linda had kids of her own, a boy about my age and an older daughter who refused to have anything to do with Sean, so it's not like she was there all the time, though she was around quite a bit. She'd come out to the house on their days off together, and it was pretty common for her to stay the night. By the time she started getting naked with us, Sean had been abusing me for some time, and my moral compass was already warped, so I didn't know what to think. That's just how things were in our family. Dad put up an above-ground swimming pool not too long after Mom left, and it wasn't strange on any given day for Dad, Linda, and us kids to be out in the backyard playing in the pool together naked. Dad put up a 6-foot wooden fence around the yard and privacy panels near the pool to block the neighbor's view. The nudity wasn't just confined to the pool, though. It was free reign throughout the house, and Linda took full advantage of this, too. I remember one time sitting on Dad's bed with Linda, catching up after I hadn't seen her for a few weeks, and Dad walked out of the shower right into the middle of the room, completely naked. Neither of us thought anything of it. We just kept talking as if nothing out of the ordinary was going on. I have other memories, too, memories of all three of us naked in Dad's bed together. I remembered the shape of Linda's breasts and her pubic hair and her stomach. Dad would compare our bodies to one another. This is what your breasts look like as a little girl, and this is how they will look when you grow up, and your vagina, and so on. I hate to say it, but it actually made me feel better about what me and Dad were doing. Another adult being present, and a cop at that, made it seem not quite so bad. I met up with Linda a few years ago when I was first coming out about the abuse. I contacted her on Facebook and told her I remember my dad behaving inappropriately when I was a kid and wanted to know what she remembered. She didn't respond for a few days, but when she finally got back to me, she wanted to meet. We met at a coffee shop in Floyd's Knobs the following Sunday. She seemed nervous, and neither of us could immediately work up the courage to bring up what we'd both come there to say. We chatted for a while about what we'd been up to over the years, how her kids were, and about my kids and the farm. When Sean's name finally came up, she told me she left him because she knew he never really loved her. She seemed sad when she said this, and I felt sorry for her. At some point, I guess, I couldn't stand it anymore and just came out with it. I don't remember her exact words, but she told me during our first vacation to Florida, she came into the bathroom and saw that Sean had forced his way into the shower with me. She said she didn't know what to think and then mentioned one of the times he was naked with us in his bedroom. She later told me when she finally broke things off, which, thinking about it now, had to have been at least a year after the shower incident because she came to Florida with us again the following year. She was concerned for my safety, so she contacted my mom. She told Mom about the shower and one of the times Dad was nude with me in his bedroom. Mom confirms that Linda did, in fact, tell her some of that, but says she only suspected that Sean had been showering with me. She said Linda never told her she actually caught us in the shower together. Linda must have forgotten some of the other details, too. She didn't tell Mom that she also liked being naked with me or about our little game of show and tell in Dad's bed. It's funny, for some reason, she didn't think to bring any of that up to me that day at the coffee shop either. I guess she was counting on the fact that I was so young and hoping my little mind had blocked out most of the trauma. Unfortunately for both of us, that was not the case. I remember the day Linda told Mom pretty clearly. When I got home, Mom started screaming at me to tell her what Dad had been doing. She was frantic. She told me she couldn't help me if I didn't talk to her. She told me this was very serious and I needed to come clean. I wanted no part of it. First of all, I was terrified what Dad would do to me if I told her. And second, to hell with her. She's the one who left me with him in the first place. She knew about the nudity in the showers and the masturbating. She knew about the beatings. She wasn't going to protect me. She never had. Why should I trust her now? I told her I didn't know what Linda was talking about. She must be trying to get back at Dad for having a new girlfriend so soon. When Mom confronted Dad, he just lied about it too. He undoubtedly told her some similar version of Linda's motives, and that must have been good enough because she dropped it and we were allowed to continue on with our nightly affair. After Linda, there was Rhonda, and I mean right after. Dad met Rhonda at my dentist's office. She was a receptionist. She wrote her phone number on the back of my appointment slip, and she and Dad started dating pretty much immediately. 6 months or so after that, she and her son Devin moved in. There may have been a brief pause in the nudity at that point, but if there was, it was short-lived. Before long, we were all naked around each other, Devin too. I don't really remember Rhonda being nude much, but she obviously didn't have a problem with it. She was, after all, allowing her little boy to take part. At some point, she got suspicious, though, because she called my mom and asked if there was anything she needed to know about Sean before they got married, mother to mother. Whatever Mom told her must not have changed her mind because they were married a short time later. Now, I've given this an awful lot of thought, what prompted that phone call. Rhonda always hated my mom, and anytime Mom confronted Sean about the nudity or any inappropriate behavior, Rhonda always came to his defense. I remember one of Rhonda's poison pin letters in particular when she told Mom essentially to mind her own business. The last round of nudity was just the boys, meaning Dad, my little brother, and her son Devin, so there was nothing to worry about. If she didn't have a problem with Sean being naked with a bunch of little kids, including her own son, and she and my mom had a horrible relationship, what else did she discover that made her reach out to someone she hated so much? I personally think she walked in on us, or at least picked up on some of the signs, but I could never prove it. I know someone walked in on us at least once, and I don't know who else it would have been, but that memory isn't quite as clear as most. Either way, that's about the time the worst of the abuse stopped. There was still inappropriate touching, and nudity, of course. He'd tell me to show him my breasts from time to time so he could monitor my development. There was even a phase when Rhonda was giving me her hand-me-down lingerie, and I'd have to model it for Dad in his bedroom. I still have one of the bras she gave me. It's a pink Victoria's Secret push-up bra, and I remember Dad squeezing my breasts while I was wearing it. It makes me sick to look at it now, so I keep it in a box out in the shed with all my other childhood belongings. But for some reason, I've never thrown it away. That kind of thing went on until I moved out, but the nightly sexual encounters ended right about the time Rhonda called Mom for help. Years later, during his confession, Sean said the whole thing was just about timing. He abused me when he knew he could get away with it and stopped when he knew he couldn't. It was as simple as that. He knew my mother wouldn't have allowed it, and I think when Rhonda found out, she made him stop. but Linda was in, he said on the recording, so it made it seem a little more acceptable. I remember being confused when it was all over. It stopped so abruptly with no explanation. I didn't know what to think. I think it's fair to say I was relieved, but there's more to it than that. I was 13 years old, and for the last 2 years, I'd been in a sexual relationship with a man that I loved and trusted, and now it was suddenly over and I didn't know why. I know how that sounds, and I know some people may think I'm normalizing what happened by using that specific language, but that is, in effect, what it was to me. Of course, it was forced on me, and it was torture, and it made me feel dirty and ashamed, but none of that changes how I felt. And to make matters worse, he wanted nothing more to do with me from that point on. I remember sitting in my room at Mom's house one day several months after Rhonda moved in. We had to go back to Dad's in a couple days, and I was dreading it. He'd barely spoken to me since she moved in, and I was angry. I thought of how things used to be before Mom left, when we were still a family. I thought about how proud of me he was when I started playing the violin, and how he used to stand me up on the toilet seat in his bathroom after my shower at night and brush my hair. It's naturally curly, and he loved blowing it dry while he brushed it so it would dry long and straight. I was thinking of this when that memory distorted from the seemingly innocent moment between a father and daughter into something sick, and all the sadness and the anger I'd been holding in for so long came rushing through me in a wave of panic. I thought of him petting my head all those nights in bed and how he'd wash his filth out of my hair when he'd get too excited to control himself from getting it all over me.
I panicked. I had to get it off right now. I couldn't have it touch me anymore. I begged Mom to take me to get it cut, but she was getting ready for Thunder over Louisville and said she was too busy. I pleaded with her, but I guess she didn't understand. So I went into the bathroom, grabbed a fistful of my hair, and started cutting. I cut and I cut. I wanted to cut it all away, but Mom walked in halfway through and started yelling at me. "What the hell was I doing?" she screamed. She didn't have time for this shit.
She took the scissors from me and told me she wasn't taking me out looking like a crazy person, so put it up in a hat. She took me to the salon the next day. They had to cut my hair up past my cheekbones to straighten it all out. Mom was horrified. Dad hated it too. He teased me for weeks. He called me a tomboy and tried to make me feel bad about myself, but I didn't care. I was happy they hated it. I wanted him to think I was ugly. I never had long hair again after that. It wasn't until a couple years ago that I finally grew it back out. That's about the time I started cutting myself, too. Mom was going through my bedroom one day and found the razor I used in my top drawer. She actually cut her finger on it. When she confronted me, I told her I didn't know why it was in there. I told her one of my razors I used to shave my legs must have fallen apart. I guess she didn't make the connection with the broken razor and the huge Band-Aid I always wore on my wrist, so that never came up again either. A couple years after Linda told Mom about the shower thing, my little brother accidentally let it slip that he'd been skinny dipping with Dad again. She was furious. She finally had enough. She convinced her husband at the time, Jimmy, to call an attorney. I'm not exactly clear on what the intended result of hiring an attorney was. At first, I thought Mom wanted to remove us from Dad's house, but a few months ago I gave a television interview after one of Sean's pre-trial meetings, and I mentioned a custody battle over inappropriate nudity to the reporter. After the interview, Mom came over to correct me. She told me it was never about custody, it was just about stopping the nudity. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but either way, the months-long dispute ended in Sean signing a court document stating he would not be nude in front of his children. Of course, he still was, but I guess it was enough to make Mom feel better. Dad tried to have the document sealed, but Judge Paula F. Sherlock, who presided over the case in Jefferson's Circuit Court Family Division 10, wouldn't allow it. Not that it made any difference. Judge Sherlock never contacted Child Protective Services for a wellness check on the home, and Dad kept advancing through the ranks of the LMPD, so sealed or not, he was in the clear. A year or so after the document was signed, Mom and Jimmy got divorced. She was devastated. I hated seeing her so upset, but I was happy for her in the long run. Jimmy was an abusive alcoholic, and between calling me a whore and pushing her around when he was drunk, I was glad to see him go. The day they split, he took her credit cards and car keys and told her to get the hell out. He was fairly wealthy and kept everything in his name, and since Mom didn't work outside the home, she had nothing to fall back on. She didn't know what to do. Luckily, she'd become somewhat close with Jimmy's ex-wife Marie over the years. She and Marie saw each other a lot between dropping kids off and picking them up and school functions and what have you. Mom somehow ended up at her house that day, and Marie offered to let her stay. I felt so bad when I got the hysterical phone call from Mom at school telling me not to go to Jimmy's house after class. I got one of my friends to take me to pick up my sister and brother and drop us all off at Marie's. We stayed there on Mom's weeks for the next couple months until she got back on her feet. One evening, she and I were sitting out on Marie's back deck, as we often did. I think she was crying. She kept saying she'd made such a mess of her life. I tried to console her, but I guess I got caught up in the emotion of it all, and out of nowhere I blurted out, "Dad made me watch porn." I regretted the words as soon as I'd said them. I begged her not to say anything. I didn't want my siblings growing up without a dad. I guess that's how I justified not telling her sooner. I don't know if it was something Sean planted in my head or if I came up with it on my own, but I truly believed I was protecting them. I made her promise not to say anything, and as far as I know, she never did. It never came up again until I said something about it years later. I feel so guilty now for being silent all those years. My little sister was the same age I was while he was abusing me that night I swore Mom to secrecy. He could have been abusing her the same way, and we never would have known, but I truly thought I was protecting her. It wasn't until years later that my husband finally helped me to see the fallacy in that logic. He helped me see that it was Sean who planted that seed inside my head, along with all the thoughts of self-loathing and guilt in order to keep me silent. He also helped me realize that all the other adults who knew about the abuse and did nothing to stop it are to blame as well. I know it's probably pretty obvious to people who haven't suffered from this type of abuse, but I couldn't see it for the longest time. I didn't blame my mom or my grandfather for allowing him to hurt me. I didn't even blame Linda, and she took part in it. I guess I just saw her as an innocent bystander who got caught up in me and my father's incestuous affair. They weren't the only adults that knew, either. I told a high school teacher and my pastor at church, but just like the rest of them, they did nothing to help, and I didn't blame them either. In fact, I always found ways to blame myself. When I was 15 or 16, I told my pastor at J-Town Baptist. It was a Wednesday night after worship, and most of the other kids had trickled out. I hung around because I was feeling particularly desperate that evening. I had to talk to someone, so I asked our youth pastor, Danny Pachetti, if he had a minute. I needed to talk about something that was bothering me. I don't really know what I wanted him to do about it, but I couldn't hold it in any longer. He said of course we could talk, and he and I went back to what we called the gazebo room and sat down. I started crying immediately. I said I was confused. I told him my dad had been touching me and I was afraid. He was quiet at first and visibly shaken. I understood why, of course. No one knew better than I did who my father was. Once he regained himself, Danny told me he was sorry that I was hurting, and he prayed with me. He told me he was going to report it to the church elders as soon as I left. I remember being so afraid that night on my way home. I couldn't imagine what my father was going to do to me when he found out I told. Danny was going to tell the elders. They were probably going to call the police, and my whole life, such as it was going to be altered forever. And knowing who my father is, I was certain it wasn't going to be for the better. The days passed without hearing anything, and then weeks. I guess in a way I was relieved. My life was nothing short of terrible, but at least I knew how to navigate that kind of terrible. I'd been doing it ever since I was a little girl. We continued going to church every Sunday, and I sat in Danny's Sunday school classes every week for years. I saw him at youth group every Wednesday night, and my dad continued being an active member of the congregation, but I never heard another word about it. I'm not sure why the church elders didn't report my father to the police, or if Danny even told them at all. Maybe he didn't believe me. All I know is that momentary feeling of relief that my father hadn't found out I told quickly faded. and I sunk even deeper into helplessness with the knowledge that no one would help me, even if I could muster the courage to tell. I tried again a year or so later when it got too bad again. I told Mr. Howard, my orchestra teacher at Seneca High School. His wife had been my orchestra teacher at Eastern when I was a freshman, and that's where I first met him. He worked as her student teacher while finishing his certification, and when I moved to Seneca where he now taught, we recognized each other right away. He was my favorite teacher all through junior year, and he asked me to be his student aide when I was a senior. I gladly accepted. He was the only adult I felt comfortable around, and now I had him for 2 periods, not to mention me and some of the other kids ate lunch with him every day in the orchestra room. He was a really good guy, we all thought, and I trusted him. I could tell he cared about us, and he didn't treat us like little kids like all the other adults. I remember the day I told him very clearly. It was just him and me in his room eating lunch. I'd been feeling especially down that week, and he told me he knew there was something on my mind. "You can trust me," he said, knowing I wanted to talk. After some hesitation, I came out with it. My father made me watch porn with him and did things to me, and I'm confused and afraid. He was horrified and said he was so sorry for what I'd gone through. He gave me a big hug and held me while I cried, but unlike Danny, there were no proclamations of reporting it or helping me in any other way. He was just sorry. He did start paying a lot more attention to me, though. It was like he was looking out for me, and it made me feel good. He gave me his phone number, too, and we started texting, but he told me I was never allowed to text him in the evenings when he was at home. At first, the texts were always about school stuff, but it didn't take long before they got a little flirty. He'd tell me I was pretty and he couldn't wait to see me later, things like that. When we were alone, he'd stand a little closer to me and accidentally rub up against me from time to time. He'd tickle me a lot, too, and I'd blush and bat my eyelashes. I stayed on as his aide after graduation as a volunteer, and then started helping him out at a couple middle schools around town. He'd take me to lunch every once in a while to say thanks, and then started asking me over to his house. The first time I went over, his wife was still at work. He showed me around. He showed me his violins on display in the formal living room, and we sat a while in his den and talked. He took me out back to show me his dogs, but told me the upstairs was off limits. That part of the house was restricted for his wife. Then we went downstairs to the basement to play video games. The second time he had me over, he thought it would be fun to play a dancing game he had for Xbox. It had one of those big pads you lay out on the floor where you're supposed to step on the buttons along with the prescribed dance moves shown on the screen. He said whoever lost had to take off an article of clothing, which made me a little nervous but excited at the same time because I really liked him. We played for a while until we were both down to our underwear, and then he said he was tired, so we sat on the couch to talk. He was on top of me in no time, and we were kissing a lot with a lot of heavy petting. I thought it's what I wanted, but something didn't feel right. The longer we made out, the weirder things got, and I panicked and made an excuse for why I had to leave. I know some people might say this shouldn't be classified as re-victimization because I'd already turned 18, but I believe it is. He used his authority as a trusted teacher and mentor for years to gain my trust and then lured me down into that basement for one purpose. So just because he didn't break any laws, other than failing to report the abuse in the first place, he definitely used my trauma to exploit me for sex, and despite technically being an adult in the eyes of the law, I was still very much a little girl. It turns out I wasn't the only one, if you believe the accounts of other girls who later came out against him. I'm pretty sure they were all students of his, too. I know the girl I talked to was. She contacted me on Facebook in November of 2016. Here's what she wrote. Hi, Sam. So, it's none of my business, and I 100% respect if you choose not to answer. I saw you posted about being in court with the hashtag #SurvivorNotVictim. I could be way off, but the first thing that came to my mind was Mr. Howard. When I went through my case, I was told there was someone else besides those of us that spoke up from your class, but they refused to testify. If it was you, thank you for speaking up, and I am so sorry for what you went through. If I am totally off, I am still sorry for whatever it is you were having to deal with. Just had to get that off my chest. Over our next several messages, she told me he had been abusing her since freshman year. She said she was facing some serious issues at home and she confided in him, and that's when he targeted her. I guess I was pretty lucky compared to what she said he did to her. Unfortunately, the abuse she says she faced had some very serious effects on her life, which I will not go into for the sake of her privacy. I'm not sure if he was ever arrested, but she said there was a case against him. She told me it went on for a number of years, but in the end, the prosecutor felt they didn't have enough evidence and it was eventually dropped. She said there was enough evidence, however, for Jefferson County Public Schools to fire him, and he was stripped of his teaching license, but not being on the sex offender registry, he can still tutor kids, and she said he has a lot of opportunities to harm children because of the active role he plays in the congregation at St. Michael's Orthodox Church. That last year at my dad's house went pretty much the same as it had all the years leading up to it. Any attention I received was either sexual in nature or some sort of punishment for something I'd apparently done wrong. For over a year now, Dad had been trying to talk me into losing my virginity. He said it wasn't normal for girls to wait until marriage anymore. He did say it should be done with someone I cared about and someone I'd been with for a while, but for some reason he really wanted me to do it. I don't remember if he ever said how long was long enough, but 6 months was the number that stuck out in my head. So once my boyfriend Jeff and I reached that mark, I did it. I was 17, and I'm not sure why, but once it was over, I confided in Dad. I guess I told him because that was the only level we connected on, and despite everything, I still needed him in my life. As soon as I brought it up, I regretted it, though. He just got hung up on the specific details about how it felt and exactly what Jeff did to me and where we were. I just wanted him to stop. I wish I could say he made it weird, but it wasn't weird at all. Not for him. It was exactly what I should have expected, and after that conversation, I was done. The weekend I turned 18, I moved in with Mom full-time and lived with her until I graduated a few months later. I wanted to talk to Mom about Jeff, but she was always so uncomfortable about that sort of thing, so I knew I couldn't. I remember when I got my first period in 7th grade. I called her from school crying because it hurt so bad. I asked her to come pick me up, but she couldn't deal with it right now, so I had to wait until I got home that day to get my female advice from my father. It was probably just as well I didn't talk to her about Jeff, though. My ideas about sex were so warped by that time, I wouldn't have known what to say, and she definitely wouldn't have known how to respond. After sleeping with Jeff a few times, he lost interest and cheated on me with some other girl. I was devastated, naturally, but I was starting to see a common theme. All men wanted from women was sex, and if a woman wanted something from a man, that's how she could get it. When I started working at Urban Active, a big fitness complex in J-Town, this became even more evident. All I had to do was wear tight shorts and a low-cut top, and I got all the attention I needed. I felt like a new person. I wasn't the band geek at school anymore, or the constant reminder of my mother's failures. I wasn't even the sex toy for my father that he threw out after finding a new wife. I was my own person now, and people liked me. I was still 17 when I started working there, so all the guys started a countdown for my 18th birthday. I didn't know at the time how disgusting they all were. I actually kind of liked it. I even egged them on by pretending I didn't know what they were talking about, but I knew. I liked the attention, and I liked it from the bodybuilders the best. The more aggressive they were, the better. I think I liked them because they were bigger and stronger than my dad, and if I could get one of them to like me, Dad would lose all his power over me. I liked one bodybuilder in particular. His name was Patrick. I remember feeling so lucky when Patrick told me he didn't care that I was only 17. We obviously had to keep our relationship a secret, as he was nearly 30, but I think I liked that about him too. Let me just say liked is not nearly strong enough a word. I was infatuated. He made me feel so special. He called me his little fantasy. I had him listed in my phone under the name Caitlin, and anytime he'd call, I'd try to let my parents see the name on the caller ID before I'd answer, and say, "Hey, Caitlin." That was our code to let him know my parents were in the room and he wouldn't say anything so they wouldn't hear a man's voice on the other end. I'd keep up a conversation with myself for a few minutes that always ended with me needing to drive Caitlin home or needing to pick something up for school, and then I'd sneak off to his house for a couple minutes, and neither of us could get enough of each other. I always hated having to leave. One night, I convinced my parents to let me stay out at a friend's house, and I snuck over to Patrick's. He went out earlier that day and spent hundreds of dollars at an adult gift store. He laughed as I nervously picked through the pile of toys on his bed. I had no idea what most of them even were. He was near euphoric at the thought of my sexual naivete. We hadn't gone all the way yet, and I'd only been with Jeff a few times before, so I was nervous when he told me he was going to teach me things. I knew if I wanted to keep a guy as amazing as Patrick, I had to let him do whatever he wanted. So I did, and I pretty much continued letting him do whatever he wanted our entire relationship. When I turned 18, we didn't have to hide anymore. Needless to say, when I told Mom about him, she wasn't overjoyed. Dad was angry too, but I didn't care what he thought. I don't think I told them exactly how old Patrick was, but one look at him and it was pretty clear he had no business dating a high school girl. When I graduated in June, I moved in with him permanently. I told Mom my girlfriend Tahina and I found rooms for rent with another one of our girlfriends. I'm sure she had mixed feelings about me moving out, but I got the overall impression she was happy to get her free weeks back.
Part 2. I've got a friend that'll do it, Caitlin told me while admiring her latest tattoo one day after class. He does them right out of his house. I reminded her that I wasn't 18 yet, but she assured me that wouldn't be an issue. I thought about it a minute and agreed to have her set it up. She called the guy, and he said all I needed was $50 and he could do it today. I knew I'd have to get it somewhere my parents wouldn't see. They'd definitely ground me until I was 18 if they found out. That thought gave me a momentary pause, but ultimately, I said the hell with them both. It's my body, and I've wanted one ever since I was a little girl and I saw a kid's mom in elementary school dropping him off one day for class. She was covered in tattoos. She looked so tough. I remember thinking nobody would ever mess with her. I chose a peace sign on the way over to the guy's house. I was trying to convince myself I was fully at peace with who I was, no matter what my family thought of me. I wanted to chicken out when we pulled up to the crummy little house, and even more so when he told me to sit down at his nasty kitchen table as he cleared the old cereal bowls and leftover plates. I remember thinking, this can't be sanitary, but I was determined to see it through. Once he finished the outline, I couldn't stand the pain any longer and told him he had to stop. I made up some excuse about having to be somewhere, and when he told me I could have some of the money back, I told him to keep it. "I'll be back later," I said, knowing I wouldn't. I didn't get my next tattoo until I was 18, and once I really got started, I couldn't stop. I even got to the point of loving the pain, but I mainly loved the newness of it all. I felt like every new tattoo was adding to my story, and it was a story I chose to write completely independent of my family. My parents hated them, of course. Mom even told me they made me look ugly, but I didn't care. They're beautiful, and they are a part of me. Chapter 5. Everything was fine with Patrick for the first few months while it was all still new. For the first time in my life, I felt free. I could come and go as I pleased, at least in theory, and my parents weren't around to constantly make me feel bad about myself. Looking back now, I can see that Patrick was always jealous and controlling, but so much less so than my dad, I didn't even notice at first. It wasn't until just before Halloween that I realized I had a real problem on my hands. Tahina worked at a haunted house that year and invited her coworkers over after work. We were all drinking and having a good time until we started running out of booze. Patrick was too drunk to drive, so he asked the only one of Tahina's friends who was old enough to run down to the liquor store to pick something up. The guy agreed, but didn't know the area, so Patrick volunteered me to ride along. Our usual liquor store was closed when we got there, so we had to go to the next one a little further away. When we got back, Patrick was in the middle of a meltdown. He'd apparently started punching holes in the wall once he noticed we'd been gone longer than he expected. When he saw me, he started smashing dishes and ran over and started screaming in my face. He was spitting all over me as he yelled, calling me a cheating bitch and a whore. I was too afraid to move, and most of Tahina's friends were kids my age, so they didn't know what to do either. They all just started filing out and left me there all alone with him. After a very long and frightening lecture, I eventually got away from him and locked myself down in Tahina's room. I was afraid he was going to break the door down, so I sat up all night on Tahina's bed, watching for his shadow under the door. I don't know why I didn't leave at that point, but from there, his behavior only got worse. He had apparently become accustomed to calling me a whore that night because, after that, whore practically became my name. He constantly accused me of cheating, and I wasn't allowed to go out with my friends anymore. He didn't say I couldn't, but if I did, it would just lead to a huge fight. He insisted on going through my phone all the time, too. He'd check my call logs and text messages, and when he didn't find anything, he insisted I must have deleted all the evidence. Life was quickly becoming unbearable again, but I still didn't leave. I think I stayed for a combination of reasons. For one, I couldn't go back to my parents. That chapter of my life was over. There's nothing he could have done to make me go back there. Also, I didn't want to be alone. I'd been alone most of my life, and Patrick liked me and usually treated me okay. And besides, if he could put up with whatever it was even my own family didn't like about me, I could accept a few of his shortcomings too. I was convinced if I loved him enough and could prove it to him, our problems would eventually subside, but they never did. As Patrick became more abusive, his sexual proclivities got more bizarre too. I did my best to please him, but there seemed no end to his freakish desires. I dressed up for him, we pretended to be other people. We used all his toys, which were becoming more disturbing and even painful at times. I didn't even protest when he brought another woman into our bed. When Tahina started nude modeling, Patrick liked that too, so I went with her one day to check it out. I liked doing it at first. It really seemed to turn Patrick on, but it started to bother me that he didn't mind other men seeing me naked. I asked him about it one time, and he dismissed my feelings as childish, and then somehow found a way to turn the conversation into asking me to let other men have sex with me while he watched. That's where I drew the line, and a short time later, I told him I was moving out. A week or so before I left, I moved out of the master bedroom with Patrick and into Tahina's room downstairs. We were both really getting into the modeling now, and we'd become very close. We were even closer than we'd been in high school, and I was afraid of going out on my own. I told her I had to get out of that house, but didn't want to leave without her. She said she'd come with me if we could find a place with 2 rooms for rent, so I started looking right away. I remembered this guy Joel I knew. He was the army recruiter from my high school. I could tell he had a thing for me back then. He always made a point of talking to me at school every day, and even asked if he could come over to my house while my parents were gone to administer the practice ASVAB. When I worked at Urban Active, he started coming in there too. He'd make little comments here and there, and before I moved in with Patrick, he mentioned he had a couple rooms for rent at his house if I ever needed a place to stay. I never took anything he said quite seriously. He was in his late 20s, and I was pretty sure the Army frowned on that sort of thing. But I was old enough now, and desperate, so I looked him up on Facebook, and sure enough, after a little flirting, he still wanted me to move in. He had a room upstairs for Tahina, and I took the basement. It couldn't have worked out better. When we first moved in with Joel, I was still trying to work things out with Patrick. I still loved him. I just couldn't take the abuse in such close quarters. I thought a little space might set things right between us, and at first, it did. He was really sweet when I first started coming back around, but after we saw more of each other, things started sliding back to how they were before I left. The last straw was when I went over one weekend to watch a U of L game on TV. I always dreaded game days when we lived together because I had to sit on the love seat next to where he sat on the couch, and I wasn't allowed to talk while the game was on, but I had to be there. He'd jump up and down and yell at the TV. He'd cheer if they were doing well or scream and break things when they were losing. I always prayed they'd win because God help anyone around him for the next couple days if they lost. This particular day, I was actually looking forward to watching the game with him, though. I enjoyed sports too, and surely he knew I wouldn't put up with any more of his antics. I guess I got to his house a little earlier than he expected that day, and he hadn't had time to clean up from the night before. When I went into his bedroom, I found some girl's necklace in his bed, and it was clear he hadn't been sleeping alone. I completely lost it. He tried to deny it at first, but finally gave up and started back in on me. He called me a whore and said I'd been cheating on him the whole time and it was my fault he was sleeping around because I never should have moved out in the first place. We screamed at each other until I finally had enough and turned to leave. That's when he tackled me from behind and held me down on the bed. He was screaming in my face, and I was so afraid he was really going to hurt me this time. I didn't fight back at first, but once I realized he wasn't going to let me go, I started flailing around with all my might. I was punching and kicking him as hard as I could, and was finally able to kick him off long enough to scramble to my feet. I ran through the house, just making it through the front door before he could reach me. I think it's safe to say this is when I began to spiral out of control. I didn't see it at the time, but it was coming. Up until that point, I'd never really done anything all that bad. I didn't do drugs. I tried Adderall once in high school, and I smoked pot a few times, but that's about it. I didn't sleep around either. I'd only been with Jeff a couple times, and then Patrick. Joel wanted to hook up, but I wasn't interested. I didn't really even drink all that much, but the spiral was coming, and I never could have imagined how bad things were about to get. I wonder if I could go back in time and meet that 19-year-old version of myself, if I could sit her down and explain to her what the future held if she started down that path. Would she do anything different? As sad as it is to say, I don't think she would have. She was so sad and so broken and desperate for love from anyone who'd give it to her, she would have entered the gates of hell to find it. And so she did.
Vignette.
I don't know, Sam. What do you think? Rick, my photographer, said, looking at the naked silhouette of my pubic bone through the lens of his camera. Do you think clean-shaven would give us better lines? He asked the question in the form of a statement, so I excused myself and went to the bathroom to shave. What is it about old men and hairless young girls? I thought, my mind taking me instantly back to my father's bedroom the first time I shaved my pubic hair once it started coming in. Dad's face lit up when I showed him. He'd been talking about it for days, but I was afraid I'd cut myself, so I'd been putting it off. He told me he was so proud of me. I wanted him to be proud, and he was proud. I hadn't seen him that proud in a long time. I was so happy to make him proud, but I didn't want to think about that now. Once I was done shaving, I came out and laid back on the couch as Rick readjusted the lighting. I was such a beautiful creature, he told me, and we continued on with the shoot. Chapter 6. Once I was living at Joel's, I started smoking pot regularly. I probably would have started earlier, but Patrick hated drugs and never would have allowed it, but the hell with Patrick. I could do whatever I wanted now, and I loved smoking pot. It was the only thing that really helped me relax. Surprisingly, Joel's house was turning out to be a pretty good living situation. I didn't have any more rules, and I could actually come and go as I pleased. With Patrick out of the picture, I could even have my friends over without having to worry about him having one of his tantrums. All in all, it was a positive step. Positive other than Joel, that is. He was the only downside to living there. He was always pressuring me to hook up with him, and when I did, he acted like we were boyfriend and girlfriend for the next couple weeks. Anytime I'd hook up with other guys, he'd get angry and talk down to me and treat me like I was a silly little girl until I'd sleep with him again and the cycle would start all over. Luckily, I met my best friend Devin that year. We met at Connections, a gay bar downtown, and quickly became inseparable. He took a lot of pressure off me with Joel. He was always with me at the house, or we were out together on the weekends. His parents had just kicked him out of his house for coming out that he was gay, and we both needed a friendship that wasn't based around sex. The modeling helped me stay out of the house, too, and it seemed like it was really taking off. Not monetarily speaking. Rick never paid any of the girls for taking their clothes off. He said that would jeopardize the art, and besides, he was doing us the favor by allowing us to get naked in front of him and putting our pictures up on his website. "You have the right to do whatever you want with the images too," he told us. "Most girls in the industry have to pay for that kind of service." He acted like we were all a big family and he was at the helm. He'd ask us about our problems and we'd tell him because he was so much older, in his 70s, and he always gave such good advice. I told him about my father. He said he was so sorry that anyone would take advantage of me, and then he'd go back to taking pictures of my naked teenage body. Rick specialized in alternative models, he told us. Tattoos, bondage, nudity, that sort of thing. It was an up-and-coming art form, he said. I wasn't really into the bondage side of it, but I had plenty of tattoos, and the nudity part wasn't a big deal for obvious reasons. Rick believed in me, he said. He just knew I was going to make it big. I had something the other girls didn't have, but it was best we kept that between us. We wouldn't want to hurt anyone's feelings. Silly thing is, I started to believe him, at least at first, but that wasn't the only reason why I liked doing it. It made me feel strong. For once, I was in control of my body, not my father or Patrick or my mother telling me I was ugly because of my tattoos. It was all for me, and people liked me for it. My photos were getting hundreds of thousands of views, and it made me feel pretty. I'm not sure how my father found out about the modeling. I didn't tell anyone in my family, but he showed up at Joel's house one day in uniform and told me we needed to talk. I don't know why, but even this long after moving out of his house, I still felt like a scared little girl. He told me he knew what I'd been up to and that he was disappointed. "If Grandma found out, she'd just die," he said. Then, after about 10 more minutes of making me feel like the most disgusting human being on the planet, he started in on the inevitable creepy questions I knew were still to come. How did it make me feel, being nude in front of all those people? He asked. And what about my piercings? He seemed upset I didn't tell him about my nipples being pierced, but now that he knew, He wanted to know more. How did it feel when they put the needle in? Were they more sensitive now? He mentioned that I was in a lot of sexually suggestive photos with other girls. Was I into girls now? He wanted to know. He was very excited at the prospect, and then told me some inappropriate things about my mother. I just wanted him to go away. Get the hell out of here, you freak, I wanted to say. Leave me alone. Haven't you fucked me up enough? Of course, I didn't say any of those things. It was scary enough just thinking them with him standing so close, but I didn't want to do this with him anymore. I asked him how he found out in the first place. He said it's his job to keep track of what I'm doing, and as frightening as that was to hear, I didn't doubt it for a second. I thought about when I was a kid, just about the time the abuse got really bad. I got a journal for Christmas that year, the kind with the little lock, and only I had the key. When I started writing in it, Dad must have noticed, and he brought it to me one day after finding its hiding spot in my room. It was open, and he flipped through the written pages as he towered over me. I didn't know how he got past the lock, but he told me there was nothing I could write down that he wouldn't see. It was very important for me to know that. He gave me my own room about that time. Before the divorce, my little sister and I shared, and my little brother had his own. But after Mom left, he told me I was too old for that. I needed my privacy, he said. So my little brother moved in with my sister, and I took his room. He went through my new private space practically every day and always made a point to go through my backpack when I got home from school. When I got a locker at school, he went through that too. He must have told the principal I was a bad kid or something and needed extra monitoring. My guess is the school didn't see a problem with it, Dad being a cop and all, so he had free rein to go through my things at school as well. If he was worried I was writing notes or poems or something about what he was doing to me, he didn't need to. I didn't really understand what was going on, and certainly didn't have the words to describe it. When I moved out, he had his officers report my whereabouts to him all the time, too. So, even as an adult, I couldn't escape. Before Dad left Joel's house that day, he told me not to worry. He wasn't going to tell the family. It was our secret, he said, with that all-too-familiar grin. I thanked him and gave him a hug, and he got back into his car and drove away. It wasn't until I talked to Mom a few days later that I found out he was lying. He called her the minute he pulled away from the house. He told the rest of the family, too. Mom was upset, of course, and disappointed in me. I was a bad daughter and an all-around bad person, but her reaction wasn't nearly as hurtful as Great-Grandma Jackman's when I saw her a week or so later at a family function. She confronted me in the living room, right in front of the entire family. She started in on how Jackmans don't behave that way, and I, not just my behavior, was disgusting. She didn't even want to look at me, she said. I was so hurt and embarrassed. I didn't know what to say. So I stood there and took it just how I'd been taught. I tried to shrug it off after she let up. I acted like she was old and out of touch, but really, I was devastated inside. My Aunt Chris tried to stick up for me, comparing my photos to famous French paintings, but Grandma Jackman wouldn't hear it. I was grateful for Chris's kindness, but the damage was done. As soon as dinner was over, I said I had to get to work and left. My attendance at family functions declined sharply after that night. Joel's house was pretty close to my whole family, but after that, I only saw them once or twice a year. I didn't understand why Dad had to tell everyone. It wasn't any of their business. It wasn't even his business to know about it in the first place. But he did, and everyone's opinion of me was even lower now than before. The hell with them, I tried to convince myself, but it was a hard case to make. I loved my family, and I still do, no matter how they feel about me. I was so angry with Sean for telling them. He knew what their reactions would be. I tried to think of what I must have done to solicit so much cruelty, but looking back now, I know exactly why he told them, and why he'd been telling them, and everyone else for that matter, every transgression I'd ever made. Big, small, exaggerated, if not completely made up. He'd been doing it ever since he started abusing me. It seemed as if any time my name was brought up about anything good or bad, he'd follow up with a cautionary tale of how not to let your kids turn out. I guess he figured if he could discredit me with as many people as possible, they'd be less likely to believe me if it ever came out what he'd done. Surely nobody would believe me over the golden boy, the super cop, the 32 commendations, Sunday school teacher, leader of the church choir. He was perfect, and then there was me, a divisive teen, a liar, and now a whore. I remember when the abuse first started and we were watching pornography together. It wasn't long until I started watching it on my own. I started masturbating on my own, too, once he taught me how. I masturbated all the time. One day, just after I turned 12, he walked in on me. I had a video on the computer of a man and woman having sex in the shower. He was furious. I still remember the disgusted look on his face when he walked in. He lectured me on the immorality of such filth. He told me only sick people watch that sort of trash. Needless to say, I was a bit confused, as he and I had just watched something similar on HBO the night before, and then again later that night, as he made me stimulate him with my hand under the blankets until he finished all over the bed sheets and halfway up my arm. I guess that was different, though. He told the entire family that time, too. He told them he caught me watching pornography, and they were horrified by my deviant behavior. He made sure to tell me they all knew, joyfully recounting everything each one of them said about me. That night at Grandma Jackman's house was one of the deciding factors for moving out of Joel's. I didn't want my father knowing where I lived anymore, and I wanted to be as far away from the rest of the family as I could be. Tahina was moving in with her boyfriend in the Highlands at the time, and a lot of my other friends lived there too, so it seemed like the perfect place to get away. Joel and I weren't getting along either. I guess he finally got the hint that we weren't going to be together. He started talking down to me all the time now, and was always cold toward me any time I was around. I guess I probably deserved it. I screwed around with his emotions a lot. I should have just told him no, but I liked the attention he gave me when no one else was around. None of that mattered anymore, though. I'd accepted a lifetime of blame, and I was sick of it. I didn't want to feel bad about myself anymore, so I started looking for a new place that night. Tahina's boyfriend knew a local DJ in the Highlands who had a room available. I didn't know how I was going to cover the cost. The rent alone was nearly double my total monthly bills, and I was barely making it as it was, working full-time as a nanny. I had to get out of Joel's house, though, so I knew I needed to figure something out. I started hanging out with this girl named Stacy around the same time. I'd seen her around the gym. I was pretty sure she was a stripper, but who was I to judge? And she seemed nice enough. It's actually kind of funny how we became friends. It wasn't through the gym at all. I started seeing this guy I met on a dating app, and he turned out to be her boyfriend. I didn't know it at the time, but I stayed at his house one night, and she showed up and started shouting and banging on the door. When he didn't let her in, she started in on the windows, threatening to kill whatever little whore he was fucking this time. I didn't know what to do. She wouldn't leave. She just kept screaming and banging on the house. He thought it was hilarious. He even tried to have sex with me while she was railing on about being pregnant. When she finally left, I gathered my things and told him to lose my number and got out of there before she could come back. She contacted me on Facebook the next day. I don't know how she found out it was me. He must have told her my name, but she just wanted to tell me she wasn't angry anymore. She knew it wasn't my fault. He'd been pulling this kind of crap for years. I apologized profusely. I told her if I knew he had a girlfriend, I never would have gone over there. She said she understood and invited me out for breakfast that morning. I was shocked and, quite frankly, more than a little reluctant. But there was something in her voice, something sad, that convinced me to go. I could tell she was lonely, and I was lonely too, so I agreed to meet. There was obviously no shortage of damaged people in my life back then, so when Stacy and I met John a couple weeks later, I guess I figured, what's one more? We went down to Triumph Tattoo on Baxter Avenue one day. I wanted to get my nose pierced. I'd never been there, but Stacy said it was as good a place as any. The guy doing piercings that day was a 37-year-old misanthrope covered from head to toe in tattoos, and had an all-around, I don't give a fuck kind of attitude. I was instantly attracted to him. I went back a couple days later for another piercing, hoping he'd be there. He pierced my lip, and we started hanging out pretty much right away. He could never hang out in the evenings, though, which obviously bothered me. He said something about a recent breakup, but still living with his ex until he found a place of his own. She'd be too upset if she knew he'd started dating so soon and he didn't want to be homeless. He assured me there was nothing going on between them and he was moving out in a couple weeks. She was never there anyway, he said, and I was stupid enough to believe him. Our entire relationship, if you can call it that, was spent in that nasty little tattoo shop, smoking pot in the back alley and having demoralizing sex in a disgusting little office upstairs. John had a thing for humiliating me during sex. He liked to choke me and spank me and call me his little whore. Once he found out what my father had done to me, he insisted I call him Daddy. I asked him one time, when he was being particularly rough with me, if it was weird calling him that, knowing he had a daughter my same age. He just laughed and pressed my face down harder into the couch cushion and continued on with what he was doing. My nanny job came to a pretty immediate end about that time. The lady I nannied for said her ex-husband stopped paying child support, so she couldn't afford me anymore. Her timing couldn't have been worse. I was supposed to move out of Joel's in a couple days, and I still didn't have all the money I needed to move into my new place. Stacy always told me about amateur night at the club, but I really didn't want to start stripping. She didn't want me to either. She was forever cautioning me about the lifestyle that comes along with it, not that mine was all that different. She did mention some of the girls making good money doing something else on the side, though. She didn't know all the details, but if I didn't mind the nudity part of it, it might be a good fit. I didn't like the sound of it, but she said it paid cash daily and I was desperate. She said she'd ask around at the club that night and let me know something in the morning.
Vignette.
A Craigslist ad. I scoffed when Stacy told me what she found out last night at work. Yeah, it does sound a little shady, but it's supposedly on the up and up. I don't know. I thought a minute. It didn't feel right, but I guessed it wouldn't hurt to check it out. I typed the keywords into my phone, and sure enough, the ad popped right up. New Louisville massage parlor girls needed. No experience necessary. Will train. Send photo. Jesus Christ, I thought as I hit send. And a couple hours later, I was driving out to the industrial park off Poplar Level Road, just over the freeway. I thought I was lost at first, driving amongst the old factories and metal pole barns. My heart sank when I pulled up to a small, older-looking residential home, and the GPS on my phone told me I'd reached my destination. Fuck, I said under my breath as I pulled around back to the gravel parking lot like I was instructed. I sat in my car a minute before texting the guy I was there. I texted Stacy, too. I gave her the address and told her if she didn't hear back from me in an hour, I'd probably been raped and murdered and to call the police. She texted back, LOL, but I was only half joking. I was really scared. I sat there a minute longer, going over all the other options in my head, anything that would allow me to drive away from whatever this was, and never look back, but nothing came to mind. When I walked up, the guy met me at the back door, and another guy greeted me from inside the foyer. I could tell by the way they were looking at me that I got the job. I wanted to turn around and run, but walked in and let them lead me back through a closed door and down the main hallway. Surprisingly, it looked like a doctor's office once inside. There were doors on either side of the hallway as we walked, and the floors were white laminated tile. Everything was clean and bright, and the whole place gave off a sort of antiseptic quality. I wasn't sure if that was a good thing, but it didn't look nearly as menacing as I'd imagined from the outside. Some of the doors were closed, but I glanced in the open ones and could see massage tables and hand-washing stations. The air smelled of aromatherapy, and there was an all-in-all tranquil feeling about the place. At the end of the hall, the first guy motioned towards an open door on the right. I entered into what looked like a fairly large office. There were a couple desks and computers, a telephone, and random bookkeeping paraphernalia scattered throughout the room. If I hadn't known better, I would have thought I was in a dentist's office somewhere out in the East End, and I guess that made me feel a little better. They offered me a seat as they closed the door, and the interview began. After some conversation about how the whole thing worked, I actually thought it didn't sound all that bad. It was gross, of course, massaging what I can only imagine were a bunch of nasty old men while I was completely naked, but I guess it wasn't that far off from what real masseuses do, and there was a real chance I could make some money doing it. They tried to give the impression it was a legitimate business, but not even I was stupid enough to believe that. Lingerie, $75 an hour. Topless, $100, and full nude, $125. You keep 60%. What? I said in disbelief. People actually pay that much for a massage? He pursed his lips and shrugged. As you can see, he said with a wave of his hand toward me, palm facing up as if presenting me to myself, we only hire the most extraordinary girls. Just so you know, I'm not going to... He dismissed my concern with a wave of his hand. This isn't that sort of establishment, he said confidently. Massage only, nothing else. We wouldn't allow it. I don't have any experience. Most of the girls don't. We'll teach you everything you need to know. I thought a minute and took in a deep breath. Guess I can give it a shot. Good, he said, standing from behind the desk. Let's go meet the girls. Chapter 7. I fell for John pretty fast. Not in love, but I liked him more than anyone since Patrick, and now that I lived in the Highlands, I could see him all the time. Unlike Patrick, it didn't take long to realize he was full of shit, though. That didn't mean I liked him any less. I was just learning how to cope. I was quickly developing this uncanny ability to be madly in love with a person when I was with them, but as soon as they weren't around, I could turn it off and guiltlessly accept any other attention that came my way. I'm sure the drugs and alcohol helped. I was smoking pot all day every day now when I was with John at the tattoo shop, or even on the days I was at work. Turns out the guys who ran the massage parlor were potheads too. I smoked pot with them in the office between appointments and started experimenting with other drugs on my off time. I tried acid and shrooms and even meth once, which I hated. I tried muscle relaxers and pain pills a couple times. I guess some of it was okay, but none of it was really my thing. I mostly stuck to pot and a lot of booze. It seemed like a pretty good combination to keep life at arm's length. If I felt it slipping too far away, I could dial it back at a moment's notice, and any time the world came too much into focus, it didn't take much to smooth it all back out. I had a pretty good handle on the spiral back then. At least, that's what I told myself. I was making pretty good money giving massages, much more than I did as a nanny, but not quite as much as I thought. Sometimes I'd sit there all day just to get 1 or 2 appointments. It probably wouldn't have bothered me as much if I hadn't seen all the other girls walking out with fistfuls of cash every day when I was lucky to walk with a few $100. What was I doing wrong? I thought. Sure, I was new at the whole massage thing, but let's face it, I don't think the quality of the massage commanded the lion's share of the critique, and I was younger and more attractive than almost all the other girls. Some of them were actually pretty skanky. I had no problem getting picked out of a lineup, but I never had any repeat customers, and that seemed to be the key. I asked a few of the other girls what the secret was, but nobody was jumping to give away any trade secrets. Nasty bitches, I thought, when one of them smirked at the question and walked away without a word. They're probably turning tricks. I thought this mostly in jest, knowing the guy's hard stance on extras. It seemed like they all really wanted this to be a legitimate place. It wasn't until I overheard a conversation one day they were having with one of the other girls that I knew they were full of shit too. It was obviously meant for me to hear, and pretty pathetic how they set it all up. I went out back to make a phone call, and when I came back in, I heard their voices from down the hall. They were all talking so loudly, I probably could have heard them from outside if I was listening. The one guy sounded like he was practicing his best ventriloquist voice for amateur night at a comedy club. Well, sure, we get our contracted share and you get the rest, but anything you make on the side that we don't know about is yours to keep. The door's locked from the inside, after all. As soon as I walked up, they all acted surprised to see me, and the girl got up and hurried back down the hall. I acted like I hadn't heard anything and went along with my day. I wasn't selling my soul any more than I already had for a couple $100. As long as I was making enough money to survive, I was fine. I couldn't help but notice after that how dissatisfied my clients seemed, though. I never noticed it before. Of course, I was always so stoned and not particularly interested in how the old perverts felt, but it kept nagging at me for some reason. Was that really what this place was? Am I really working in a goddamn brothel? I thought about it a while. I even thought about quitting, but then I made the decision to stay. The hell with it, I thought. I didn't actually care what those nasty old men thought they were going to get, as long as they paid. And it's not like the 2 stoner dumbshits in the office were going to fire me for not putting out. They knew my dad was a cop, and they'd seen me come unhinged over the phone one day, when one of my friends called to tell me she'd seen John and his ex out having a romantic dinner the night before. They didn't need that kind of heat. It's funny. Once I stopped worrying about how much more money everyone else was making, I kind of settled into it and saw it for what it was. I got to show up whenever I wanted, get stoned all day with my bosses, give an occasional back rub, and walk out with a few $100. There are a lot worse ways to make a living. Of course, it didn't last. My appointment book started to dwindle once the word got out I didn't massage that muscle. I started making half what I was when I first started, and eventually half of that. I wasn't smart enough to save anything back then, so if I didn't make it that day, I didn't have it, and the bills were starting to pile up. That's about the time I started talking to Troy on Facebook, and that would help alleviate my financial problems, at least for a while. Troy was the guy my dad's wife Rhonda was living with when they started dating. They were together for years and still great friends. He actually helped raise her son Devin. I don't know why I started talking to him. I think I was drunk one night and angry with Rhonda over something Dad told me she said about me during one of his recent surprise visits. I'd known Troy since I was a little girl. He was a pretty constant friend of the family growing up because of Devin. We used to go over his house with Rhonda when we were kids, and I knew she was hopelessly jealous of any other woman in his life, so I thought I'd message him. He mentioned he was coming out to see Devin the first time we talked. He lived in Colorado now and asked if I wanted to get together. For old time's sake, he said, quickly adding, nothing creepy. I thought about mentioning the fact that any old times we may have had, I would have been in my early teens and he was older than my dad. So I wasn't sure how we would avoid the whole creepy thing, but I thought better of it. Of course, I'd like to see you, I said. It's been way too long. We should go out and get some drinks. I think he was surprised, but clearly pleased that I said yes. The more we talked, the less not creepy things got. He mentioned he saw my modeling photos online. I can't remember if I told him about them or if he heard it from Rhonda. It was probably me, though. That's how I got a guy's attention back then when I was after something. I asked what he thought. He told me he was blown away. He kept saying how beautiful I was and how he'd give anything to be with a girl like me. Over the next couple of weeks, I thought I'd test that theory. I'd subtly work into random conversations that things had been slow at work or that I was stressing over bills. I guess looking back now, it's pretty obvious I'd been working up to this sort of devious behavior for a long time. I'd been manipulating men for years into giving me the things I wanted, and this was really no different. It felt different, though. It felt really bad. Not for Troy's sake, mind you, he was a scumbag. Still is, from what I hear, but for my sake. Nude photography and naked massages are bad enough, but I was worried about where this was headed. If anyone's wondering if my morals got the better of me, they didn't. I took thousands of dollars from Troy over the next couple months. He paid my new car payments and paid my rent. He bought me gifts and sent me cash, and all before even coming out to see me. Of course, he asked for naked photos and silly things like that, but so what? That was just nudity. It didn't mean anything, not to me. It wasn't hard to avoid him at first. Every time he'd try to make plans to come out to see me, I'd have something else going on. I'll be in Nashville that week, I told him one time, and me and the girls are planning a trip to Hilton Head, another. I could tell he was getting frustrated, though, so if I wanted this thing to keep going, I'd have to meet up with him eventually. I kept it up as long as I could, but he finally got tired of waiting. I guess the nude photos and one-sided phone sex no longer justified the expense. He told me he was coming out in 2 weeks and demanded to see me. He told everyone he was coming to see Devin, but I knew what he was really after. I didn't know what I was going to do when I saw him, or if I was even going to see him at all. I tried coming up with any excuse I could to avoid him, but I knew if I blew him off again, that would be the end of it. He said he could only come out for a couple days, and he had to spend them with Devin, but he wanted to spend his nights with me in his hotel. Stacy was over getting ready for work the night he flew in. I asked what she thought I should do. She said it was a no-brainer. "You hook up with guys all the time," she said. "Who gives a fuck? Why give up the golden goose?" It is true. I had been with lots of guys, but they were all because I wanted to, not because they were paying me. This was something different. "Bullshit," she said. "You don't fuck those guys because you want to. You fuck them because you want them to love you. That's how they paid you." I didn't say anything as she continued. "That's all this is, girl," she said as she drew her hands up to both sides of my face and presented them down my figure. "Until you're willing to love yourself, honey, this is all you got for them to love." It was the saddest thing I'd ever heard anyone say out loud, but I knew it was true, though I don't think I fully understood what it meant until many years later. I went up to Troy's room that night and had sex with him. He wanted me to stay once he was finished, but I had to get out of there. I told him I wasn't feeling well, and that's when he got desperate. He told me he loved me, and he couldn't be away from me any longer. He told me he wanted me to move out to Colorado with him, and he'd take care of me and put me through college. I cringed when he kissed me. I told him I'd think about it, but right now I really had to go. I cried the entire drive home. I lost whatever small part of myself I still vaguely recognized that night, and it would be a very long time before I got it back.
Vignette.
I knocked when I got up to the 6th floor. It was a nice hotel, so the door was heavy and the hallway was completely silent. A man in his early 30s opened the door. He gave me a quick glance from head to toe and invited me in with a smirk. The bed in the room was flooded with artificial lighting, and the other 2 guys were positioning a camera. The first guy asked me if I was ready to get to work. I hung my head a little and said that I was. Chapter 8. After Troy, I truly felt all was lost. Through all the promiscuity, nude modeling, and naked massages, I'd always been able to convince myself that I was still walking this side of the line, no matter how close to it I'd come. But now, any illusion of moral high ground was forever lost. I was no better than the strippers and semi-prostitutes I knew from the massage parlor. I wish I could say at this point I could no longer bear the shame and was forced to change my ways, if only out of self-preservation. But that's not how it works. At least, that's not how it worked for me. If I was to stop now, if I was to change the course of my life, it would be like admitting everybody was right about me. It would be confirming all the hurtful things my family thought and the terrible things they say. I would be acknowledging that I really am a bad person and all their scorn had been well-deserved. I didn't understand any of that at the time, of course. I was simply responding instinctually, like so many little girls in grown-up girls' bodies. All I really knew back then was it was much less painful to return their scorn than to confront any of my own regrets. And so it turned out the worse I felt about myself, the more atrociously I behaved, and during those early years of what we call adulthood, my behavior became so shocking, I still have a hard time admitting everything that happened, even to myself. I started searching Backpage.com for jobs and came across several pornography listings. Porn was nothing new to me. I'd been acting it out nearly half my life. I'd just never been paid for it, so the transition felt almost natural. I had no doubt I could flourish in the industry and knew I could make better money than giving massages. When I got my first booking, I was almost excited to go, but quickly found out it wasn't as glamorous as I thought. They paid me $300 for the hour, and I spent the entire time trying not to cry. My performance was so awkward, in fact, they couldn't even use it in the film, and though I didn't think it possible, I felt even worse about myself when I left. I had to pull off the highway on my way home because I was crying too hard to see the road. I told one of my girlfriends from high school about my experience. She'd gone through the same kind of childhood trauma and was thinking about getting into a similar situation. She'd recently been in contact with a guy that paid young girls $500 and $600 to film himself having sex with them. He doesn't air the material, he told her. He keeps it for himself, so no one will ever find out. I didn't think it sounded like a good idea and tried to talk her out of it, but after she met with him the first time and everything went as planned, I met with him too. I don't know if it was the drugs and alcohol that got me through it or if I was just getting used to hating myself, but this time wasn't so bad. I went back when he called me again and kept going back every time after, and it got easier with each visit.
Vignette.
Ever try coke? Antoinette asked as I took the rolled-up bill from her fingertips. No. You've been missing out. I took the line into my nose, and it came over my body like a wave of divine clemency, and for the first time since I was a little girl, I didn't hurt. Chapter 9. I'm having trouble even beginning to describe the train wreck of a person that is Chris and the subsequent mess I became while we were together. Don't misunderstand, I'm not trying to blame him for my poor choices. I think I've made it clear I was well on my way down that path when we met. But it is worth noting how our lives inspired one another to continue further down that spiral. Imagine two airplanes. Pilots unconscious, both careening at top speed towards a hillside or mountain's edge. Their trajectories are almost parallel, but intersect just enough to slam into one another with sufficient force to fuse together at the hull as they fall. If either pilot gains consciousness long enough to see the danger and tries to pull up, the weight of the other plane is just enough to maintain both paths through the futile effort and ensure the final impact with the ground. That is my account of who Chris and I were for one another, and if you catch him on an honest day, which is rare, I think he might have to concede the point. I think I've probably learned the most about myself through the lens of that time, though, and equally through the part Chris played in it. You will have to forgive me if I do not extend to him any of the credit. I see him more like a bookend, or maybe more accurately, a massive speed bump that nearly destroys your car, but at the same time forces you to slow down just before hitting a wall. If he gave me anything other than cocaine, heartache, and more self-loathing, it was that. And for that, I suppose I should be grateful. We met at a bar. I was 19 and in on a fake ID. He was the bartender. He was 32, had big muscles, and was just my type. He had a certain vulnerability about him, but was kind of standoffish at the same time, undoubtedly a wall he'd been perfecting for years. I was very drunk. John was off playing house with his girlfriend, and I was sick of it. I was on a mission that night, and Chris quickly became the target. He came back to my place after work. We had a good time, what I can remember of it, and when he left the next morning, he left his number on a napkin next to the caption, "Courtesy of your friendly neighborhood bartender," or something equally as douchey as that, and said he'd call the next day. He didn't call, and I didn't see him again for quite some time. I tried to hook back up a few times, but he was always too busy. I assumed he was playing some kind of game. I was a lot younger than he was, and a lot better looking than any of the girls I saw while stalking his Facebook page. If it was a game, it was working. I wasn't used to vying for a man's attention, and it made me want him that much more. After seeing him a few more times, I decided I really liked him. Not quite Patrick-liked, but a lot. He still wasn't giving me enough attention, though, so I kept hooking up with John at the tattoo shop in the meantime. I wasn't just going to sit around and wait for him to call, but anytime he did, I had no problem blowing everyone else off to see him. I think John must have suspected something because he was acting nastier than usual. He was always pretty awful and extremely jealous, but I'd never seen him this bad. He'd still have sex with me, of course. Treating me like a whore was never a problem for John. He'd take me upstairs and do whatever he wanted to me, and when he was finished, he'd pick a fight so I'd leave. As soon as Chris started making more time for me, I told John it was over, and he reacted pretty much the way I expected. He said a bunch of hurtful things and told me he never wanted to see me again. And then a couple hours later, he'd start blowing up my phone, begging me to come back. It came in waves like that for a month or so, until he finally gave up and stopped calling. Troy was blowing up my phone too, and between the two of them, it was getting pretty hard to explain to my new boyfriend what was going on. I told Troy I couldn't talk to him anymore, and that what happened in the hotel that night was a mistake. He was very upset and begged me to give him another chance. When that didn't work, he started in on all the familiar names and said I used him, which was true, and then finally tried to threaten me into coming out to Colorado to work off the money he'd given me. He said if I didn't come, he was going to tell my dad. I agreed he should tell my dad. "I'll even give you his number," I said in my best bitch voice. There's no way that could have any unintended consequences. He called me a bitch and hung up the phone, and then started calling again a couple minutes later. I finally blocked him on Facebook and his number in my phone, and although it still took some time, he finally gave up and left me alone. I never told Chris about the porn thing or the other videos I'd been involved in, but I quit doing it as soon as we got together. He didn't like the whole massage thing, so I quit that too. I got a job at KFC in the Highlands, right down the street from his apartment. The money was crap, and I had to work about 100 times harder just to scrape by, but I didn't care. I really liked him. I stopped going out all the time, too. He didn't ask me to, but I knew I needed to stop if this thing was going to work out. If I did go out, it was with Stacy and her boyfriend. I'd save up my quarters throughout the week, and we'd go play pool on the weekends. I didn't drink as much, either. That never ended well. And I even tried cutting back on smoking pot. The pot thing didn't last long, though. I went maybe a couple days without it, but the nightmares about my dad started coming back, and the flashbacks started to intensify, so I knew I couldn't do without it. Chris drank a lot, which I didn't like because he was always going out without me. I wanted to go with him, and still had my fake ID, but he told me anytime he was out, he was doing promotional stuff for work, and it wouldn't be professional to bring an underage girl into someone else's establishment. Obviously, I had my doubts. I'd only had 3 real relationships up to this point. Jeff, Patrick, and a girl in high school that I really liked when the thought of a man touching me made my skin crawl, and they all ended up cheating on me. I could hardly call what I had with John a relationship, but I'm sure that little episode didn't help me in the trust department either. I really wanted to believe Chris, though, so against my better judgment, I decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. It went on like that for a couple months. I worked a lot, and Chris worked a lot too. I hung out with Stacy at night and on the weekends, and I saw Chris whenever he got a free second. A month or so later, I had to move out of my apartment. Losing all my ill-gotten income at one time dug pretty deep financially, and I got behind on rent. I asked Chris what he thought of me moving in with him until I found a new place. I could tell he wasn't thrilled with the idea, but he agreed, as long as I understood it was on a temporary basis. Despite his immediate reluctance and the "until you find your own place" clause of our agreement, I couldn't have been happier. I knew he thought he wanted it to be temporary, but just wait. A couple months of living with me, and he'd never want me to leave. I cooked as much as I knew how. I cleaned. I always wore sexy little outfits around the apartment. I went out with him if he wanted me to, or had no problem just staying in. If we rented a movie, I always agreed to his selection, no matter how tired of bloody horror films I got, and I always bought the pizza. I supported his dream of becoming a personal trainer and didn't scoff when he gave up on the idea after seeing the certification material I ordered for him online. I couldn't keep my hands off him, so he was never left wanting for anything in the bedroom. I was everything a guy could ask for, or so I thought, but it seemed no matter what I did, he was always just so goddamn miserable. I suffer from severe depression as well, so I thought if I understood him and loved him enough, I could help him out of it, but nothing seemed to work. Well, almost nothing. I tried coke once with my friend Antoinette a few months before all this, and I actually really liked it. I don't know why I didn't do it again until Chris. I certainly would have if anyone ever offered it. I guess I just didn't really have any friends that did it on a regular basis, so it must have never come up. That is, until Chris was broke one night and wanted to go out drinking with his friends and needed me to tag along to foot the bill. I cannot describe to you the high that you get from cocaine. It's magical. It's euphoric. It is bliss. It's happy and buzzing and radiating all at the same time. It is the definition of up. It's nothing short of heaven, and it's making me nervous even now trying to describe it, and I haven't touched it in years. I had no problems when I was high on cocaine. Not my dad or my mom or the bills. Nothing could touch me. Cocaine for me is the ultimate antidepressant. If I could somehow balance on that cloud and still live a responsible life, I would stay up there forever. But of course I can't, and neither could Chris. I guess that's kind of the point. No one can. When I started doing coke, and better yet, started paying for it, I suddenly became a much more interesting person in Chris's eyes. Of course, he was still too busy to hang out with me most nights, but anytime he got the itch and tips were bad, he stopped caring so much about the professional standards of underage patrons and let me tag along. I don't want to make it seem like we were doing coke all the time at first. At least, I wasn't. I don't know what Chris was doing when I wasn't around. You see, drugs tend to make people very private about their habits. It was more of a gradual thing. At first, all we needed was maybe half a gram a night, and we only did it a couple nights a week, and then it turned into 3 or 4 nights, and then we started buying a gram for each of us, and then, at some point over the next year or so, we couldn't get through the day without it. When I turned 21, I started bartending and waiting tables, and that exacerbated the situation. I always had cash on me now, and if there is one thing the service industry isn't short on behind the bar or in a dark room in the back, it's people snorting coke. It's kind of a joke in the industry. Your back of the house are a bunch of potheads, and the front is full of coke whores. Luckily for me, I was both, so I was never short on friends who wanted to get high. I'd wake up in the morning, and when I say morning, I mean very late afternoon, and do a little bump to get my head straight. If I didn't have any left from the night before, I'd just smoke a bunch of pot to get me through until I could get some more. I was probably too sick to eat from all the booze the previous night, as cocaine and alcohol together is truly the cocktail of the gods. So I'd just jump in the shower, get dressed, and walk to work. If I had time to eat before my shift, I might try to hold something down. If not, because I was usually late, I'd just focus in on how much I needed to make that night to get my next fix. 60 would usually cover it, and everything after that bought the drinks. As the coke took hold, and the longer I did it, it got harder to get where I needed to be, and the nightmares started coming back. It started sticking with me longer each time Dad showed up in my life, too. During one of my recent moves, I asked my friend Larry to help me because he had a truck. I was following him on Taylorsville Road when, out of nowhere, I saw flashing lights. I started to slow down, but the cop passed me and pulled Larry over instead. I pulled around them and continued on to my new apartment, knowing he'd catch up. As I was pulling up to the house, my phone rang. It was Dad. He wanted to know why I didn't pull over when Officer so-and-so stopped Larry. It was always like that, little jabs here and there to remind me he was always watching. It didn't matter where I was. His officers could track me down. Dad always knew when I was out with my friends, and they'd tell him when I was at work. They tracked me down at the zombie walk one year on Bardstown Road, and Dad immediately called to tell me I needed to behave. When the coke started failing me and it was getting harder to get high enough to let it go, I adopted the policy of just do more. I had no limit to how much I was willing to take. Snort more coke, drink more booze, smoke more pot. I didn't care what the consequences were. I'd drink until I couldn't drink anymore, go throw up, and take another shot. I often drank so much, I'd wake up in the middle of the night to Chris screaming at me while I vomited all over myself in bed. When I dreamt of my father touching me in my sleep, I'd wake up and grab whatever drug was closest, no matter how sick I was from the night before. When I had flashbacks while having sex, I'd do more. When I was afraid to walk home by myself, fearing he was watching me, I'd do more. When I saw his face in every dark-haired man that approached me, more. Every cop I saw, every cruiser that passed, more. The further away I got from this planet, the less he could hurt me, and I didn't care what happened. I'd just do more. And I had the perfect partner in Chris because for whatever reason, he was right there with me. Once I finally realized Chris didn't really love me, I'd all but given up. 1.5 years into our relationship, and he couldn't stand to be around me unless he was having sex with me or we were snorting drugs. When his penis stopped working from all the steroids, things got even worse. First of all, it was my fault it didn't work because I wasn't keeping up on my figure. Then it turned into, I must be out looking for it somewhere else because I was such a whore I even needed it from my daddy when I was a little girl. The stupid thing is, I hadn't even looked at another guy up to that point. I didn't leave him though. I should have. I even knew it at the time, but at least he was there. He was present. I knew no matter how much he blamed me for his insecurities or how much he made me feel like the worst person in the world, he'd never leave me, and that was something I never had before. I hated myself for being so weak. Even Mom, in her lifetime of abusive relationships, had enough courage to call it quits at some point, but not me. I settled into it. This was my life, and it was going to be this way forever, and I couldn't wait for it to end.
Vignette.
Fuck, I say under my breath, my throat hoarse, eyes tight from the pain. My breath is shallow, slowly pausing each time it falls, as if not having the strength to rise again. I can feel my heart beating at the base of my skull, and I have a sharp pain over my right eye. I don't know where I am or how I got here. I try to think back, but nothing comes to mind. It's sweltering hot in the room. My mouth's sticky, but I know I can't drink. My stomach won't allow it. I try to open my eyes, and the light shears at my brain. I hold up one hand to shade my face, but nothing seems to help. I look down. I'm naked, and there's a man lying beside me. He's naked, too. He's much older than me, bald, covered in tattoos. I push myself up to the side of the bed, my feet planted not quite firmly on the tile floor below. My head is spinning, and I have to sit there a while to regain my balance. I need to get out of here before he wakes up, I thought. I eventually stand and start hunting for my clothes. I find everything except my bra and one shoe. Wait, was I wearing a bra? I don't know. It's not important. I just need my shoe. I look everywhere, but can't find it. My phone's dead, so I look at the clock on the microwave in the kitchen. It's 3:30 in the afternoon. Fuck, Chris is gonna kill me. I search the bottom of my purse and find a folded up piece of aluminum foil. Thank Christ, I say as I open it and put it up to my nose. I've got to get home, but I need to charge my phone for a few minutes. I have to erase whatever's on it from last night and come up with a reasonable excuse. When I finally go to leave, I open the front door and there's my shoe lying out in the hall. I hurry down the stairs and onto the sidewalk. I don't know where I am. Somewhere near downtown, I guess. I start walking until I see something I recognize, and then I catch a bus back to the apartment. Chapter 10. The last 2 years of my relationship with Chris was littered with one unhealthy episode after the next. Neither of us were faithful from 1 month to the next, and we both knew it. Everyone did. We both maintained our innocence, of course. No matter how salacious the rumor or ironclad the evidence, neither of us would ever admit we strayed. We were both unreasonably hurt by the other's infidelities, too, and we fought about it constantly. We were living together for the 3rd time now, and not even that slowed down the affairs. If I hooked up with someone while I was out, I simply wouldn't come home. He probably wasn't there anyway, and if he was, I'd just lie and say I was out with the girls. He, of course, knew I was lying. I knew when he was lying, too, but it was what it was. That was our lives. He'd call me a whore, I'd call him a liar, and then we'd do some coke, get drunk, have sex, and then fight about it again later. I was forever a whore in his eyes, and he was a lying, heartless, miserable son of a bitch in mine. It was sad how much we hated each other, but we were all we had. I'd like to say I'd finally had enough, that I left on my own and not because of another man or something else that seemed better along the horizon. I wish I could say I left because I knew I was a good person and I deserved better. But that simply would not be true. In fact, I wasn't a good person. At least, I didn't behave like one, and for that, I deserved exactly what I got. I was every bit as awful to Chris as he was to me. He may have caused me a great deal of heartache, but I hurt him just the same. I hung on for all those years, not because I loved him, but because I was afraid to be alone. And the saddest part is, I was alone. He was alone too. I've never known 2 people who could be together in body and still be so completely alone. I'd probably still be there today, living that same miserable existence, caught up in the same trap of abusing and being abused, if I hadn't met my Greg. I was waiting tables at a restaurant in the Highlands. I'd been there a few months. The money was good, and the drug scene was even better. The owner always bragged he opened the place with money he made selling cocaine, if that gives any indication of what type of place it was. It was pretty much everything I could want in a job. Chris and I were as miserable as ever, but he used to work there, so he knew the crew and hung out a good part of the time while I was at work. One day, we got word our general manager was stepping down, and a new manager was coming in from outside the company to turn things around. He had a very impressive resume. Everyone was buzzing about it for weeks. He'd managed restaurants all over the country, and everybody was talking about jumping ship. We had a staff of about 50, and we were all terrified at the thought of getting a new boss. Our old general manager worked his way up through the ranks, and we all knew him. We got high with him all the time, and he was a hopeless drunk. He didn't care if we came in stoned or drunk or hungover, as long as we showed up and did our jobs reasonably well. And if we didn't, it wasn't a huge deal anyway, as long as nobody gave him any crap about it. He actually said one time the only reason any of us worked there at all was because we all liked to get fucked up at work, and he was right. We actually had a designated pot smoking area in the courtyard around back, and we did lines off the dough table in the prep room. Even the regulars got high with us. It was the perfect job for me, and now this new guy was going to come in and screw it all up. When I first met him, Greg was actually pretty intimidating, not because of how he looked or because he was unfriendly or anything. I think it was just that he was so confident. He was 100% professional, and he knew exactly what he wanted and how to get it done. Anyone who wanted to resist could leave. It was as simple as that. It's not that he was trying to force anyone out. He was just going to make them do the job the way he saw fit until they learned it or they got tired of it and left. There was no other option. Needless to say, he ruffled quite a few feathers, and we actually lost a pretty good chunk of the staff. I remember our first staff meetings. He went around the room and asked a handful of people how long they'd worked there. They all answered 5 years, 6 months, 15 years, whatever it was. When they were done, he said, "Wrong." Everyone looked around. "You've all worked here for 36 hours because I've worked here for 36 hours, and the moment I took over, this became a new job." He said things like that all the time, and it made a lot of people very angry. But he got results, and despite the fact that I liked coming in late and getting stoned on the back patio during my shift, I took to him right away. I'm not sure why. He wasn't a bodybuilder. He didn't even have any tattoos. He was driven but kind and exhibited none of the rebellious, angsty little kid qualities that usually defined the men I sought out. He actually looked and acted like a pretty regular person. He'd been married to the same woman for almost a decade, though I found out a little later the marriage was on its way out, and he had 3 beautiful kids, 2 girls and a little boy. He loved showing them off at work, flipping through the pictures on his phone. Outwardly, we couldn't have been more different, but inside, I felt we were very much the same. I was drawn to him, not just physically, though something about him made me want to jump on him and rip off all his clothes, but emotionally drawn to him too. He was so kind. It was clear he cared about us, not just as employees, but as people. I found myself thinking about him all the time. I guess I talked about him a lot too. I talked about him with the other servers and the cooks. I told my friends about him, and I guess I even talked about him around Chris because he was so incredibly jealous of Greg, it was almost funny to watch. Anytime Greg's name came up in conversation, Chris would get violently angry and say as many terrible things as he could make up, and when he ran out of ideas, he'd just swell up and stomp around like a petulant child. Chris hated him more than anyone should ever hate a person they don't know. I guess, looking back, he was right to be jealous. He knew Greg was everything he wasn't, and even worse, he knew I knew it too, and it wasn't long until I began to act on it. I came into work early just to steal a few minutes with him in his office, and I'd stay late if I knew he'd still be around. I found myself volunteering for jobs I never would have done before, and once he saw I cared about the restaurant, he gave me a shot at a promotion. No one ever believed in me before, and now I was helping manage a multi-million-dollar restaurant. He jokes now that he only promoted me so he could spend more time with me, but I know he's just being cute. I know because I pined after him shamelessly for months. I wore all the right clothes. I couldn't talk to him without blushing and batting my eyes. I found more than one opportunity to suggestively touch his arm or brush up against him when we were alone. He was always the perfect gentleman, though, and one of the only men in my entire life who ever treated me with respect. I won't say I ever gave up on the idea of being with him. I never did, but eventually I became resigned to the fact that someone like him would never be interested in someone like me. He was well-educated, accomplished, and successful, and I was just the girl people used until they found something better, and that's all I'd ever be. When I became part of Greg's management team, we started spending more time together. I sat in on all the meetings, and we went over schedules and discussed financial goals and how to reach them. It made me feel like I was actually contributing something. He listened to my ideas and enacted many of them when he saw fit. I really felt like I was part of the team. We didn't just talk about work, either. He cared about our lives outside of the restaurant. He'd ask about our families and interests and our goals. He told me years later that besides being hopelessly attracted to me from the moment he saw me, those early conversations are when he started falling in love with me. He loved the way I talked about my family. He said he could feel how much I loved them just by listening to me speak. I told him about my sister and brother and my mom. I talked about my aunts and uncles and grandparents in Florida. He loved that family was so important to me, and he loved that we were Irish. He's Irish too. He loved my mom's maiden name Danahy, and I told him I wished it was my name. That statement gave him great pause, he told me years after. He wasn't sure why, it was just something about the way I said it. Of course, I didn't tell him anything about my father, not right away. He knew he was a cop. He had actually met him several times in the restaurant. He didn't say anything then, but later he told me he knew there was something off between us from the start. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but something wasn't quite right. He met Mom, too. She came in one night to have dinner with me, and Greg came over to the table to say hello. He told Mom so many wonderful things about me, I couldn't help blushing, and I was still smiling when he walked away. I know that look, Samantha, Mom cautioned, but I didn't care. All the girls started calling him my work husband, at least the ones who liked me. All the other ones said I was his puppy. They said I followed him around like a dog, but I didn't mind that either. They were just jealous, and anyway, I was happy to be his puppy. I would have been his anything. Several months into our friendship, it came out that he was getting a divorce. That's all anyone talked about for almost a week. I was sad for his kids, remembering how hard divorce was on our family, but secretly, or maybe not so secretly, I was overjoyed. I wish I could say he asked me out, we fell in love and lived happily ever after, but that's not how it happened. He did ask me out, and we did fall in love, but our happily ever after was still a very long way away. Chris and I had gotten in one of our big fights a week or so before Greg asked me on a date. We broke up as usual, and I'd been going around all week broadcasting that I was finally free. All my friends knew the drill. They knew Chris and I would be back together before week's end, if we weren't already. Fortunately, Greg didn't know, and that's all that mattered. We went out and had a wonderful time. He asked to see me again the next night, and I accepted. I accepted again the night after that, and every night that followed. I think at some point he must have stopped asking because it quickly became known that we were going to spend every free moment together. The only nights we weren't together were the nights he had his kids. He's a very protective father and didn't want to bring another woman around after just a few weeks. With how much he worked and the crazy hours we were open, it was usually only a couple nights a week he'd have his kids, though, so I guess it wasn't too bad. I was still living with Chris at the time. I told Greg I was moving out in a week or two, but I really had no intention of leaving. We were always together anyway, I told him, and I really just keep my things there. The only time I ever go there is on the nights you have the kids, I'd say. And Chris works nights, so he won't be there anyway. Greg was rightly skeptical about the whole thing, but what could he do? We were stuck. Well, 1 week turned into 2, and then 2 weeks into a month. I think I had them both fooled for a while, at least as much as Chris and I ever had each other fooled. I was spending a lot of time away from home, so I'm surprised I got away with it as long as I did. But that probably just meant Chris was out doing something else, too. But to hell with Chris, anyway. I didn't care about his feelings. It was Greg I felt guilty for lying to, and it was starting to wear on me. Here I finally had this wonderful guy who loved me, and I loved him more than I ever thought I could love. He was good to me. He was kind. He understood me and accepted me for who I was. He didn't just want me for my body. I wasn't just some temporary fling, and despite all that, despite all the years I made the excuse, if I could just find someone who really loves me, I'd stop all the lying and whoring around. I would change for him and be the girl I always knew I was meant to be. But I didn't stop. I didn't change. I ran around on him. I lied to him, and I did exactly the same things I'd been doing all along. I carried around a lot of guilt for a lot of years over the way I treated him during those first few months. I'd stay with Greg all night lying in his arms, absorbing every ounce of love he provided, and then run back to Chris each morning when Greg had to be at work, and fester with him all day until I could be with Greg again that night. I don't know why I did it. Maybe I just didn't want to be alone. I think maybe I didn't believe Greg could really love me the way he professed. I think I probably thought I wasn't worth it, and not just because of my behavior, but because of some secret little defect I carried around inside. Some dirty little wretch living inside me that would never allow me to be who I really am. My parents saw it. That's why they couldn't love me. Patrick must have seen it too. John saw it from the beginning, probably because he had one just like it inside of him. And Chris saw it not right away, but eventually, and just like the rest of them, hated me for it and punished me for allowing it to exist. I also think I behaved that way because I liked the naughtiness of it. I was attracted to it. Sneaking around excited me. Sex wasn't fulfilling without some element of pain or betrayal. I think of all those times Dad had me in his bed, knowing Grandma Cheryl was on her way over to babysit when he was still working nights. He'd lay out his uniform early, he'd shower and shave, and then he'd have his way with me much faster and more aggressive than usual. I could see it excited him, the possibility of getting caught. I wonder if that's where I got it, that little wretch inside me, that nasty little thing that made me tick. Maybe I caught it from him. Maybe, when he probed around inside me, it took hold. Mom must have seen it because that's about the time our relationship changed, too. When I was younger, I was her shining light, she said. She called me her little doll. She loved me and played with me. She dressed me up and talked with me and never wanted to be apart. But I stopped being her little doll once that filthy little wretch crawled inside. That's when I became her burden. They all saw it, and Greg would eventually see it, and he would leave me too.
Vignette.
Want another shot? I asked, splashing the 2 fingers of vodka with Red Bull and ice. Sure, Greg replied, looking concerned. It wasn't the booze that made him nervous. He was an infantry soldier during the war and was no stranger to holding back past lives with a stiff drink. You sure you're okay? He asked, placing the glass back down on the counter, his face giving no indication of the foul-tasting mixture. I told you, I said, grimacing from the shot. I'm fine. I just want to have fun tonight. We took another shot, and I lined up 2 more and then had another. I was pretty drunk by now and decided I better excuse myself to the bathroom to get my head straight. I'll miss you, I heard from the kitchen as I walked down the hall. I suppose he knew I was getting high. I'd been doing lines in there all night, but if he did, he didn't say anything about it. When I came out, I noticed the bottles standing on the counter. Jesus, I thought. No wonder I'm so drunk. It's nearly gone. Can you pour me another one? I asked, changing the music on the stereo. You sure? He said. I told him of course I was sure. Don't you want to be fun with me tonight? He shrugged and poured the drinks. I danced over to him. I knew he hated this kind of music, but it was fun and I wanted to dance. I rubbed up against him as I took the glass from the counter beside him, never dropping my gaze from his beautiful green eyes. We touched glasses and drank, and then he pulled me into him with one arm and kissed me. My breath immediately deepened, my body pressing hard against his thigh. Our lips were together the whole way over to the couch, and he undressed me before laying me back. He kissed my neck and breasts and stomach and kept kissing me further down. He kissed me, and I closed my eyes and laid my head back on the couch. I felt like I was going far away now. I wanted to be far away. I'd been trying to get away from this world all night, I tried smoking my way there. I tried drinking. I tried a lot of cocaine. I couldn't get far enough away. But now, I was far enough. Almost far enough, and I was getting farther and farther. I was so far now, I was almost too far, and I couldn't feel him touching me anymore. But I knew he was touching me because I was almost there, almost far enough away. I lost myself, I was so far. I lost where I was and when I was, and then I was too far, and I didn't care. I was too far to care. I thought of coming back, but I couldn't come back. I was too far to come back. I opened my eyes and I couldn't see. I couldn't see the room anymore, and I couldn't see him touching me, or I saw him and I didn't know it was him. I looked again, and he was looking at me. His eyes locked with mine, but they weren't his eyes. They were piercing eyes, and he was still touching me with his mouth. I closed my eyes, and I saw him, still touching me, bringing me closer. I was almost there, and I looked at him again, but it wasn't him, and I was afraid, and I wanted him to stop. I wanted him to stop touching me. I wanted to cry out, but I couldn't cry. I wasn't allowed to cry. I was never allowed to cry. I had to lie there and do what I was told. I couldn't cry. I had to make him proud. I had to want to make him proud. I wanted to make him proud. Stop! I cried, but he didn't hear me. I was only crying out in my head, and he didn't stop, and I'm gone too far to make it back. I'd gone all the way back, and I can see him touching me, those piercing blue eyes looking up at me, and I can see the field I'd hide in when I was with him. I wanted to go there now. I wanted to hide there like I hid there as a little girl. I couldn't always get there, but I always tried. He couldn't hurt me there. I'd lie there inside myself, watching the clouds, feeling the breeze pass over me. I couldn't feel him touch me when I was there, and I didn't need to cry, but I needed to cry now, but I wasn't allowed to cry. Chapter 11. I spent a short time at Mom's house when I finally left Chris. I knew it would have its challenges, but at that point, I really had no other choice. I probably could have gotten away with what I was doing at Chris's a little longer, but I didn't want to anymore. I couldn't keep doing that to Greg. He didn't deserve it. I still made mistakes along the way, but I was trying. I was still doing coke. That was probably the worst mistake, but I wasn't doing it nearly as much. If I'm honest, though, that was only out of proximity. I wasn't trying to quit. I did it whenever I could get it. It was just a whole lot harder now. My mom lived all the way out in Fern Creek, and all my dealers were in the city, and I hadn't had a car since the accident a few years back. My friend Devin and I were on our way back from a rave in Cincinnati when I hit a trailer tractor on the 65. It was right about the time I met Chris. It had been snowing all night and the roads were icy, not to mention I was stoned, and I lost control and collided with the semi. I was in the hospital overnight, but Devin was epileptic, so they kept him longer for observation. The doctor said someone had to wake me every few hours during the first 24 hours after they released me because I had a pretty bad concussion. Chris said he couldn't do it. He'd been at work all night and needed his sleep. Mom said she was pretty busy, too, but there was no one else, so she begrudgingly agreed. I thought it would be nice having Mom take care of me like when I was little. I pictured us lying around her house, eating chicken soup and watching TV. I guess she didn't share the sentiment because it was pretty clear from the minute we got to her house that my needing her for anything was a pretty major inconvenience. As soon as the 24 hours was up, she handed me the phone and asked who was coming to pick me up. Needless to say, we didn't talk for a while after that one. If that episode was any indication of how living with her again was going to be, things weren't looking good. But I didn't really have any other choice. I did my best to stay out of her way, but after about a month, she told me I had until the end of July to figure something else out. It was just as well, I guess. Any longer, and it probably would have caused irreparable damage to our relationship. It's not like we were fighting or anything. In fact, we barely saw each other. She worked days, I worked nights, and any time I wasn't at work, I was with Greg. So I'm not really sure what the problem was. Either way, it was time to find my own place. I moved out, and to my surprise, after not seeing each other for a few weeks, Mom and I actually started doing pretty well. I was waiting tables at Old Chicago on Taylorville Road, not too far from her house, and she started popping in on me every week or so. It was the most I'd seen her in 5 years. I loved it. I really started to feel like I had a mom again. I'd get off work and we'd sit at the bar and have a few drinks. She'd tell me about her week and I'd tell her about mine. It was still a little forced. I'm not sure that will ever go away, but I'd take that over the way it was before any day. One evening, we were talking over drinks, and I told her I needed to tell her something. I don't know why I chose that moment. I guess I felt like we were getting close enough again. I can't begin to describe how difficult it was to finally admit to her the secret I'd been denying for over half my life. I told her that Dad molested me when I was little. I told her it was more than just the porn to which I previously described. I told her the silence was killing me and I needed support. I told her I wanted to tell the family because I needed them to know. I said all this in one rambling swoop like I do when I'm nervous, and I thought I'd be relieved once it all came out. The last person I told was Greg. I actually told him the first night he took me out. I don't know why I told him that night. I know the timing was ridiculous and I should probably be embarrassed, but I'm not embarrassed. I'm not embarrassed because there is no such thing as a bad time to start living your truth, no matter how inconvenient it may seem to those around you. When I told him, it was completely out of the blue. I don't even remember what we were talking about, probably work or something, and I just blurted it out. When I was little, my dad used to make me touch his penis while we watched porn together. I remember the look on his face. I remember being horrified that I'd just said it. I didn't know how to read what he was thinking. He was probably thinking I was crazy and looking for the nearest exit. I remember wondering how long it would be until he'd fake an urgent phone call or an emergency at the restaurant that demanded his immediate attention. I was thinking all of this while he sat there looking at me, contemplating what I'd just said, and then his eyes started to well with tears. He took my hand and kissed it and told me he was so sorry that anyone ever hurt me, and no matter what happened between us romantically, he was in my life now, and he would never let anyone hurt me again. I started to cry, and he held me in his arms until I was okay again. I never felt so close to anyone in my life, and I knew that moment I was in love with him. I guess I was expecting, or at least hoping, for something similar from Mom, watching her face now in that same momentary pause. She took a sip of her drink, looked around the room, and sat it back down on the bar. "Well, honey," she said curtly, "I'm sorry that happened to you." But I didn't need her to finish. I could hear it in her voice. "But this is your burden to bear." "Okay, Mom," I said, and I didn't speak of it again to anyone for over a year.
Vignette.
"Wake up, baby. It's okay. I'm right here." He rubs my arm, trying to gently pull me from a dream. "It's okay, honey. You're safe. I'm right here. Wake up, baby." I slowly come back from somewhere a long time past, and when I open my eyes, Greg is lying next to me in bed. I see the sadness in his eyes, but he fakes a smile to let me know everything's okay. "You were having a bad dream, but it's okay now." "Okay," I say sleepily, rolling over towards him as he lies back against his pillow, and I snuggle into his chest. Chapter 12. When I stopped doing cocaine, I didn't know how I was going to survive. I wasn't doing it every day anymore, so it wasn't the physical withdrawal I was afraid of. It's that I forgot how to function in the world without it. I probably would have never quit if Greg hadn't demanded it. Demand might not be a fair characterization, but we'd been together 6 months now, and he was moving back out to his farm in southern Indiana to have his kids full-time, and he wanted me to come with him. He told me he was so incredibly in love with me and that he wanted me forever, but he couldn't have that around the children, so I had to make a choice. For once, I am proud to say I made the right choice, and it was one of the most difficult things I've ever done. There were a lot of moments I thought I couldn't make it through. I had to change the entire way I lived. I had to remove a lot of people from my life. I had to trust in someone else for the first time since I was a little girl. I had to believe him when he told me he'd never leave. He told me he'd give me some time to think about it. Think about what? I said. What's to think about? You're my life, and I'll do whatever it takes. I met the kids a few weeks later on a Wednesday. Greg and I drove out to the farm to see them. They'd been waiting for us all afternoon. Greg got held up at work, so we were later than expected, and when we pulled up the drive, they all three came running out. I was very anxious the whole ride out. I was afraid they wouldn't like me. Their mom was there too, and this was the first time we met. Our oldest daughter was 5 at the time. Our middle girl was 4, and our little guy was only 2. Once inside, the girls were a little more reserved at first, hanging back by their mom, but the little one jumped right up in my lap and started showing me his favorite truck. Our oldest warmed up next, and before long, they were all 3 playing on the floor with me, driving Matchbox cars and dressing up dolls. I knew I had to get out of the restaurant scene once I quit. Cocaine is an everyday part of life in the industry, and it was too much of a temptation. I'd always been good with computers, so I got a job at Geek Squad fixing laptops and phones and all other kinds of electronic devices. I liked the job a lot, and it was nice being away from the type of people I'd been surrounding myself with for the past several years. But things still weren't getting any easier. I kept thinking once the drugs were out of my system for a while, I could get back to normal life. I'd been living in some degree of dependence for almost 5 years now, so I knew it was going to take some time, but it seemed like things were getting worse. I couldn't sleep. I didn't have any problem falling asleep, but within an hour of lying down, I'd start dreaming of things. Weird things, not always bad, but strange and incredibly vivid. I'd have normal dreams too, but they all seemed so real I'd wake up and wouldn't know if it was a dream or if it actually happened the day before. The bad dreams were frighteningly realistic too. I'd dream about my father and being with him the way we were. They weren't always memories though, some were new, and I wasn't always a child. Greg had to wake me from my dreams a lot back then. Sometimes I'd wake up on my own and I'd feel sick inside and I'd recoil when he'd try to comfort me. Dad was showing up at my work a lot during that time. He'd always find some reason to stop by, either to bring me a spare piece of mail or to take me out to lunch. Part of me wanted to tell him to leave me alone, but another part missed him and welcomed the attention. I didn't know what I was feeling or how to process it, and all I could think of was, I really wanted to get high. The flashbacks got bad again too, and the intimate parts of my private life started to suffer. There were things I couldn't do anymore, and certain ways I couldn't be touched. It got to the point where I was afraid for Greg to touch me at all, because the thought of his touch triggering thoughts of my father was too much. Greg was wonderful through it all. He said he didn't care about any of that. It was me he wanted, but I couldn't help feeling like I was less of a woman. I wasn't able to fulfill all of my partner's needs, and I got very depressed. I stopped picking up Dad's phone calls for a while, and though he still stopped in on occasion, it was becoming less and less, but not even that seemed to help. I was still in constant fear he might show up. I don't know what I was afraid he'd do. I didn't think he was going to hurt me. I was just afraid. I started thinking I was seeing him everywhere. I'm not comfortable saying they were actual hallucinations at that point because they were always men with similar heights and builds, but it was more than just the way they looked. It was as if I was transposing a certain familiarity onto these men, and it frightened me. The sleeplessness and constant anxiety compounded one another to the point that I knew I couldn't handle it on my own. Greg suggested I get in with a therapist, but I wasn't sure I was ready. I did make an appointment with Amy, our family physician we'd been going to since I was a little girl. I told her about the abuse, and she expressed her deepest sympathies. She said she'd just seen my mom a couple weeks before, but she didn't mention anything was wrong. She said she always got an icky feeling from Sean. She wasn't surprised to hear he turned out to be a predator. It's strange. Since all of this has come out, she's not the only one to say that. She prescribed me Zoloft for depression and anxiety brought on by post-traumatic stress and made me a follow-up in a month. I guess the medication worked to a degree. After a couple months, the anxiety was down, and I wasn't having any more bouts of inconsolable depression. I quit my job in Louisville around the same time, so I'd be further away from Sean, and started working in an animal clinic closer to home. I felt a lot better being out of the city. I wasn't that far away, but far enough that he couldn't just stop in on a lunch break or on the way home from work. Even though I was feeling a little better, I was still suffering from many of the same symptoms, so I was eventually referred to a specialist, and she changed my medication to an antidepressant called Vibrid, and that's when things got much worse. My anxiety turned into full-fledged panic attacks. The sleeplessness got worse, too, and I lived in a constant state of hyper-irritability. I was seeing my father everywhere now, but this time I was actually seeing him. I started seeing him in everybody now, not just in form but demeanor. I accused Greg one night during a panic attack of trying to control me like my dad. I told him he was abusive and I hated him. He tried to console me, but I violently pushed him away. "Get the fuck away from me!" I screamed frantically when he tried to come near. "I fucking hate you!" I swung at him wildly, just missing his face, so he had no choice but to stand back helplessly watching me fall apart. I started packing my things. "I'm leaving. I can't take this shit anymore." I didn't care where I was going. I'd sleep on the streets, I told him when he asked what I was planning to do. "I'll fucking kill myself if I have to." I still thank God every day that the children were with their mother that night. I don't know what he could have done if they were home. He would have had to let me leave. He couldn't have allowed them to see me like that, and if I'd left, I don't know what would have happened. I don't know what he said to calm me down. Much of that night is still a blur, but somehow he convinced me to go with him to the emergency room, and 20 minutes later, they were checking me in at Harrison County Medical Center in Corydon. I don't know if I really would have harmed myself that night, but with the way I was feeling, it's frightening to imagine what would have happened if he let me leave. The ER doctor gave me something to calm down and told me to stop taking the Vibrid immediately. Once I was off the medication a while, I started feeling better, and we decided I should take some time off work. Staying home cut down on the day-to-day stresses of being out in the world, and I was able to focus on myself and on our family. It was great for my relationship with the kids, too. I got to spend a lot more time with them, and after several months of being home, we decided it would be best if I stayed home permanently. That's when I became a stay-at-home bonus mommy, and I've never been happier or more fulfilled. During those early years staying home with the kids, everything started to slow down in my life, and for the first time I started to settle in. Of course, we had our challenges just like everyone else, but something about being out on the farm, away from my family and away from my father's city, gave me some time to breathe and look at how the events in my life have shaped the woman I've become. Sure, I could have run away from this thing forever. I could have stayed in that drugged-up state until I overdosed or killed myself. I don't think anyone would blame me if I had. It's terrible what happened. I think self-destruction is a reasonable conclusion for a life that began under such ghastly conditions. I'm sure brighter flames have burned out for less. The only problem now is I have a family of my own. Actual people who love me and depend on me the way I should have been able to depend on my parents when I was little. I'm sure Mom and even Dad both have a million reasons why their lives have gone down the paths they're on. It may be mental illness in Dad's case, or fear, or having experienced abuse of their own that acted as their guide. I bet if I saw both of their lives mapped out from the beginning and took note of every adjustment, each little turn this way or that would later inform the decisions they made, I bet I'd understand how they got their own eventual roads. I think that's probably true of us all. I've certainly not lived the most exemplary life, and I'm pretty sure my own roadmap would give just about anyone a pretty clear stab at why, but none of that matters anymore. None of the whys and hows and poor me's are powerful enough for me to care. I only have one path now, and that is to care for these 3 little angels and love them and guide them and protect them from anything or anyone that might hinder them from finding the brightest paths of their own.
Vignette.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing, and I couldn't believe they were saying it all in front of Greg. My family had treated me like this my whole life, but never in mixed company. I could tell Greg was growing more furious with every passing moment, but he was doing his best to respect the fact that these were 2 of my 3 most cherished family members. I can't remember what started the barrage, but once it began, there was no stopping them. I think it was an accusatory, "You never told me what was happening, Samantha, so how is this my fault?" that prompted me to say, "I shouldn't have had to tell you, Mom. You knew Dad was a creep and you left us with him anyway." That's when my sister started in, and from there they worked in tandem, shouting over me to let me know it was in fact my fault that no one stepped in to protect me. I was so angry and so crushed, I didn't know what to think. I felt like I was being assaulted on all fronts, and I was flailing wildly in every direction just to stay upright. I don't remember everything they said. I don't even remember everything I said. But the more they shouted, the smaller I felt, and I eventually backed down. At one point, I do remember apologizing sarcastically for not having the words at 11 years old to tell anyone that Dad was making me suck his dick, but not even that slowed them down. I looked back at Greg at one point. He was nearly foaming at the mouth, but somehow kept his cool. He just kept saying, "Okay, emotions are running high right now. I think we're past the point of being productive." He must have said it 20 times, but it was as if they didn't even acknowledge he was in the room. I couldn't believe that in less than a week, we went from my little sister pledging her support to blaming me for what happened when I was a little girl. If I really think about it, though, it's not all that surprising. A week was more than enough time for Mom to color her opinion of what happened to me. She's been doing it for over half my life. At some point, Greg had had enough and said it was time for us to go, so we left. Just for the record, I don't blame my little sister for what happened that night. She was still pretty young, and besides, she's never been allowed to know me outside the context of our family. She was only 14 when I left home, and her only opinions of me were formed through the lenses of our parents. So how could she see me any other way? I hope she and I get the opportunity to get to know each other someday, now that we are both adults, because I love her very much. But in the meantime, we have moved past that night, and everything is fine between us. If I'm honest, though, I still harbor some pretty deep resentment towards Mom over it. Chapter 13. The decision to turn my father into the police was not one I took lightly. I'm not even sure it was a decision I really made at all. What I mean is, There was never a eureka moment that I thought to myself, yes, I'm going to do it. I'm going to have my father arrested today. It was more gradual than that. It was more like a sequence of events that eventually led to his arrest, one slowly building upon the last. I know I must have made the decision at some point, but looking back, it seems more like something that just happened. I guess the first step was all those years back at Jeffersontown Baptist when I told my pastor, and then again at Seneca when I told Mr. Howard. I know a huge step was the first time I told my mom on Marie's back patio. I know I begged her not to say anything, but I think I was surprised that she never did. I confronted my father a year or two after that as well, once I moved out. I guess the word confront might be a little strong, but I told him I didn't understand what happened between us and that I was in pain. I needed him to tell me how to feel about what he did to me. He told me his wires must have been crossed and something about the devil. He said as soon as he realized what he was doing, he stopped. Not to worry, though, because God forgave him, and so should I. I told Patrick about the abuse. I told John, too, and a couple girlfriends. I don't know why I told any of these people. I guess I was just looking for someone to listen. When I told Chris, he used it against me. He'd use it when he got drunk and force himself on me. I'd yell for him to stop, and he'd hold me down and force himself inside me, and then the next day when I'd tell him what he did, he'd get mad and say I'd been making up stories like that ever since I was a little girl, so why should anyone believe me now? He used it against me when we'd get into a fight, and he'd tell all of our friends that I was just crazy because my dad used to fuck me when I was a little girl, and he'd use it to make me feel like a whore anytime I crossed him. That was a major setback in coming forward. But then I told Greg, and his support helped move mountains. The biggest setback was still to come, though. The night Mom told me it was my burden to bear was the worst. All the progress I'd made over the years came to an immediate halt that night. I already felt like it was my burden, and when she confirmed it for me, I completely shut down. I didn't talk about it anymore. I did my best not to think about it. I just wanted it to go away. I didn't want to fix it. I wanted to bury it. I wanted it so far down it could never come back up. But just like all atrocities in this world, no matter how far down we bury them, there is never enough dirt to keep them from finding their way back into the light. I didn't speak of it after that for over a year, and it was one of the loneliest years of my life. To come all that way and then just have it all stop was very difficult. It was like tasting freedom for the first time and then getting thrown back into the cage. I was going to tell my whole family, and they were going to tell me it wasn't my fault, no matter how much I felt like it was. They were going to support me, and I was going to heal, and everything was for the first time going to be okay. But instead, I turned inward, and it all became very dark. A year or so after my conversation with Mom, I couldn't keep it in anymore. I called Dad and told him I needed to speak with him right away. I don't know what I was expecting to come from it. All I knew was I needed to talk. We met at an Applebee's on Dixie Highway. Greg came with me for support. He didn't join us at the table. I knew Sean would be less likely to speak candidly if there were other ears present, so he sat at the bar. Sean was already there when we arrived 15 minutes early. That's one of his tactics for maintaining control of uncomfortable situations. He was sitting on the far left side of the dining room with his back against the wall. He was wearing his uniform, like always. I'm not sure if it was to remind me he's still in a position of power, but any time he came around me after I moved out, I rarely saw him in civilian clothes. I planned on the usual small talk at first, but then I was going to lay it all out. I don't really remember what we talked about that evening. I just remember sitting there the whole time thinking, okay, when he's done with this story, I'm going to say it. What the fuck is wrong with you? or "You monster, you've ruined my life." There were 1,000 things I was going to say. How could you? And most importantly, did you do this to my sister? I wanted to tell him I wasn't a little girl anymore, and he didn't control me. I wanted to scream at the top of my lungs, "I'm not afraid of you." But I was afraid. I was still so afraid I sat there for over an hour listening to his ridiculous stories about his stupid job and his family and his horrible wife. I sat there in silence, and I smiled and laughed at his mindless jokes, and when he was finished, we got up and walked over to the bar like everything was okay. I don't remember if I told him on the phone why I wanted to meet, but he must have known something was wrong. Why else would my boyfriend be sitting there alone? I guess he knew he could direct my behavior and succeeded as usual. But if he thought he could coerce Greg into playing nice, he was mistaken. When he walked up and extended his hand, Greg looked to me with a look I've never seen before. As far as he knew, we'd just spent the last hour talking about the fact that he sexually abused me as a child, and now this predator was coming up to him, my protector and father of 3 small children, with a big smile and wanted to shake hands. I was terrified as I watched it all unravel. I was sure Greg was going to hit him. He was going to lay him out right there in the middle of an Applebee's, and at the very least was going to be arrested for assaulting a police officer. The whole thing played out in my head in that split second. Greg going to jail, if not worse, and I was going to have to explain to the kids why Daddy wasn't coming home. I was so afraid I froze. He didn't punch him, though. I'm sure he wanted to, but he didn't. In fact, he didn't even acknowledge Sean's existence. He didn't shake his hand or speak to him or even look in his direction. He just looked at me and asked if I was ready to go. I told him I was, and he turned to the bartender and asked for his bill. I said goodbye to my father, nervously hugging him, hoping Greg wouldn't turn back around to see. Sean walked out of the restaurant, and then Greg got his things, and we left. I think that was the first night Greg really understood how frightened I was of my father. He already knew all the stories and heard the way I talked about him, the words I use, afraid, terrified, monster, but he'd never seen it firsthand. I went there that night with the intention of getting it all out and really letting him have it. I was going to make him take it seriously for once, make him take responsibility for what he'd done. I wasn't going to let him blame the devil or let him use the Bible to explain it all away. I'd been building up the courage my entire life for that night. I was ready to stand up to him. I truly thought I was. I wasn't alone anymore. I had a support system for the first time, and he was sitting right there, 20 feet away. He'd never let Sean hurt me again. I knew he wouldn't. But just like everything else, it turns out it's not that simple. The fear goes so much deeper, well beyond the fear of physical violence or further abuse. It's the fear of what my father has come to symbolize that haunts me. The fear of what he represents. It gets inside you and stalks you like a bad dream that's ever present, even while you're awake. Greg told me later he knew after that night if I was ever going to face my father, I was going to need some help. So he took it upon himself to give me that help, and I am eternally grateful that he did. My father always worked off-duty jobs when I was a kid for extra money. He'd been working at a steel factory as far back as I can remember. It was out on River Road just off of the Ohio. All he had to do was drive up to the entrance in his police car, park, and sit there in uniform for X number of hours, and he'd collect a fairly decent paycheck at the end of the week. He could play on his phone or read or really do whatever he wanted as long as he was there. Well, Greg texted him one day and asked if he had time to meet. There were some things they needed to discuss. Sean must have been surprised, but he agreed, and told Greg he was at his off-duty job that night, so come on out whenever he wanted. Again, I'm sure it was no coincidence that Sean could only meet at a time when he'd be in uniform. But Greg isn't the type to be intimidated, so he left work early and headed out to meet him. By the time he got there, it was already dark. The roads were mostly empty, and there was nobody else around. Greg said he had no trepidations over the meeting, but even knowing the type of man he is, I don't understand how he could walk into a situation like that without being even the slightest bit afraid. He was meeting a crooked cop who was armed and had an affinity for violence, and he was meeting him out in the middle of nowhere with no witnesses and was about to accuse him of one of the most insidious crimes a human being can commit. He must have known Sean saw him as a threat by now. To Sean's knowledge, this whole thing had been tucked away neatly inside my head until Greg came along and stirred everything up. And now, they were meeting out in the middle of nowhere, and as far as anyone else was concerned, Sean had a reason to be there, and Greg did not. Sean was a well-respected police officer, having served the community for over 20 years, and Greg would likely appear as a seemingly unhinged man who showed up out of the blue with no other purpose than an armed confrontation with a cop. Sean knew he carried a loaded pistol in his truck. That was my fault. I told him about it one day when he was asking me about my new boyfriend. Once all the details came out, it would be known that the aggressor was armed and somehow connected with the officer's estranged daughter, who in recent years lived a more than questionable lifestyle full of drugs and alcohol and was teetering on the edge of the sex trade. It wasn't hard to imagine the way the whole thing would have played out in the media if something were to have happened that night, and that's all I could think about the whole time he was gone. Sean even had the advantage of knowing how police-involved shootings were investigated from his time in professional standards, and as the commander of the Viper unit, he certainly knew how violent crimes usually played out. I have no doubt he could have staged the scene to look any way he wanted. He probably could have gotten away with murder that night. I wonder if he regrets not taking advantage of the opportunity now. When Greg pulled up behind his cruiser, Sean got out and reached out his hand. Greg obliged this time and thanked him for taking the time to meet. Greg said from the moment they shook hands, he knew exactly how the conversation was going to go. He'd shaken Sean's hand a number of times. His grip was always firm and practiced, probably the result of a strong father telling him a man is measured first by the strength of his hand. But this time, the embrace was flaccid, submissive even, and he was right. The conversation took on the same tone. Greg told him he knew what he'd done to me, and he wanted an explanation. In typical Sean fashion, he didn't give up too much right away. He wanted to know what Greg knew first, before offering up any unneeded information. Sean said he knew what happened was wrong. He was just trying to explain to Samantha about her body, so she wouldn't be curious and have sex with boys, and maybe the conversation got a little out of hand. "I'm not talking about any conversation, Sean," Greg replied sternly, and with that, Sean relented and hung his head. That's when Greg told me he saw it. "Saw what?" I asked as he reported the details later that night. "It's all a game to him," he said. "A strategy. He was reading my every movement while pretending to hang his head in shame. He'd never seen anything like it, someone taking up such a dishonored posture and still maintaining such an intense contact with the eyes. He never broke eye contact," he continued. "It was the strangest thing. That's why you do it. You avert your eyes. That's the whole point." He said it was so profound, he didn't know what to say. He knew then any further conversation was pointless. He had no interest in going round and round with a man who quite obviously felt no remorse. He let Sean grovel and apologize for a bit and say whatever else he thought Greg wanted to hear, and then Greg said he had to go, but before he left, Sean said something that was even more shocking. He said he hoped he could be a good grandfather to our kids someday. How Greg kept his cool, I'll never know, But when I heard this, an instant flash of hatred came over me. The thought of that monster near my babies made my blood run cold. And that was the first time I knew what needed to be done. After Sean admitted molesting me to Greg, I guess Mom had to take it a little more seriously. She still didn't want me to tell anyone, though. My sister was too stressed out about midterms, and my brother, not quite 18, was still too young. I agreed I didn't want to tell my brother yet. I wanted him to enjoy his senior year in high school. I wanted him to have all the good memories that I wasn't afforded. I did tell my sister, though. I waited until she was done with her final midterm and called her the next day. I asked her if she had any inappropriate memories of Dad. She said not really. She did remember some of the nudity stuff, but nothing other than that. I asked her if he ever touched her inappropriately, and I was relieved to hear that he hadn't. I didn't go into any detail, but I told her that he sexually abused me. She was shocked. She told me she supported me, and if I ever needed to talk, to let her know. I don't think Mom was very happy I told her, and I know she wasn't happy when I told Auntie Jen. She told me she was fine with it, of course, but then said she wasn't sure she wanted the rest of her family to know. I didn't particularly care what she wanted. I was done being silenced, and when she realized I was going to tell whoever I damn well pleased, she had to get on board if she was going to weather any of the potential backlash from the family. My aunts and uncles were all very upset. They told me they loved me and supported me, and they were there if I ever needed to talk. I was touched by their outcry of support. I even got to an okay place with Mom for a while. I was shocked she wasn't putting up more of a fight, but I guess at that point she knew there was nothing more she could do. I even thought she might be coming around. I was beginning to think she might finally understand that getting it out in the open was the only way to take the power away from predators like Sean, and the only way to start healing. I thought that until I told her mother, and then Mom's true colors came back out. When I told Grandma, she was obviously horrified, like any reasonable grandparent would be. I told her I was thinking about going to the police, and she told me I should go to the police. She fully supported any decision I made. She said I should nail his ass to the wall. I was so unbelievably grateful to hear her say it. Other than Greg, nobody else had spoken so openly. It was such a tricky subject with such far-reaching consequences. I don't think anyone really knew what to say. I knew it was the right thing to do, but it's a pretty big step to take without the consensus of the people you love and trust. Beyond all that, I was just happy to hear her say I had her support. I guess I didn't have any reason to think she wouldn't support me, but that's always been one of my biggest fears. We even started planning a trip for me to go out and visit her, which was completely unprecedented in our relationship. I met with Sean, Mom, and Rhonda that same day at Cherokee Park. Mom had already confronted Sean after Greg met with him and he admitted it to her as well, but I assumed he pulled the same thing as he tried with Greg, not wanting to cop to too many of the details, so I wanted to lay it all out in front of him so he couldn't deny it later on. I didn't invite Rhonda, but she tagged along. I guess she was getting suspicious of all the secret meetings Dad had been having lately. That was fine with me. I wanted her to know. Not for her sake, of course, but for mine. I wanted her to know what kind of man she was really married to. Not Golden Boy Police Lieutenant Sean, but child-molesting predator Sean, who used to take me into his bed hours before she'd come over, and then again later after she left, while he still bore her stink. I wanted her to know it wasn't just another woman he'd been running around with during their courtship, but a 13-year-old girl, and his daughter to boot. She gasped when he admitted to performing oral sex on me. She was so upset she couldn't hear anymore, and had to get up and wait in the car. Mom's reaction to Dad's admission was a little different than Rhonda's. There was no big gestures of shock or remorse for what I'd been through. She didn't jump up and attack the son of a bitch that hurt her little girl like most mothers would have. She actually went the other way with it and blamed me. Apparently, it was my fault because I never told her about what was going on. I even asked to live with Dad full-time at one point, she said. When I said I shouldn't have had to tell her, she knew what kind of creep she was leaving me with. She told me I was sick and that she'd take me down today and have me committed. I thanked her for the offer, but assured her this wasn't the 1950s anymore, and nobody was going to be committed. When the conversation was directed back at Sean, tensions between Mom and me subsided. When Dad was taking the brunt of it, we were okay, so that's where it stayed the rest of the conversation. She asked me to coffee afterward. I guess she wanted to smooth things out. God, I hate how good they both are at manipulating me. By the end of coffee, I was the one apologizing to her. I said something about being under a lot of stress lately, and I knew it wasn't her fault. I don't know, maybe I just let it go because I needed at least one parent on my side for once. And anyway, I can't really say I was surprised. She reacted the same way a week earlier when my sister was home from college on break. It was the first time I'd seen my sister since I told her over the phone. They both took turns blaming me that time. I was, however, surprised by the message I received on Facebook from my grandmother a couple hours after we left the coffee shop. It said that she'd had some time to think about it and that my mom was right. She knew she was reacting with her heart and not her brain, and that I didn't really need to go to the police. God will punish Sean either in this life or the next, and I needed to check myself into an inpatient program to get help. She didn't think she was up for the visit we'd been planning either, and I could be angry or confused all I wanted, but she needed to do what was best for her. It didn't get any better when I told Sean's family either. I guess it went as well as it could have with Sean's mom, Grandma Cheryl. I asked her if I could come out to her house in Simpsonville. I needed some advice. She was, of course, heartbroken by the news, and she never gave the impression that she didn't believe me. She told me she'd pray for me, and she was there if I ever needed to talk. Grandpa Rick, Sean's father, was a different story. I guess he said all the right things at first. We talked about the nudity thing when Mom asked him for help when I was a kid, and we talked about the document Sean had to sign several years later. When I told him there was more to it, and that Sean had been molesting me for many of those years, he was noticeably upset. I think he definitely believed me, which made me feel good, and he said he supported whatever decision I made, but he hoped I wouldn't feel the need to go to the police. I understood why he felt that way. Sean was his son. But then he said something else. He expressed great concern for Sean losing his pension. I wasn't sure how to process this, and it only got worse from there. He didn't come right out and say it, but he suggested if there was a dollar amount attached to my silence, he would gladly see what he could do. I quite indignantly assured him there was not, and that was the last time my grandfather and I ever spoke. The reaction I got from Aunt Chris, Sean's sister, blew me away as well. Chris and I had always been close. I used to watch her kids when I was younger. I didn't get a chance to meet with her face to face like I wanted to. Our schedules never quite lined up, and after I told Grandma Cheryl, I figured she already knew, so I decided to send her a message on Facebook. I told her I knew it was hard for everybody to hear, and I didn't want to cause any more pain, but I'd been keeping this secret since I was 10 years old, and I just needed some support. This is the message I got in response. I just don't know that I'm in a very good position to be a support when this kind of information pretty much devastates my little world. The message ended with a sad face. Needless to say, I wasn't exactly hopeful at the prospects of telling another Jackman, but I was determined to talk to Sean's cousin Danny because of his long career in LMPD's Crimes Against Children unit. If anybody could help, it was him. I messaged him one day and asked if he had time to meet. This must have come as a surprise, as I hadn't seen him in years. I used to be close with his family. I babysat his kids, too. I was actually kind of hurt when they stopped using me as a sitter. I really loved those kids, but about the time the abuse really started to ramp up, Dad told me Danny didn't need me anymore. He said they found someone better. I didn't really know what better meant. I thought I was a great babysitter, but I guess I wasn't surprised. Turns out it was all a lie. I spoke with Danny's wife a couple weeks ago, and she told me it was Sean who told them I wasn't available. He said I'd been acting up and not keeping up on my classwork, so I needed to buckle down and didn't have time to babysit anymore. In hindsight, it all makes perfect sense. Surely a pedophile wouldn't want his victim spending time around a pedophile-hunting cop. I'm sure I exhibited many of the warning signs, and Danny, unlike the rest of the adults in my life, would have likely taken the time to pick up on them. Danny and I met at McDonald's in Jeffersontown the day I told him what Sean had done. I was nervous. I was afraid he wouldn't believe me. When he assured me that he did believe me, I was relieved. I expressed my concerns about going to the police. I didn't want this to be swept under the rug because of who Sean was. He said, although he wasn't in the CACU anymore, he knew just the person to put me in contact with if I decided to go forward. I told him I was sorry for bringing such terrible news after so many years. He said not to be sorry. He'd become so desensitized from all the years working on these cases, nothing surprised him anymore. He looked tired when he said this, and I felt sorry for him. He told me with the statistics of 1 in 3 girls being sexually abused by the age of 18, he always wondered when it was going to be someone in our family. He said it was my decision to make, but coming forward was the right thing to do. He told me to think it over and let him know. If I wanted to proceed, he'd make the call. I think I knew that day I was going to come forward, but I waited until the following day to text him, and a day or so later, Sergeant Idem called me and we set up an appointment. Part 3. This is Detective Stacy Robley from Louisville Metro Police Department, Crimes Against Children Unit. Today's date is September the 2nd of 2016. Current time now is 21:17 hours. I'm currently at 512 West Kentucky Street, Louisville Metro Police Department CACU office. I'm here with a Samantha Jackman. Also present in the room is Sergeant Ted Adem, also with Louisville Metro Police Department CACU. Samantha, for the record, can you state your name, please? Samantha Jackman. Can you spell the last name? Jackman. And your date of birth, ma'am? February 7th, 1991. Okay, Samantha is going to be placing a controlled phone call to a Sean Jackman. She'll be making the phone call from area code 502 and calling him at area code 502. Samantha, you understand the phone call you are about to make is going to be recorded? Yes. And do I have your permission to record it? Yes. Go ahead and try calling. Hello? Chapter 14. Entering that tiny room with Sergeant Adem, knowing I was about to relive a lifetime of abuse in front of a man I didn't even know, made me very nervous. Not only was I going to betray my father, I was going to have to put words to all the appalling memories I'd spent half my life trying to forget. When we first entered the room, I immediately excused myself. I made the excuse that I had a long drive in and needed to use the restroom, but really, I just needed a minute to regain my composure. I'd been trying to convince myself the whole way down to the police station that I was doing the right thing. But now that I was here, it all became very real. Everything I was about to say was going to be permanent. I could never take it back. This was the end of the road, and likely the end of my relationship with the Jackmans, and I wasn't sure I was ready to lose them. Once in the bathroom, I steadied myself. I looked in the mirror, studying the woman I had become, and realized in that moment that although I may still feel like a frightened little girl on the inside, I'm not anymore. The woman staring back at me now assured me of that. It wasn't the tattoos or the bitchy exterior I'd erected over the years. Those were just the things I always hid behind. It was what I had inside of me now that gave me the strength to speak out. The real me was coming back to life. I was finally beginning to survive. I looked at myself a few seconds more, wiped my eyes, took a deep breath, and walked back out to start the rest of my life. Once back in the room with Sergeant Adam, he closed the door behind us. We both took our seats, and he explained a little about himself and the interview process as a whole. He said normally one of his detectives would be investigating the case, but because of the position my father held, he felt it necessary as a supervisor to interview me himself. He also explained that he didn't know my father personally, which I appreciated. An impartial investigation was all I wanted. He said he'd heard of him, but had only laid eyes on him maybe one time. He then explained that it was important he not ask me any leading questions, so he was pretty much just going to let me tell my story. So I did. For the next hour and 40-some-odd minutes, I fumbled along and told him about my life. I'm pretty sure I gave him way more information than he needed, but once I started talking, I couldn't stop. I told him about my family and the beatings. I told him about the birds and the bees talk that night in my parents' bedroom. I told him about the nudity and how Dad would tickle our backs before bed. I told him anything and everything I could think of, probably trying to avoid the words that I knew I was eventually going to have to say. When I knew I couldn't stall any longer, I worked up the courage to come out with it. I guess I should tell you the specifics of the abuse, I said, fumbling with the wrinkled-up page of bullet points I brought along for guidance, and then very painfully described what he'd done. I cringed a little when, in an attempt to clarify a statement, I made Sergeant Adams say the word ejaculate. But I pushed through, saying yes, and told him about the towel Dad kept beside his bed and how he'd take me in the shower to wash me after he was done. I told him everything I could think of as the thoughts raced around inside my head, and it was truly one of the most painful experiences of my life. I'm not sure if I told him about Linda being nude with us during that first interview. I kind of think I didn't. I think at that point, I was still making excuses for her, and this wasn't about her anyway. This was about my father. This was about the man who was supposed to have saved me from growing up without a dad, and then stole any hope of knowing what a dad even was. I guess I said enough about her, though, because Sergeant Adams said he was concerned that she didn't report witnessing Sean getting into the shower with me. He said as a police officer, she had a duty to report. He sat back in his chair and worked through the issue aloud. He said he remembered Linda from his time in the 4th Division. He said he remembered her being a nice lady. He said maybe she thought she did enough by telling my mom she was concerned for my safety. He asked me if I thought she would be standoffish if he wanted to speak with her, but beyond that, I don't know how much consideration ever went into investigating her role in the abuse. My guess is not much. And to be honest, I didn't much care. Like I said, at that point, it wasn't about Linda or my grandfather or Mr. Howard or Danny or even my mom. It was about Sean. I'm not sure how he felt about Linda when it came out that she was nude around us too. I wonder if he still thought she was such a nice lady. He did say exposing herself to a child was a misdemeanor, but not being a felony, any crime she may have committed was long past its statute of limitations.
Vignette.
A retired LMPD lieutenant pleads not guilty this morning to charges he sexually abused a child. WDRB's Maura Siriani explains the crimes allegedly happened when he was an officer. Maura? Those charges are roughly from 11 years ago. This morning, here at Metro Corrections, Sean Jackman appeared for arraignment. The 46-year-old was arrested earlier this week. He is facing several sexual abuse charges. According to court documents, the victim was 10 years old when police say the abuse started. That was back in 2001 and allegedly continued until 2005. Jackman retired from LMPD last December. He served on the Viper unit, which focused on solving the city's most violent crimes. That unit is now called 9th Mobile. Today in court, a judge acknowledged that Jackman does not have a criminal history and says he doesn't think he's a flight risk. Jackman's defense attorney says he is not dangerous and called him, quote, an otherwise model citizen. This came out of left field, Judge. You know, one day he's working as a retired LMPD officer. The next day, these allegations are brought. We're here. We're looking forward to addressing it. We're not going anywhere. We're not a danger to ourselves. We're not a danger to the community. Jackman is not allowed to talk to the victim. His bond was increased from $10,000 to $25,000, and a judge said his next day in court will be October 3rd. Reporting live this morning from Metro Corrections, Maura Siriani, WDRB News. Chapter 15. I sat up all that first night as the news stories started trickling in. I flipped through the channels at the top of every news hour, trying to catch a glimpse of him. Each station's coverage a little different from the last. A misspelled name here, a wrong date there. I couldn't help but focus on the small details that didn't really matter. I guess they were easier to think about than the story lurking behind them. The whole family must know by now, I thought, imagining the frantic phone calls to Grandma Cheryl and Grandpa Rick, Rhonda asking them for money to bail him out, the three of them talking strategy on how to make this whole thing go away. I bet they all hated me. I bet none of them would ever speak to me again. I tried to imagine a way we could all still be a family, but I knew that would never be, and I tried to convince myself none of it mattered anymore. I didn't tell Mom he was going to be arrested. I was afraid she'd tell my brother and he'd tell my dad. I ignored her phone calls that whole first day. I didn't want to slip any information that might alter her statement. "Did you know I had to go down to the police station?" she said in her best irritated mother voice once I finally picked up after Sergeant Adam told me they were done with her. "Yes, Mom, I'm sorry. I couldn't tell you anything. They told me it would just complicate things." "Well, did you know I'm going to be late for work?" "Sorry, Mom," I said again. She told me it was my word against Dad's, and she didn't think anything would come of it. I wanted to tell her about the recorded phone call to shut her up, but again, I was afraid she'd tell my brother, and I feared what was going to happen when Sean found out he wasn't getting out of this one. So I grit my teeth and listened to her lecture the whole way into work. I was relieved when she had to hang up when she finally pulled in. They called Linda in as well. I guess she cooperated, but Grandpa Rick just ignored their phone calls. Rhonda made a statement too, but she lied about not having any prior knowledge. I guess she forgot about the day in the park when she found out about her darling husband's sick appetite. It's hard to describe the emotions I felt that first night Sean was arrested. There was a lot of guilt, and I was afraid. I felt like a little girl again, and I was in trouble. I felt like I was sitting on the edge of my bed, waiting for one of those beatings, and no matter how tight Greg held me or how many times he told me I was safe, I couldn't shake the image of Sean standing in our doorway, red-faced, waiting to come across the room. I cried a lot that night. I couldn't eat. I didn't want to think, but I couldn't stop talking about it, and just as I began to doze off as the sky started getting bright out to the east, I pictured myself on my wedding day. I was lost and all alone, trying to find my way down an endless aisle. Dad had to go in front of a judge the morning after he was arrested. His scumbag lawyer made him sound like the victim of some vicious libel. He also said Sean was an otherwise model citizen, as if sexually abusing children is somehow separate from one's public life. He said, "This came out of left field, Judge." And in a separate interview, his other scumbag lawyer told a reporter it came out of the blue. As if Sean and I hadn't just discussed this for 28 excruciating minutes 3 weeks earlier while I was sitting in front of 2 police officers down at the CACU. I wondered if Sean lied to them, too, if he told them he was innocent. I wondered if innocence even mattered. Would those attorneys have softened their rhetoric if they knew the man they were representing sexually assaulted a little girl every night of every other week for years starting at the age of 11? Would they still have urged the judge so fervently to set him free? I guess I can't say for sure, but after one look at their website and the videos of their clients who are clearly guilty that they'd gotten off scot-free, I think it's fair to assume they would speak on behalf of the devil himself if Lucifer had a big enough bankroll. Either way, the judge bought it. He let him out on 10% of his $25,000 bond. He only had to pay $2,500 to get out of jail for having a sexual relationship with an 11-year-old girl. I saw a news story this morning where a judge set $1 million bail for a guy leaving the scene of an accident and not turning himself in until the next day. But my dad got out for $2,500. I couldn't believe it. But as I would come to find out, the laws in Kentucky are only as effective as the people sworn to uphold them. The criminal justice system is unbelievably complicated. From the moment Sean was arrested, I was completely lost. I'm sure it was terrible on his end too, but at least he had the right to an attorney. He had someone guiding him through those murky waters, and without that, it all becomes overwhelming very quickly. Of course, I was made to believe I had that same right. When I asked if I should hire an attorney of my own, I was told Chris Foster, the prosecutor, was working on my behalf. There was no need to spend money on an attorney, and anyway, outside legal advice really had no role in this type of proceeding. Turns out that's not entirely true. The prosecutor doesn't have time to hold the victim's hand, at least not this prosecutor, and they're only acting on your behalf if your interests are aligned with theirs. I know it seems incredible that there could ever be a situation where the prosecuting attorney would have opposing interests to that of the victim of such a heinous crime, but in the end, that is, in fact, what happened. I wouldn't know it for almost 7 months, of course. I actually wouldn't really know anything for 7 months, because that's how long it took to meet with Chris Foster on any official basis. I was assigned a victim's advocate, however. Her name is Erica. I spoke with her on the phone a couple times after Sean was arrested. She gave me the information on what exactly he was being charged with, when the first pretrial meeting was going to take place, and how to get an emergency protective order. I'm sure she did her best with what she had to work with, but from the perspective of a victim, especially in a case where the stakes are so high, there are so many factors that make it impossible to live a normal life when the only information you're given might as well come from a Law 101 handbook, and one that doesn't even do a very good job of explaining that. Consider this. I just accused an ex-police officer of a very serious crime. He has a history of violence towards me. He's facing life in prison if convicted on all charges. He knows where I live, and really has nothing to lose. I wasn't even alerted when he was let out of jail. Erica gave me the information for a Department of Corrections website where I could register my phone number and email address for an alert with his release, which I did, but for whatever reason, I was never notified. I didn't find out he was free until several hours later when it was reported on the news. I also didn't know if Sean's attorneys had been given all the evidence yet. I must have asked Chris and Erica a dozen times, but could never get a straight answer. This may not seem like a big deal, but considering the fact the evidence contained a pretty ironclad recorded confession that assured he'd be convicted, knowing what he knew and when he knew it could have helped me prepare for the worst if he decided to come take revenge. I remember reading a news story around the same time about a retired cop in Georgia. He was charged with molesting a little girl, too, and was also facing a life sentence. The trial took a long time. if I recall, and as he stood there listening to the jury read the guilty verdict, he took a small pill bottle from his pocket and ingested something from inside. You can see him do it, plain as day on the video. It looked like he was taking an aspirin or popping a breath mint. I guess nobody thought much of it, and when the proceedings came to an end, the bailiff escorted him out of the courtroom. It wasn't until later, when he became violently ill, that they discovered he'd poisoned himself. You see, he would have rather died a horrible death than spend even one day in prison as an ex-cop pedophile. And I had no reason to think my father wouldn't do the same once he learned his fate, and I was the one who put him there, and had no doubt he would try to take me with him. I locked myself and my children in the house while Greg was at work for weeks. I didn't let them play outside, and I was terrified to go anywhere by myself. I sat up all night and watched the front door, praying to God I wouldn't see his face materialize on the other side of the glass. I refused to go into Louisville by myself, and my heart skipped a beat every time a car slowed down in front of the house. I felt like I was the one in prison, and my sentence was, so far, a hell of a lot longer than his. As far as I'd been told, Sean was facing 2 counts of sodomy in the first degree, each holding a sentence of 20 to 50 years in prison, 2 counts of sodomy in the second degree, 5 to 10 years each, 1 count of sodomy in the third degree, 1 to 5 years, 2 counts of sexual assault in the first degree, 1 to 5 years each, and 5 counts of incest, each carrying a 10 to 20-year sentence. If convicted on all charges, and I had no reason to think he wouldn't be, he was facing 113 to 255 years. I couldn't imagine him not killing himself. His life was over. Of course, he wasn't really facing 113 to 255 years, not even close, and he knew it from the start. It was explained to him right away how this type of thing works. He knew it because he had an attorney on his side, and I often wonder how different my family's life would have been during those first 7 months if I would have had one too. The first time I even met Chris Foster, the prosecuting attorney, was several weeks after Sean had been arrested. It wasn't a formal meeting, mind you. I just ran into her in the hallway outside the courtroom before the first pretrial meeting. Erica introduced us. I can't remember what we talked about, but the introduction was brief, and I wasn't any clearer on what was going on after speaking with her. The only thing that was made clear was that she and I didn't have much to talk about. I saw her again at the second pretrial meeting a month or so later. She didn't recognize me at first, but after standing in the doorway of the courtroom chatting for several minutes, she eventually looked over and said hello. It went on this way for the next several meetings. We'd chat for a few minutes here and there, and every time I saw her, she'd tell me I really don't need to keep coming to these things. Not a whole lot comes from them, she'd say, and Erica will keep you posted if anything comes up. I couldn't imagine not being there. This whole thing was happening completely independent of the fact that I was the person he'd abused. Those meetings, as horrible as they were, having to sit across the hallway from my father and his family, were the only connection I had with the case. I'm not saying I should have been running the show or should have even had a seat at the table, but it seemed to me, as the victim of the crime being prosecuted, I was entitled to more than just a few tidbits of information I could have found with a simple Google search. I was finally granted a meeting with Chris on April 13th, 29 weeks to the day after Sean's arrest. She invited me down to her office in the city. I'm not sure if she said why she wanted to meet over the phone, but I was just glad to finally learn something concrete about the case. All I'd gotten up to this point was a lot of, well, usually blank happens, and I can't say for sure, but... And I was more than ready to find out what was really going on. When we arrived, Erica met me and Greg in a hallway leading back to Chris's office. I was surprised to see her there. I didn't know they worked so closely with one another. I guess I thought Erica was assigned from a social services section of the criminal justice system or something. I don't know why I thought that, but it appeared now that she worked directly for Chris, which I guess would be fine as an advocate for the victim, if the victim never disagreed with the prosecutor's handling of the case. After that meeting, I started to question Erica's title altogether. Was she really in a position to advocate on my behalf, or was her job simply to communicate the information the prosecutor wanted communicated, like an administrative assistant or receptionist? Once in Chris's office, we all sat. I'm sure she's a very busy woman, so we skipped the small talk and dove right into it. It didn't take long to understand what the meeting was about. Erica handed us a sheet with a list of amended charges. It was still a very long list and appeared equally damning, but something was very obviously missing. Sodomy 1 was no longer among the charges. It was downgraded to wanton endangerment, a Class D felony carrying a penalty of only 1 to 5 years. She explained that for Sean to be convicted of Sodomy 1, the act had to have occurred before I turned 12. Okay, I thought. So what's the problem? I was 11 when my mom moved out, and Sean admitted on the recording that's when he started abusing me. Well, yes, she explained, but my mom moved out January 1st, and I turned 12 February 7th, so that only leaves about a month's window. Okay, how many times did he have to abuse me for it to count? I didn't say this, of course, but it's definitely what I was thinking. Chris just didn't know if the charges would stick, she said, and then started going down the list of charges, explaining what types of penalties they all held. There was still plenty of years to go around if I thought about it, even without Sodomy 1, but I was still upset. I couldn't believe she was thinking about letting it go without even trying. I was so preoccupied with it, I don't really remember how she led up to what came next. But after all was said and done, and these sentences were going to run concurrent with those, and these were sex abuse felonies and those were non-sex abuse felonies, at the end of the day, she was thinking about offering a plea deal for something like 10 years. I was speechless. How did we go from hundreds of years' worth of charges to a plea deal for only 10? She was going to try for as much as possible, she said, but she didn't think Sean would agree to much more. I went silent. I was obviously upset. I believe she felt bad for me. I'm not trying to make her out to be a bad person. I even think she tried to console me at one point. She said she couldn't imagine how difficult this must be, but she thinks 10 years is fair. Don't you? She asked. I didn't say anything right away, but no, I do not. I do not think 10 years is fair. I think 10 years is appalling. I lost my childhood over this, my innocence. I was forced to become sexually active with my father the year I graduated from elementary school, so no, 10 years is not fair. Of course, I didn't say any of this either, and that's when Erica stepped in, probably realizing Chris and I weren't connecting on that point. She tried to reassure me by saying not to worry, because even though he is only required to serve 20% of his sentence, he's not eligible for parole until he completes the sex offender counseling program in prison. There are only 2 of them in the state, and they are so busy they're often backlogged up to a year. I know she was trying to be helpful, but she wasn't. I guess she thought I already knew about the 20% serve rate and thought I was upset about the possibility of him only serving 2 years. But I didn't know anything about it. I was upset he might only have to serve 10, and now she's telling me there's a possibility he'll only have to serve 2. I felt physically ill. Why the hell did I put myself through all of this? I thought. If I could have gone back in time at that moment and changed my decision to come forward, I would have. What was the point? I'm the only one who lost anything. So he'll lose a couple years. So what? Now he's out from under it. I probably did the son of a bitch a favor. He'll get out in a few years and go back to his life, and this will all be behind him. Sure, he'll have to register as a sex offender, but what does that really mean? I recently found out he gets to keep his police pension even though he was still a cop when he was molesting me, so we won't have to find work. He already owns his home, so housing won't be an issue, and his disgusting wife obviously doesn't care that he enjoys sex with little girls because she said she's not leaving him, so he won't even be alone. I'm the one who lost in the deal. I lost half my family over it, and I may still lose my mom. This whole thing has been very difficult on our already strained relationship. Not to mention I put Greg through an unbelievable amount of stress, and I'm sure my kids suffered, even though I did my best to keep it away from them. So, what the hell was the point? I wanted to get up right then and run out of the building and never look back. I never wanted to see either of them again. Not because they're bad people, but because they will forever represent the society that has been failing kids like me our whole lives. They represent the parents who don't care enough to protect us, and the churches who turn a blind eye, the teachers who don't report abuse, and the family court system that let me fall through the cracks. We pretend in this country to occupy the moral high ground above all other nations when it comes to the care of our children. We look down our noses at other cultures' treatment of their youth, the Chinese one-baby policy, female circumcision in parts of Africa and the Middle East. And as appalling as all that is, the statistic of 1 in 3 girls being sexually abused by the age of 18 is equally horrific. I've heard so much ridiculous posturing since this all came out in the news. When people talk about my case, they say things like, "Don't put him in the jail, bury him under it." And, "If that were my kid, You'd what? You'd do nothing, just like everyone else, and statistically speaking, it very well might be your kid. And guess what? Nobody gives a shit. Certainly not enough to bury anyone under anything, let alone prosecute their abuser to the full extent of the law. I went numb after Erica's pronouncement. I was done listening to them both. Chris was still trying to get me to agree that 10 years was fair. I guess it looks bad on her office if the victim doesn't feel they were given justice. She actually said the word justice at one point, and I started thinking about that too as she rambled on. Justice is such an insulting word in the context of something like this. There is no justice when a father sexually exploits his child. Even mentioning the word is hideous. A word so glamorously overused should be reserved for the resolution of a nonviolent theft or some kind of white-collar crime. Only for crimes in which a monetary sum is required to make a victim whole again can there be justice. I will never find justice. I will never be whole again. I will never get my father back or all the years he's taken from me. I will never be free of this. But sure, Miss Foster, 10 years sounds great. Despite all the advice I received about not hiring an attorney, I'd still been toying with the idea. I spoke with a couple firms, but neither of them wanted to take my case. It was all about suing someone in a related civil suit if they were going to take the time to advise me in Sean's criminal case, and they both just didn't see the purse, as one of them so eloquently put it. But I received a Facebook message from my friend Faith not too long before all this happened. Faith said she saw my story and had an attorney friend who dealt with these kinds of cases, and I should give him a try. His name is Tommy Juanso. He's with a Louisville-based firm and has some sort of personal connection with victims of abuse. She said he was very passionate about it, and if anybody could help, it was him. So I sent Tommy an email, and we set up an appointment. It turns out Tommy was with the law offices of David Yates, a high-profile Louisville firm that deals with a lot of cases involving LMPD. David, the sitting Metro Council president, is lead counsel in a civil lawsuit against LMPD filed by former recruits of the LMPD's Explorer program. The program has something to do with the Boy Scouts of America and is for children who aspire to become police officers. Several explorers claim they were sexually abused by officers Brandon Wood and Kenneth Betts while in the program, and that the LMPD tried to cover it up. The case has been in the local news on an almost nightly basis, so I knew who David Yates was. Jefferson County Attorney Mike O'Connell and the former officers were trying to have him thrown off the case for various reasons, including a conflict of interest due to David's position on Metro Council. Our meeting with Tommy went differently than I'd come to expect after meeting with the other two firms. There was no mention of suing anyone or an estimation of my father's assets. He seemed more interested in the criminal case and what he could do to help. He was a prosecutor before working for David and had a lot of helpful insight. Once we brought him up to speed, he agreed to help me, just like that. He brought out some paperwork, and after going over it, he told us there was absolutely no pressure to sign. Greg asked if we could have a few minutes, and he excused himself. "I like him," I said. "He seems like he really cares." Greg agreed. "Well, what do you think?" I asked. "I don't know. I guess we don't really have many options. Do you think we should sleep on it?" We went back and forth like that for a couple minutes. It was a big decision. On the one hand, I felt completely lost with the case on my own, but on the other, everyone warned me not to piss off Chris Foster, which this would definitely accomplish. I didn't want to think of how much worse it could get if Chris was angry with me. "Hell," Greg said jokingly, "she'd probably let him walk." We talked a little while longer before finally coming to a decision. "Okay, let's do it," we both agreed. Just then, the door opened. It was David. I recognized him from TV right away. He came in the room with a sort of air about him. I don't want to say arrogant, but definitely something more than confidence. Maybe it was his fresh politician sheen. "I'm David Yates." He introduced himself in a low-level practice tone. We all shook hands before taking our seats. After recapping what we'd just gone over with Tommy, he had several questions. Now, this felt more like a meeting with a lawyer than I'd come to expect. He asked about my father's income and any assets he might have. He asked me if there was one thing of my dad's I'd like to destroy. He told me a story about a girl he once represented. She wanted to sink her father's boat. Apparently, it was his prized possession, and whatever he'd done to her must have warranted taking that boat to task. He laughed when he told me he got it for her, and she actually did it. I said I wouldn't mind burning his house down. He chuckled and said that's not exactly what he had in mind. He asked about my grandfather, too. He wanted to know what kind of assets he might have. This was probably because he was still a cop when my mom came to him about the danger Sean was putting us in. I was plenty angry and hurt by Grandpa Rick, but I didn't know if I felt comfortable suing him over it. I told David I didn't know. He seemed most interested in Linda, though, and after a few more questions, we asked about upfront costs. David said not to worry about it. That's not how I operate. I told him that was wonderful. We were expecting this to be very expensive. He shied away and said something about earning his wings. I think Greg and I both felt good about the decision to sign with Tommy and David, but it definitely created friction with Chris right from the start. Not too long after we signed, Tommy requested all the evidence in the case on my behalf from Chris's office. She never returned his email, so he tried to contact her again by phone, and again, no luck. He tried several more times before finally getting a hold of her. According to both accounts, they had a rather heated exchange, and Tommy came back empty-handed. I asked him what the problem was. He said he really didn't know. "Aren't we all on the same team?" I asked. "I thought we were," he said, but she simply refused. I asked her later myself if she would give me the information, and again she refused. She doesn't make copies of her evidence, she said, and that was it. Your evidence? I thought. Don't you mean our evidence? I asked if I could at least have a copy of the recorded phone call, and again she said no. I was confused. Sergeant Adam told me during his investigation the prosecutor would furnish me with a list of all the evidence. He said I was entitled to a copy of the phone recording and that I'd have a role in all the proceedings, including a say in the plea deal if one was offered. The only thing I wasn't entitled to until after the case were the recordings of other witnesses during questioning. He said hearing those recordings before a potential trial could influence my testimony, and that could lead to all sorts of problems. I asked Erica if I could have a copy of the recording too. I don't remember what her exact words were, but the gist of it was she would be happy to get it for me once the case was over. I was very frustrated. Not only did Chris keep me in the dark for 7 months before telling me about some crazy plea deal, she was now withholding the evidence that I painfully extracted from my abuser on my cell phone. Not to mention when I asked why, the only reason I was given was that she just didn't do that. I was starting to feel even more like the case had nothing to do with me, and that was about the time it was finally explained to me in terms I could understand. It felt like the case had nothing to do with me because, in fact, it didn't. It was Chris's case, not mine. I wasn't even the victim. Sure, the Commonwealth threw me a bone here and there to make me feel like I was. I guess it would seem too indecent if they didn't at least do that. But the actual crime was committed against the Commonwealth itself, not 11-year-old Samantha Jackman. Little Sammy can have the flashbacks and nightmares all she wants. Those are her treasures to keep. But the Commonwealth is the real victim here. And if I'd just remember that, everything would go a lot smoother. Okay, all sarcasm aside, as absurd as that sounds, I get it. I understand the need for this type of mechanism within a legal system as complicated as ours. Some entity has to be defended when a law or group of laws has been violated, and what better entity to defend than a faceless, soulless third party? That way, a representative for that party, an assistant Commonwealth's attorney, in this case, can prosecute those violations on its behalf with no emotional incentives or restraints. This makes it much easier to prosecute objectively and pursue justice based solely on the facts that are present. I think any reasonable person would agree this is a viable construct with which to serve the cause of justice. Where I do see a potential danger in this model, though, and what I believe happened in this case, is when callousness is mistaken for objectivity, and that lack of empathy opens the door between prosecuting based on the facts that are present and prosecuting based on the facts that are easiest to prove under heavy workloads and strict time constraints. These two factors are very persuasive, and when allowed to influence a prosecutor's decision-making, the results reflect anything but justice, and that's what I was beginning to see. I guess I should have suspected something was up from the beginning. In a conversation with Erica during one of the first pretrial meetings, she said something that should have tipped me off. I was complaining about Sean being allowed to walk free now that everyone knows what he did to me. She agreed and said she was sorry for that, but not to worry because none of this time that he's out is going to count towards his prison sentence. We went on talking about something else, but I couldn't shake what she'd just said. What difference does it make if it counted toward his sentence, I thought. He was looking at 100+ years in even the most lenient of circumstances. A couple months here or there had no effect on that. I guess I just figured she was speaking in general terms, so I didn't pursue it any further, but looking back now, it's clear they all knew exactly what Chris was going to offer from the start. We met again on May 17th. It was either just before or just after the next pretrial meeting. I can't remember exactly. We used one of the meeting rooms off the main hall outside the courtroom. It was Erica, Chris, Greg, and me. Chris was more consolatory than I was used to seeing her, which I knew was a bad sign. She basically told me nothing was set in stone yet, but she was still thinking about offering the plea deal. She was still worried the Sodomy 1 charge wasn't going to stick. She made it seem like it was an all-or-nothing type of thing, like if she wasn't able to convince a jury on Sodomy 1, we'd lose the whole case. She didn't come right out and say that, and I can't for sure say that was her intention, but that's definitely the way it seemed to me. I obviously knew that's not how it works. I think it's pretty common knowledge that the jury examines each charge individually based on the evidence presented and determines innocence or guilt on the charges individually as well. I was so frustrated and overwhelmed. I broke down. I hated letting her see me cry, but I couldn't help it. I'd sacrificed so much to get here, and no matter what I said or how hard I tried to convince her of the long-term effects this type of abuse has had on my life, it was becoming clear her mind was already made up. I felt helpless. The next pretrial date was set for August 2nd. They were typically set every 6 weeks, but the judge was retiring, so it got pushed back even further. Knowing we were going to have to wait an extra month was very difficult. This thing had already been dragged out for 8 months, and now we were looking at another delay. If I had any contact with Chris or Erica during this time, it wasn't much. There was no point. I was starting to believe that I could have just gone to the police, given them my statement, cooperated with the controlled call, and walked away, and this whole thing would have gone on just the same. Which I guess is really what they'd been telling me all along. I just couldn't see it. I was so depressed, I couldn't believe this is how it works. All the years of pain and struggle don't matter. It all comes down to how hard a prosecutor is willing to fight, and this one's not willing to fight at all. A speedy resolution was her only goal. Things got very bad at home during the next 2.5 months. I started to withdraw from Greg and the kids. I didn't want to be around anyone. All I wanted to do was sleep. Greg says he saw it coming. It's not the first time he'd seen me slip into one of my depressions, but this time was different. He said it was much worse than he'd ever seen. He pleaded with me to talk to him. He knew he couldn't understand what I was going through, but he knew I was hurting, and he loved me, and he would be there no matter what. But nothing he said mattered. Nothing anyone said could help. I just wanted to disappear. Sean had finally done it. He'd finally beaten me. It wasn't the physical beatings or taking my family away. It wasn't even the sexual abuse that did it in the end. It was the fact that he did it. He admitted it, and he was going to get away with it. I started looking for an escape. I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't do the kids or Greg or my family. This was my one opportunity, and it was stolen from me. This was the one time in my life I'd built up the courage to fight back. I wasn't a victim anymore. I was surviving. I raised up out of that life. I quit the drugs and the whoring and the abusive relationships. I quit all of it and did the right thing, and none of it even mattered. No matter what I did or said or proved, the people in positions of power would never care enough to help. It was no different than when I was a little girl, and I withdrew. It may have been subconscious at first. I don't think I could have admitted to myself back then what I was doing. I blamed it all on Greg instead. I told him it was his fault. I said he pushed me into doing this. He's the reason why I lost my family. He ruined my life. I told him he didn't understand me and that he didn't really care. He just wanted to play the hero regardless of what it was doing to me. I said all of those things and much worse, and I behaved horribly as I started planning my escape. My resolve to leave strengthened when it appeared Greg had finally had enough. He wouldn't admit to it now, I don't think, at least not in terms so cut and dry. He might say he was overwhelmed or didn't know what to do, but I know him better than he gives me credit. I've watched the effects of this whole thing on him, too. He started to withdraw from me as I withdrew and turned all his attention to the kids. When I was around, it seemed like we weren't even a family anymore. There was them, and there was me. I was alone again, just like I knew I would be. They'd all play outside together. They'd jump on the trampoline and play freeze tag. They'd watch movies together at night and read books and color and draw. They'd do all the things we used to do as a family, except now I was never invited. I don't know if he'd admit to making me feel that way on purpose. I think he would probably say he was just compensating for the fact that I'd taken a step back. But I think it was more than that. I think he felt betrayed. I think deep down inside he wanted to hurt me just like I was hurting him, and I think he knew I was planning to leave. I think he knew it even before I did, and it all came to a head one night when the kids were staying out at their mom's. The tension between us had been particularly thick the few days leading up to that night. I don't think we said one word to each other that wasn't about the kids or the house. I don't remember what finally started it, but once he got going, he wasn't going to stop until he said everything he'd been holding in. He accused me of all sorts of things, horrible things, and for the most part, he was right. He told me I never really loved him and that I was only here because the rest of my shitty family abandoned me. He said he knew I'd been talking to another man, and now that I'd found someone else to pay attention to me for a while, I could quit his family and stop pretending to be a decent person. "Fuck you," I said. "I fucking hate you." I told him I was leaving. "Of course you are, Sammy," he said with a tone of resignation. "I've known it for a week." He was right about so many things he said to me that night, and I hated him for it. He was right. There was another man I was soliciting attention from. He was right that I was running away because I didn't think I was strong enough to live up to my responsibilities as a wife and parent. He was right, I just wanted to bury myself as deep as possible, no matter who I hurt. He was wrong about a couple things, though. I loved him very much, and I loved the kids. I also didn't run off into the arms of that other man. I hadn't done anything with him except try to get him to notice me. If I'm honest, though, I have to admit that I would have if things had continued the way they were going. He was also wrong that I was rushing out to go buy cocaine the night I left. I certainly thought about it. I even called my old dealer, but thankfully, he didn't pick up the phone, and I rejected his number when he finally called back. I went out and got drunk with my mom instead. I told Mom what a son of a bitch Greg was and that I was leaving him. She loved the fact that I was leaving. It's pretty easy to get her on my side when it comes to men being assholes. It might be the only thing she's ever really been on my side about. All I had to do was take a couple pages from all her failed marriages, and in no time, she was the one convincing me to leave. I said a lot of terrible things about Greg that night, but even with as angry as I was, I didn't like the things she was saying. I did at first. It made me feel vindicated, but after a while, I just saw it for what it was, and I wanted her to stop. At the beginning of our relationship, Greg always told me that my mom was my best friend. Sure, she's made mistakes, but don't forget in the end, she'll always be there for you. Even over the next several months and into the first year, he maintained that opinion. He'd always say, despite her mistakes, she's always in your corner. His faith in her began to waver at some point when more details came out about the abuse, but he still believed in the end she would do the right thing. And look at her now, sitting across the table from me, railing on against him, the only person who'd ever truly been there for me. I know it's not fair to be mad at her for it, since I'm the one who got her started. But just once, it would have been nice for her to give me some kind of helpful advice that was in no way self-serving. When I woke up the next morning in a hotel room downtown, I was horrified at my behavior. Not just because of last night, but for the past several weeks. I drove home praying he still wanted me. The kids were still gone when I pulled in the driveway, and when I walked into the house, he ran over and took me into his arms. He said he was so sorry for all the awful things he said to me, and that he didn't care about anything I'd done. He was just happy I was home. I'll be honest, the first thing that came to mind was that I could use this. He said I didn't have to tell him anything, and I very seriously considered it. But in the end, I knew he deserved better than that, and I deserved better too. We'd worked too hard to get here, so I told him everything, and he still loves me just the same. After surviving that night, we decided to make it official. We'd been putting off getting married for years because the whole idea of a wedding was tainted for me. I'd been dreaming of my wedding day ever since I was a little girl, and in every one of those dreams, I was on my father's arm. I dreamt of my future husband asking for my hand and of speeches and fatherly dances, But most of all, I dreamt of the day my father would walk me down the aisle and give me to the man who promised to cherish me for the rest of our lives. I thought about asking my mom to give me away, but that didn't seem right under the circumstances either. I thought about asking Uncle Bobby, too. He is the patriarch of our family, and although I love him very much, I knew that would just be a desperate attempt to disguise the fact that I really don't have a father. So, in the end, we decided we didn't need a big wedding, and that afternoon we went down and got married at the Justice of the Peace, and it was perfect. I think Mom was hurt we didn't tell her about it until after, but her being there would have brought up unresolved feelings that wouldn't have been fair to any of us.
Vignette.
I talked to the attorney today. I told Greg as he walked in the front door from work. David or Tommy? Tommy. What did he have to say? I told him I thought Chris was going to go through with the deal. Uh-huh. He said I didn't have to accept that. So what do we do? I told him I wanted to talk to the media, but David told me it could potentially harm my civil case. Greg didn't say anything as I went on. He agreed that it could, but said I had to make a decision about what was more important to me. He said if I wanted justice, I was going to have to fight tooth and nail.
Chapter 16. The next pre-trial date was August 2nd, and it pretty much went the way I expected. Chris and Sean's attorney Brian told the new judge they thought they were getting close to a resolution, and Judge Lavery set the next date for September 13th. Chris and Erica pulled us back into the same meeting room as before to explain what was going to happen next. I think Chris asked if my feelings about the deal had changed. They hadn't. I expressed the same concerns, at which time she told me in the nicest possible way I didn't have a choice in the matter. It was up to her, and she was going through with it. She and Erica tried one more round of the same consolatory rhetoric and how Sodomy 1 might not stick. I was getting so tired of hearing about Sodomy 1. She latched onto it early because it was the first part of this whole debacle I was upset about. But in reality, it had nothing to do with the reduced sentences she was offering and the fact she was allowing them all to be served concurrently. I think she thought if she could cloud the issue of why she was offering a plea deal in the first place, it wouldn't seem so offensive. I'm not a complete fool, though. Even I can do simple addition. If she scrapped the Sodomy 1 charges altogether, Sean was still facing a minimum of 63 years. And if he got the maximum, it was well over 100. That means even with the 20% serve rate, he would have to serve at the very least 12.6 years, a far cry from the 2 years she was suggesting. But like she said, she didn't think Sean would accept that. And I guess it was a lot easier to just give him what he wanted in exchange for a guilty plea than to take it to trial. To be honest, none of it mattered anymore anyway. I had nothing more to say to them. I looked at Greg and asked if he had anything to add. He didn't. He just looked at me and said, "Well, I guess it is what it is." I turned to Chris, repeated the sentiment, and we all went our separate ways. I wasn't done, mind you, far from it. I was just done dealing with them. I called Tommy and told him how it went. He gave me some ideas of who else I could appeal to now that Chris had drawn the final line in the sand. I thanked him for the advice, and Greg and I went home to plan our strategy. First, we contacted all of our local news outlets, the Courier-Journal, Wave 3, WDRB, and all the rest. I wrote a letter to Attorney General Bashir's office. He's made catching child predators a key part of his platform since taking office. Here is what I wrote. My name is Samantha Killary. My father is Sean Jackman, the retired police officer that was arrested in September 2016 for sexually abusing a child while employed by the LMPD. I am the woman he abused, and I am reaching out to you because the prosecutor in the case, Chris Foster, is going to give him a plea deal against my wishes that will likely lead to him serving only a few years for the unimaginable crimes he committed. I am not sure what can be done about this, if anything.
but I know your commitment to protecting children and victims of child sexual abuse, and I owe it to myself to do whatever I can to get the justice that I deserve. If you or any member of your staff would like to speak with me, I can be reached at 502. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Samantha Killary. I remembered David saying he was going to call Chris's boss, Thomas Wine, the Commonwealth's attorney, on my behalf, so I didn't need to contact him, and then we started looking into the national media outlets we thought might be interested in the story. I didn't care who it was. I'd talk to anyone. Casey Cunningham from Wave 3 News was the first to respond. She'd love to sit down with me. When was a good time? We set up the interview for the day before the plea date. In the meantime, I wrote a fairly scathing letter about Chris's handling of the case to Judge Lavery, to which I never got a response, and I heard back from Attorney General Bashir. Here's what I received. Ms. Killary, thank you for emailing our office. Have you been able to stay in contact with Chris or her advocate? I am happy to reach out to her, but I want to be sure that you have been able to have direct communication with her. This office does not have jurisdiction over the settlement or prosecution of cases at the local level. However, we do work to make sure victims are known and considered. Please let me know how we can help further. Best, Allison Taylor, Director, Office of Child Abuse and Human Trafficking Prevention and Prosecution, Office of the Attorney General. I was surprised at the quick response, and I wrote back to her the same day. Yes, I have had direct contact with her and my advocate. I have emailed her and informed her in person that I do not accept this deal. The last pretrial meeting we had, she informed me that I did not have a choice and it was not my decision. She again responded very quickly, getting back to me the next day. Okay, thanks for letting me know. Technically, the plea agreement does not have to have the agreement of the victim. However, you should be given the opportunity to give a victim's impact statement to the judge at sentencing. Has Chris indicated some problem with the case or other reason that it is being settled for a lesser sentence? I'm not sure what else this office can do to help, but I am happy to reach out to Chris if you think that would help or assist you with information on the victim impact statement. Just let me know how we might try to help. Although it wasn't what I was hoping for, I certainly understood. If they don't have jurisdiction, there's nothing they can do. But I did find some solace in the fact that I was doing everything in my power to keep a dangerous predator off the streets. I found it telling in Allison's last response when she asked if Chris indicated a problem with the case or some other reason why it was being settled for a lesser sentence. That was my understanding of plea agreements too. They are supposed to be used when problems arise in a case, making it difficult to convict. Why else would a prosecutor offer a dangerous criminal the opportunity to get back out on the streets? Certainly not for the sole purpose of clearing a crowded docket. That would be immoral. Turns out, Allison and I were both wrong. It seems this is a common practice in the Commonwealth's Attorney Office in Jefferson County. I thought I'd be more nervous the morning of my interview with Casey Cunningham. This was a private matter, and I was taking it to a very public setting. Let me just say, Casey is one of the nicest people I've ever met. She made me feel comfortable from the start, and I never felt like I was being exploited or coerced into areas I wasn't comfortable talking about. I would have later interviews that were not so courteous. I think the interview took about an hour. We talked about some of the long-term effects of this type of abuse, and I told her I did not support the Commonwealth's handling of the case, nor did I support the plea agreement. When it was over, she gave me a hug and told me I did a wonderful job. "You're a natural at this," she said. "You should write a book." Once the story aired, the other stations started calling, and I set up 2 more interviews. One for the next morning at the courthouse after the plea agreement, and the other a day or so later. I was terrified to see Chris the next day. I knew she was going to be furious. Surely, she's heard about my letters to Judge Lavery and the Attorney General by now. And there's no way she hasn't heard about the news story. Once we arrived, I received a text from Gilbert Corsi from WDRB News, letting me know he was in the building and would be ready to set up after the hearing. In any other situation, it would have been comical because he, his camera person, and the camera person from Wave 3 were all sitting right next to my dad, just down the hall, and every time Gilbert picked up his phone to text me, I'd pick up mine and vice versa. It must have been obvious to Sean that we were talking about him, and I could tell it was making him nervous. 9 o'clock rolled around, and then 9:30, and then 10, and still no Chris or Erica. In fact, there wasn't really anybody walking around, which was unusual. This was typically a pretty busy floor, but the only people I saw were Sean and his family, the reporters, and us. Sergeant Adam eventually got there, and he hadn't heard anything about a cancellation either, but quickly noticed the docket information was missing from the bulletin outside the courtroom doors. Turns out Judge Lavery didn't show up that day, something about a last-minute conference he had to attend. I heard some whisperings about him not wanting his courtroom used as a circus, and that was the real reason he closed the doors, but who knows? A little while later, Chris and Erica walked up together, which I knew was a bad sign. Erica always comes and finds me first while Chris was attending to other matters, and we'd always chat while waiting for the meeting to begin. But there would be no chatting today. Chris looked very angry. Her face was bright red, and the conversation was brief. She told us about Judge Lavery and the new date set for October 10th. I was very nervous, so I don't remember if it was this time we spoke or the next, that they told me they'd been open with me about the plea deal the whole time, and they were under the impression I was on board. I did my best not to roll my eyes, and told them it wasn't personal. I just needed to do what was right for me, and I was sorry for any undue embarrassment. They said they were aware of the letter I wrote to Judge Lavery, and that some of the details were misrepresented. They were going to have to be more cautious now about the information they shared with me. I wasn't at all surprised by this. Withholding information seemed the cornerstone of our relationship, but I was surprised they actually admitted it. It didn't really matter, though. I was done appealing to Chris and Erica. I was bringing my appeal to the people of Kentucky. Once Chris and Erica were done lecturing me, I walked over to Gilbert. We talked a minute. He told me he overheard what happened with the judge and asked if I was still willing to do the interview. I was, so the camera people set up right there in the hall. The interview lasted 10 or 15 minutes. I told him I strongly opposed the plea deal. I told him I felt like I was being silenced again, and I didn't feel the prosecutor was taking this as serious as it felt to me. I knew it was going to further infuriate Chris, but I didn't care anymore. I had to do what was right. He asked me if I thought the judge not showing up was because of all the negative media coverage surrounding his courtroom. I wanted to say I certainly hope so, but I didn't. I told him I had no idea. I guess I figured it was more important for the people of Kentucky to make up their own minds about how this was all playing out. I watched the news story later that night. I remember being rattled when Gilbert used the word rape to characterize the abuse. I'd never heard anyone describe it as rape before, though I guess it really wasn't an unfair characterization. The next interview was with Heather Fontaine from WHAS 11. She offered to come out to the farm so I wouldn't have to drive into the city. But even though Sean already had my address, I was nervous at the idea of showing where I lived on TV. I'd received a lot of nasty emails and Facebook comments since the first story aired. Even last year, when the initial stories of Sean's arrest were in the media and no one was releasing my name, people somehow found out who I was and were blaming me for what happened. They took pictures off my Facebook page and posted them on the conversation links at the bottom of the news stories. They said I looked pretty cozy with my dad in one picture for someone accusing him of sexual abuse, and several other posts said I was just out to ruin him because he's a cop. I'm sure there was no danger, but it was still very unsettling. So instead, I met Heather at the WHAS studio in Louisville and did the interview there. Heather was very tactful, and just like Casey, she didn't pressure me into talking about anything I was uncomfortable with. So when the story aired, I think they did a pretty good job at getting out the message I was trying to relay. All the local newspapers and TV stations showed up on October 10th to cover the plea agreement. They all set up in the jury box, and when we walked into the courtroom, I was surprised to see how many of them were there. I had every intention of speaking out again that day after the hearing. I even prepared a statement. I'd been pretty careful in choosing my words up to this point, but I no longer saw any advantage in playing nice. This time, I was going to say what I really thought. I was going to condemn the Commonwealth Attorney's Office and the failings of the court system as a whole. I was even going to comment on Judge Lavery's ineffective role in all of it. Chris had already failed me, and there was really nothing more Judge Lavery could do, so I wasn't going to be silenced any further. That is, until I got a phone call from David's office the night before. The call sounded pretty urgent when I picked up, and Tommy asked if I was alone. I said I was. I was driving, and there was nobody else in the car. He told me David had been on the phone all afternoon. He'd been in touch with Sean's attorney, Brian Butler, Chris Foster, and even Judge Lavery. Apparently, I was going to be allowed time to speak in court tomorrow about the plea agreement. I guess it was one of the few rights I had. I was going to have the opportunity to say whatever I wanted to demonstrate why I thought the plea deal was unfair. I was thrilled. I pretty much knew what I was going to say already. Of course, I would have to tone it down a bit. I'd probably be held in contempt if I railed on like I was planning, but that didn't matter. The courtroom was a perfect venue to speak out. It was much more powerful than just spouting off in the hallway to the media. And anyway, I could still say everything else I wanted once the meeting was over. I guess that was the one advantage I had over all of them. Once they took any small sense of justice I could get out of this, I was free to speak my mind. No one else had that luxury. They all had careers to think about and reputations, but I was just a regular person and the victim in all of it, so there was no silencing me anymore. I was thinking this when Tommy told me that David said if I agree not to say anything, Judge Lavery will allow Sean the time to make a statement to implicate Linda for her part in the abuse. And what's more, Chris Foster agreed. She was going to add Sean's statement to the plea deal. I guess she had a stake in shutting me up too, and so did Sean, because my statement tomorrow could still technically affect Judge Lavery's ruling. Okay, for the sake of full disclosure, I'm not an idiot. I knew what David was after the whole time. He wanted me to sue LMPD from the start. That's why he took my case. He didn't care about suing my dad. He was broke, or at least would be after paying the $50,000+ to Brian Butler's firm. But if he could prove that Linda either participated in or knew about the abuse, this would go from a case of a pedophile father preying on his child to a pedophile cop preying on children and a subsequent cover-up by his superior officer, just like in the Explorer case. It didn't hurt that Grandpa Rick was a cop too, and had been told by my mom that I was in danger. I guess I didn't give David enough credit for this kind of devious scheming. I kind of thought he was just a good-looking dolt that grew up with more opportunity than he knew what to do with. I never thought he'd actually pull it off, but it turns out he really is pretty good at this whole lawyering thing. He picked out all our weaknesses from the beginning and exploited them in tandem, manipulating us all around the board like pawns until we lined up just right for the ultimate checkmate. Other than me, I bet Chris, the hard-charging female prosecutor in a misogynistic world, was the easiest one to sway. She knew she was going to look like the villain once the helpless young victim of sexual assault spoke out against her. I was claiming she didn't really care about my best interest, and that she was even re-victimizing me by denying me the justice I deserved. But she had to stick to her guns, right or wrong, because that's how the system works. She only has X amount of resources, and even less time to resolve some of the city's most outrageous crimes, and now she was getting it from all sides. I'm sure her elected boss, Thomas Wine, the Commonwealth's version of the district attorney, wasn't happy with the media coverage, and the Attorney General's office made it known they were aware of the blunder too. Judge Lavery undoubtedly voiced his concerns when he got my letter and found out his new position on the bench was already being scrutinized in the media just a few short weeks into its tenure. Not to mention she has to be tough in a position like that, and everyone hates her for it because she's a woman. Even me, a self-proclaimed sympathizer of the feminist agenda, probably would have given a male prosecutor more of a pass for the insensitivities that undoubtedly come with the job. I imagined her in that moment as a young woman just out of law school thinking about her future life's work. Was she going to be one of the good guys or some version of the other? I bet she never imagined herself making deals with monsters and getting caught up with politicians and backroom schemes against the police department she so fully relied on to do her work. I bet she thought she could really make a difference back then, and never dreamed the people she was trying to help would turn on her. I'm sure Judge Lavery wasn't all that hard to sway either. He probably wanted me to shut up just about as much as Chris. He'd just been appointed to the bench by Governor Bevin from a private practice, so I'm not even sure how much experience he had in a position like this. In fact, in a judicial candidate forum against Annie O'Connell in the 2018 election to retain his seat, he actually said, "I had no criminal law experience prior to taking the bench. I would not feel equipped to practice as a criminal defense attorney or a prosecutor." So when an experienced assistant Commonwealth's attorney came to him with a plea deal that was already in the works under the eye of his retiring predecessor, I'm sure he had no reason to doubt its legitimacy. It wasn't until much later that he found out my feelings on the matter and that I was going to make a stink about it in the media. All David really had to do to make his problem go away was make the argument that allowing Sean to speak on the record against another abuser would help the victim gain closure. The fact that it saved him from any undue embarrassment was just a bonus. And, of course, Sean wasn't going to resist. He was going to be in prison in 6 weeks and didn't want to risk spending one more second in jail than absolutely necessary. So really, David had this whole thing buttoned up. He, the Metro Council president, was using my childhood sexual abuse to coerce a retired police officer into implicating another police officer in a crime with the help of an assistant Commonwealth's attorney and circuit court judge in order to achieve his ultimate goal of suing LMPD and the city they're all supposed to represent. Best part is, they were all thick as thieves now, so nobody could say anything about it. I could tell how uncomfortable Chris was with the whole thing when I saw her in court the next day. She came up to me in the hallway to tell me Judge Lavery was going to allow me some time to speak against the plea agreement. I was confused. I said, "What about the agreement you all came to last night?" She said she had no knowledge of any agreement. "But David told me you added Sean's statement about Linda to the plea agreement, and I thought that barred me from making a statement." She assured me again she knew nothing of any agreement and said there was no such statement added to the plea sheets, and then she walked away. When David showed up, I told him what Chris said, and he said something like, "So write up a new plea sheet," and we followed him over to where she was standing. We all started into one of the meeting rooms outside the courtroom, and I quickly got the impression she would like me and Greg to wait out in the hall. "Should we wait outside?" Greg asked. David looked at Chris and said we should, so we stepped out and he closed the door. Several minutes later, they came out and David told me everything was fine, and we went into the courtroom and took our seats. David wanted me to sit in the front row with him, probably because of all the cameras. I guess looking like a hero was just one more perk of earning those wings.
Vignette.
The morning's distractions wore off pretty quickly when the gravity of what we were really here to witness came back into focus. My father took his seat behind the defendant's table, and Judge Lavery started reading all the charges. That's when everything else just sort of melted away. It was just him and me now in that courtroom, 11-year-old Samantha and her dad. Everything was in the forefront of my mind that morning, all the good times along with the bad. All the game nights and pizza parties, the family vacations to Florida, the flowers Dad brought me after every recital, and the summer he taught me to ride a bike. It was all out in the open, like an exposed nerve, and it took everything I had not to cry. Every gruesome detail read aloud felt like it was coming straight from my mouth as I watched Judge Lavery echo my words from the bench and then straight back to me each time my father replied. "Guilty," he said after the first charge was read, and then, "Guilty," again after the second. "Guilty. Guilty. Guilty." He looked like he was going to be sick. "Guilty. Guilty. Guilty." I thought it was never going to end. Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Chapter 17. Crime Watch Daily was the next interview I accepted. One of their producers contacted me after hearing about the case. They wanted to feature my story on the show and asked if I would be interested in giving an interview. I was, so he set up a date to fly Michelle Sagona into Louisville from D.C. The first interview would take place on November 15th, and then again the week of sentencing. I didn't tell David I was planning to go on the show. As far as he was concerned, the media had served their purpose, and there was no further need for me to speak on camera. It could only hurt the civil case at this point, but I didn't care. My interests were only temporarily aligned with his, and I wasn't particularly interested in suing the LMPD anyway. I wanted to sue Sean. Of course, the thought of him collecting a police pension the whole time he sat in jail for molesting me was nauseating, but that case was a shoo-in after he pleaded guilty, so I knew there was nothing I could say on a television show that would jeopardize that. I figured David was going to dump me anyway when he was inevitably thrown off the Explorer case for his obvious conflict of interest. And without the ability to sue the city, he wouldn't waste his time on a broke ex-cop, even though that lawsuit was the guise under which he originally took my case. I could find another attorney for that. Maybe someone fresh out of law school who would take any case they could get, even one that didn't have much of a payday at the end. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't opposed to suing the LMPD. They are an incredibly corrupt police department, and if Linda and my grandfather would have just done their jobs like they swore to, it's unimaginable how much different my life could have been. But getting my story out to support other victims was more important to me than whatever crusade David slithered behind in search of his wings. Michelle was very respectful, just like Casey and Heather, and the interview went pretty much the way I thought it would. The show rented a conference room at the Marriott downtown, and the crew had all the cameras and lighting set up when we arrived. Michelle, Greg, and I made small talk while they dialed in all the last-minute adjustments, and then we started. She interviewed me first, and then Greg. She asked all the normal questions one would expect in an interview on such a terrible subject, and I answered all of them without a hitch. She told me I didn't have to answer anything I didn't feel comfortable with, but I'd told my story so many times now, nothing really fazed me anymore. She said the word rape, just like Gilbert at one point, and I guess that took me back for a moment, but other than that, it all went pretty smoothly. It wasn't until she began showing an interest in my mom that I became guarded. In fact, every reporter I'd spoken to up to this point had asked me about my mom, and I always shied away. Until now, they all dropped it the first time I showed any reluctance. But Michelle persisted, not to the level of being intrusive, but I think she knew there was more I wanted to say. She tried again with Greg during his interview. She asked him if he thought my mom was partially to blame. He dodged the question pretty skillfully the first time and deflected it altogether when she asked again. The only thing she got out of him was that he believed all the adults in my life bore some responsibility, and it was a shame nobody took the time to protect me. When she asked a third time from a different angle and he talked around it again, Michelle looked at him like he was crazy for not seeing what was so painfully obvious to everyone else. I recognized that look from the million times other interviewers had given it to me. I realized then I was sick of protecting my mother.
I'd made protecting her my top priority in all of this, and she'd never really cared all that much about protecting me. Even now, she's nowhere to be found. I'm sending my father to prison for a crime she could have prevented, and she just up and moved to Florida a couple weeks before the plea hearing with no intention of coming back, not even for sentencing. She had no problem making it to my sister's graduation in upstate New York or my brother's boot camp ceremony in South Carolina. She would go to the ends of the earth to be there for them, but all those motherly instincts seem to go out the window when it comes to supporting me. She pretended to be supportive for a couple weeks after she realized she couldn't shut me up anymore, but after that, she just wanted it to all go away. Anytime I'd bring it up, she'd become noticeably irritated and move the subject back to whatever it was she had going on in her life. The last time we spoke on the phone about the case, she actually told me she thought it would be better if I'd stop talking about it. It doesn't do anyone any good to dredge up the past, and she doesn't like seeing me so unhappy. I thought about all of this while watching my dear husband dodge all the questions he would so love to answer candidly on my behalf. And in that moment, I wished he would. Go ahead, I thought. Say what you really think. But even if I could have signaled to him in some way, I know he'd never say it. He knows how much my mom means to me, and no matter how much I want to call her out sometimes, those feelings are always fleeting. I know I will have to address it with her at some point if she and I are ever going to get past this, but I guess I just don't know how. The whole interview process took about 4 hours, and when we were done, Michelle hugged me and told me she'd see me again in a couple weeks. She mentioned that Chris Foster had agreed to an interview after sentencing, and she was trying to get a hold of now Lieutenant Adam to see if he would like to talk about the case as well, and then we said our goodbyes and Greg drove me home.
Vignette.
You were someone who I would never have imagined to see commit something like you did commit. I hope you think about this. I don't understand at all why you did these things and what led you to do them. Judge Lavery was right. He didn't understand, and made that fact very clear that day he lectured my father in front of all the television cameras and news people. His suggestion that a person's job, income level, or familial relations are somehow linked to their likelihood of abusing children was very disturbing. I couldn't understand how a person in his position could be so clueless about the criminals and crimes over which he was entrusted to preside. Studies clearly show childhood sexual abuse knows no boundaries. One's social status plays no role in one's ability or willingness to hurt a child. The wealthy, the poor, the middle class all share in that horrible statistic of 1 in 3 girls. It doesn't matter if you're a plumber, a doctor, a garbage man, or a cop. If you are inflicted with that terrible urge, you are equally as likely to act on it, no matter your social strata, if you don't reach out for help. The longer I sat listening to Judge Lavery's moral posturing, the more I realized it was no different than all of Chris's talk about 10 years being fair or David earning his wings. It was all an act. He was performing. He didn't want anyone, especially the voting public, to see that he was just going with the flow because that's the easiest thing to do. Surely we can't try everyone who breaks the law in Jefferson County. That would be too much work. It's much faster to give the criminals what they want in exchange for a guilty plea, even if it sends the message to all predators out there to come on over to Louisville if it's little kids they're looking to hurt. Even in the unlikely chance you get caught, this legal triumvirate will ensure you're out of jail in no time. I was watching the news the other day and saw a story about the Explorer case. It was like déjà vu, sitting there watching Brian Butler speak to Judge Lavery on behalf of one of the accused officers. Chris Foster was in the shot too, representing the Commonwealth. Lord only knows what kind of deals are in the works on this one. Chapter 18. Everything was pretty quiet after my interview with Crime Watch Daily. I was offered several more interviews after sentencing, and as much as I wanted to crawl into a hole and hide, I knew I had an obligation to keep talking to anybody who would listen. I spoke with my attorneys a few times during that long 6-week lull between court appearances, but we were pretty much in a holding pattern until December 7th. My anxiety was obviously building as the weeks turned to days. The reality of what was about to happen was really starting to set in. My dad was going away to prison in a few days, and nothing about any of it felt right. Maybe I'll feel differently in a couple months, I told myself. Maybe then I'll feel some sort of closure, but at the time, all I felt was anxious and overwhelmingly depressed. I was surprised I hadn't gained any answers in any of this, no insight at all. All I had were more questions. Will he ever want to be my father again? Can I ever go back to being his little girl? Is there any treatment that can cure the sickness that made him do these horrible things? Will he forever hate me for ruining his life? Will my family ever forgive me for turning him in? Will I ever be able to forgive them? Will the dreams ever stop? The flashbacks subside? Am I going to feel broken for the rest of my life? Is it really possible to heal? All the anger that disguised itself as strength that got me this far had faded, and all I had left was remorse. I would have given anything to have that fire back. I felt like I was drowning without it, and then on December 3rd at 7:07 p.m., 4 days before my father was scheduled to be placed in custody, it all came rushing back in the form of a text message from my little brother. This is what it read. Dad wants to spend one last Christmas with me, and I will be in Alaska for a few years and don't know where afterward. Would you allow him to go in just after the New Year? Please? For my birthday/Christmas present? I couldn't believe what I was reading. 4 days before sentencing, and my brother was trying to guilt me into helping my abuser stay out of prison so they could all pretend to be one big happy family for one more Christmas. As if I had any say in it anyway. Keep in mind, my brother had said maybe 10 words to me since all of this came to light. When I finally told him what Dad had done, he told me he supported me, but ever since, he's been very cold. My immediate reaction was to call him and tell him off, but I love my little brother very much, and I know he is struggling with this too, so I waited an hour or so to calm down before calling him. When I got him on the phone, he told me Brian Butler and David may have worked out some kind of deal for Dad to stay out of prison until after the New Year, as long as I didn't object. I told him I hadn't heard anything about it, but I'd call David in the morning and see what I could find out. When we hung up, I was even angrier than before, and not just at him. I couldn't believe that Sean was manipulating his son to try to convince me to help him stay out of prison for 6 more weeks. If that wasn't proof he wasn't remorseful, I don't know what is. It was just as bad as when he suggested on the recorded phone call that I start using drugs again to keep my mind off the abuse. And David, what could he be thinking? The mere suggestion that I would ever agree to such a thing is hideous. And why am I hearing about it from my little brother? I called Tommy on his cell the next morning, right at 9 o'clock. He didn't answer, so I texted him and then called the office. No one picked up there either, so I angrily paced the house until Tommy called back 17 minutes later. I told him what my little brother said. He was just as surprised as I was. He hadn't heard anything about it. I think he was skeptical at first, which made me feel a little better. Maybe my brother misconstrued something he overheard in all the second and third-hand talk and complicated legal jargon. I asked Tommy if deals like that were normal in criminal cases. He assured me they were not. I think his exact words were highly unusual. He told me he'd talk to David and call me back once he got to the bottom of it. I checked in with him a few times during the day via text message, but I didn't hear back until just after 7 that evening. Turns out, it was all true. David made a deal with Brian Butler to push sentencing back until after the New Year in return for Sean's statement about Linda. Chris and Judge Lavery agreed to go along with it too. But I thought that's why I didn't speak out against the plea deal that day in court. I said, "Why are we giving him more?" He said David thinks the more leverage we have, the more Sean will be willing to give us in his statement about Linda. I could tell he was uncomfortable having to be the one to tell me all of this, but I think he knew if he didn't, nobody else would be honest. It seemed like no matter what horrible scheme David came up with, it was always Tommy who was tasked with breaking the bad news. I asked why David didn't tell me any of this himself. Why did I find it out from my brother? He didn't know. He did say David was surprised I'd heard about it in the first place and wanted to know exactly how I found out. To say I was angry would be an understatement. Of course, I already knew that all David was really after was a lawsuit against LMPD, but now it appeared there was no end to what he was willing to do to get it. And what about Chris Foster and Judge Lavery? How could they go along with it? I felt completely helpless. This was supposed to be about me getting whatever form of justice I could eke out of this horrible situation. And instead, it's turned into me being used further by people who were more powerful than me. Well, thanks for being honest with me, I said, the disappointment clearly coming through in my voice, and we said goodbye. I called Erica the next day. She told me she got a text message from Chris earlier that morning about the sentencing date being pushed back. She said it was due to a trial that Chris was just put on the day before, and she was going to be in jury selection on the date Sean was supposed to be sentenced. I don't know if Chris told Erica the real reason her schedule was moved around, but once again, she covered her tracks beautifully. I asked why we were finding this out 2 days before sentencing. She stumbled around the question a bit, which made me a little suspicious, and then said, "This isn't a bad thing. I hope you know that. Whether he's sentenced this week or in a few weeks from now, he's still going." I assured her it was, in fact, a very bad thing. I thought I was going to be able to have some sort of closure in a couple days, and now I was going to have to wait another month. She said she was sorry about that, and she was going to text Chris and tell her I was not happy and try to get a date as quick as we could, hopefully before the end of the year, so I could move into 2018 with a fresh start. I would hate to think she already knew about the deal they'd made to keep him out until after the new year and was blatantly lying to me, but at that point, I wouldn't put anything past any of them. She then told me she understood what I was saying, and I was absolutely warranted in that this didn't give me closure in 2 days, but she promised me they were going to get it done as quickly as we could. I found out later through my little brother that the new date was already set for January 3rd. It's very strange, the world these people live in. It's not all that different from the sick world I used to inhabit. The constant lying and having to always be on guard because of something dishonest that you've done. When I asked Erica why we were only hearing about this 2 days before sentencing, I could almost hear the gears turning inside her head as she carefully selected every word that came next so as not to get caught in whatever half-truth she was going to utilize. It must be exhausting. I tried to imagine what the conversation must have been like when she told Chris that I'd found out about their little deal after David undoubtedly sold the plan to her as though he was just acting out my wishes. They must have recognized by now that David was taking advantage of me, but I bet it never occurred to them to say anything, nor did they realize that they were doing the same thing. Well, Christmas came and went, and so did any hope of a fresh start for 2018. I pretty much spent the entire holiday season in a daze. I enjoyed Christmas morning for the kids, of course, but I couldn't help thinking back to all the Christmas mornings past before my perfect world was taken from me. My sister flew out to Florida to be with Mom and her family, and my brother got his wish of spending the holidays with Dad and his. I guess I should have been happy for them, but I couldn't help but feel alone. As New Year's approached, the anxiety started to build again. My emotions were so up and down, I never knew how I was going to feel from one moment to the next. I hadn't heard anything from the attorneys in quite some time. Tommy was on medical leave, and I could never get David to return any of my phone calls. The day before sentencing, Greg read a news story about David being removed from the Explorer case. Judge Judith McDonald Berkman agreed with County Attorney Michael O'Connell that David, the acting Metro Council president, had a conflict of interest in suing the city that he represents. So what does that mean for us? I asked Greg when he read the story aloud from the Courier-Journal. That means David's going to dump you, I guess. But I hired him to sue my dad, not the city. He just looked at me. Do you really think he's going to waste his time suing some broke-ass cop that's about to go to prison? You really think he's gonna drop me, after all that talk in the news about it being about the victims and not the money? David's conflict of interest dispute with the county attorney had been very public, and he was quoted several times as saying helping the victims was his #1 priority. How bad would he look if he dropped me now, especially in an election year? Yeah, you're probably right, but he'll at least try to pass you off on Tad. Tad Thompson was David's co-counsel who was taking over the Explorer case now that David was disqualified. If that doesn't work, he'll probably just keep dragging his feet until you get tired of it and find somebody else. I knew Greg was right. David barely responded to me when he thought I might have $1 million case attached. I could only imagine how it was going to go now. I called David quite a few times that day, but apparently his receptionist was out and he doesn't answer phone calls. I finally got a hold of him through email, and he said he would be in court in the morning for sentencing. Once the day finally arrived, we dropped the kids off at their mom's house and headed into Louisville. Greg dropped me off out front of the courthouse for a quick interview with Michelle Sagona from Crime Watch while he parked the car. Our interview was very brief, and she told me she would see me after sentencing. Once Greg caught up with me in the lobby, we took the elevator up to the 7th floor. I was nervous coming out of that elevator. I knew the Jackmans were going to be there, and I was especially nervous to see my dad. When we turned the corner in front of the courtroom, I was not prepared to see how many people had shown up to support him. There were relatives I hadn't seen in years. Even Grandma Cheryl was there. When I walked past, they all looked away from me as if I was the one who had done something wrong. Greg and I sat on the other side of the hall, just the two of us, and waited for whatever was going to happen next. Michelle came up next with her camera crew in tow and joined the other reporters who were already set up in the jury box inside. Matthew Glowacki from Courier-Journal was there, along with Gilbert Corsi and several other reporters I recognized but had never talked to before. This must have upset Rhonda, because when we followed David past her to find a quieter place to talk, she said, "Someone must need some attention." Loud enough for everyone to hear. Her little show of ugliness made Greg incredibly angry, but I wasn't at all surprised. I've known her long enough not to expect even the slightest bit of tact, even in a situation as dire as this. Well, Greg was right. From the start, David was dropping hints that Sean was completely broke and not really worth suing. He said Sean's attorney, Brian Butler, told him that he'd already paid over $60,000 for his services, and he was having trouble collecting the rest. He also said that Judge Judith McDonald Berkman's ruling wasn't binding in other courtrooms, but it set a precedent, and he expected all the other cases involving him suing the city would likely turn out the same. He said he'd lost like $60,000 so far because of that ruling, and he was going to have to make at least $100,000 to make up for it. He even came out at one point and said he understood that our point in suing Sean was just to fuck with him, but he couldn't think of it that way. He had a business to run. It was very clear what he was getting at, but he didn't come right out and say it. At one point, he went and spoke with Brian Butler, and they discussed what Sean was prepared to say about Linda. I'm guessing whatever it was wasn't salacious enough, and I got the impression David pressed him a bit because he recalled Brian saying, "I can't advise my client to perjure himself, David." Which David thought was pretty funny, then said to us with a chuckle, "I don't give a fuck if he perjures himself or not." In the end, Sean's statement wasn't what David had in mind, so he told Brian to advise Sean not to read it after all. So all of it was for nothing. All the backroom deals, the missed opportunities to speak out, my prolonged torment so Sean could stay out of jail for Christmas. None of it served any purpose. I guess that's not entirely true. Everyone else got what they wanted out of it. Chris got me to shut up, and Dad got some more free time with the family. David didn't really gain anything, but he didn't lose anything either. I guess he had to take a couple hours out of his life to deal with me, but considering all the bores he's obviously saddled with in his line of work, I'm sure he's dealt with worse. Not to mention, he did get to look like the hero on TV a couple more times, and maybe knocked off a couple more payments on those wings. Well, if nothing else, I was able to read my victim's impact statement now. David told me to prepare one just in case Sean didn't give us what we wanted in his statement about Linda. When we entered the courtroom, all the reporters were there, and Michelle from Crime Watch Daily and her crew were set up in the jury box with the rest of them. Greg and I took our seats and waited for the whole thing to begin. Sean's family sat a row or two back on the other side of the courtroom behind Sean, and Rhonda sat a row in front of them by herself. When the proceedings started, I was asked if I wanted to make a statement. I did, so I made my way up to the table and sat next to Chris. I guess I wasn't prepared for the effects that reading it in front of all those people was going to have on me. My hands were shaking, and it took everything I had to restrain the quiver in my voice. Here is the statement I read. When I was a year old, my biological father left. I guess I wasn't important enough for him to stick around. My mom met Sean Jackman shortly after, and he rescued me from growing up without a dad. He fell in love with me first, is what he told his family when he and Mom were married, and growing up, that was my favorite story to tell. Not only did I gain a father that year, I also gained a family. I gained new grandparents who loved me, and aunts and uncles and cousins. I was later blessed with a little sister and brother. My life started out just me and Mom, and now I had this whole big family that loved me, and I knew there was nothing anyone could ever do to take that away. Everything changed the year I started middle school, though. Sean's compulsion to be naked around me drove my parents apart. When Mom moved out, the special times I shared with Dad changed from brushing my hair after the bath and back rubs before bed into something dirty, something much more insidious. When our sexual relationship started when I was 11, my relationship with my family began to change too. Dad started telling stories of how I'd been misbehaving, and I'd started getting into trouble for things I didn't even know I'd done. Everyone's opinion of me changed, and no matter how hard I tried, I could never do anything to please him. The only time I got any positive attention from Dad was when he'd take me into his bed at night after my brother and sister were asleep. He loved teaching me new things, he said, and I loved that I could make him so happy. After he was done with me, he'd take me in the shower to clean me off and then send me to bed. But in the morning, I always knew he'd be cold towards me again, and he'd stay that way until the next night when I'd follow him back into his bedroom. I can't even begin to explain the impact that time of my life has had on me growing up and as an adult. I've always been ashamed because of the physical pleasure I experienced when he did those things to me, and because if I enjoyed any part of it, it must have been my fault. I feel disgusting and dirty, even now. When I got a little older, I couldn't bear the secret anymore, and I started talking about it in hopes someone would help. I told my teacher at school and my pastor at church. My mom even took him to court over the parts she knew, but not even the court system would help. No matter how bad I was hurting, no one seemed to care. I began feeling like I couldn't trust anyone. I couldn't even go to the police. Sean was the police. There was literally no one I could trust to help. I still don't trust anyone. I always think everyone's lying to me or using me in some way. I trust my husband, but even that is a struggle at times. I'm afraid of all adults in general, but especially men. Every relationship I've ever had, other than with my husband, has been abusive, and every time a man has forced himself on me against my will, I go back to that same place in my head that I'd hide when I was being abused by my dad. Up until I met my husband, I struggled with drugs and alcohol. I used to cut myself, and I've even been hospitalized for suicidal thoughts. I suffer from anxiety and depression. I have nightmares about this almost every night. I've had flashbacks when my husband touches me, and it makes me physically ill to think of all the elements of my sexual attractions that have been developed around my father. The abuse has affected every relationship I have in my life, even now, from not trusting my mother for not protecting me, to my little brother not understanding why I'm doing this to his dad. Even my children have been affected, and they've never even met the man. When I first came into my kids' lives, I didn't want to change their diapers or help them during their baths. I still feel uncomfortable if one of them needs to use the restroom while I'm in the shower, even behind a closed curtain. Not because I don't understand appropriate boundaries, I certainly do, but because the sheer thought of any type of nudity around children makes my skin crawl. They are especially affected on the days I can't play with them because I can't be around anybody and I have to spend the whole day in bed. It's difficult to say what the hardest part of all this is. It's a pretty long list. What Sean did to me is truly one of this world's most unthinkable acts. But I guess I'd have to say, looking over in this courtroom and being reminded that one half of my entire family have chosen to support him and not me is pretty close to the top. If I had one thing I could say to Sean right now, it is that I love you, and I hate you, and despite everything you've done to me, all I want is for my dad to take me in his arms and make this all go away. After all the procedural matters were complete and the sentence was read, Dad stood to face the officers charged with taking him into custody. He paused for a brief moment, dropped his head, and they escorted him out of my life forever. Epilogue. We moved out to Arizona about 3 months after Sean went to prison. I tried to move on with my life in Louisville, but everything about the city reminded me of him. With my brother and sister both in the military and Mom living in Florida now, there really wasn't anything left for me anyway. Greg's family is out here and the kids love being around their grandparents. His family has been wonderful. His mom has taken me in as one of her own. It's funny. I've never experienced love from a family without the expectation of living my life as they prescribe. It made me a little uncomfortable at first, how willing they all were to accept me. But I finally feel like I can just be me, and that's good enough for them. I tried to reconcile with Grandma Cheryl. She contacted me through Facebook on my birthday, but after a few messages back and forth, it became clear she just wanted to let me know everything I'd done wrong. She told me she wished we could have dealt with this inside the family and that she didn't understand why I felt the need to trash Sean in the news. She was really disappointed in me when she found out I was suing him. For some reason, that seemed to bother her the most. I told her I was sorry she didn't understand, but I love her, and I hope someday she will find some sort of peace. She never responded, and I'm sure that will be the last time I ever hear from her. Mom and I are doing okay, I guess. We talk on the phone a couple times a week. After she watched the Crime Watch Daily episode, she broke down and told me how sorry she was that she wasn't there for me. That felt good, but our relationship is still a bit awkward. I still have a lot of things I need to say to her, but I'm not sure I ever will. Greg was right about David. He never came right out and said it, but his level of disinterest in my case dropped to an all-time low as soon as he was kicked off the Explorer case. And although he said he would still represent me in a civil suit against my dad, he recommended we go with Tad. I can't say I was surprised, nor did I particularly care. My only regret with David was listening to him in the first place. Everything he advised me to do came to an undesirable end, but I can't really blame him for that. He's just a lawyer trying to make a buck, and I'm an adult, and I should have seen it coming. I met with Tad before we moved out west, and he agreed to take my case. So far, I am very happy with his firm. Lindsay Cordes is the attorney I have most contact with from his office, and she has been very kind and attentive. They filed the complaint on May 2nd, and now it's just another waiting game. My father, grandfather, Linda, and the city of Louisville are all listed as possible defendants. The city has since filed a motion to dismiss, as has Linda and Grandpa Rick, so right now we are waiting on the judge to rule on those motions before the case can proceed. Tad and Lindsay advised me from the beginning that Louisville will likely be granted immunity from any litigation, so I'm not expecting anything out of suing them. My main goal here is to shine some more light on the LMPD's procedural shortcomings that continue to allow its officers to harm children, as the lawsuit is likely going to bring another round of media attention to the case. I spoke with the new Metro Council president, David James, at some length a couple weeks ago about Sean's criminal case and about Linda and the LMPD's role. As a former LMPD officer himself, he recognizes many of the department's failings in cases like mine and the Explorers, and he is working diligently to make positive changes. He's asked me to speak at a public safety meeting in order to raise awareness, and I am looking forward to addressing the council. Mayoral candidate Angela Leet called me around the same time. She, too, understands the need for change in the LMPD and has called for a review of all sex abuse allegations made against LMPD officers during the current administration's time in office. She is also setting up a survivors coalition, which I agreed to take part in as well. I'm not confident that Linda or Grandpa Rick will be held accountable in the lawsuit either, and that kind of bothers me. But at least I am going into that disappointment with my eyes open this time. If there is one thing I've learned in all of this, it is that no matter how much we profess to revile childhood sexual abuse as a society and profess our commitment to punishing those who jeopardize our children's safety, we don't really care all that much. It's a whole lot easier just to blame the victim and move on. You know, the slutty girl from down the street who's always looking for attention. After the Crime Watch Daily episode aired, dozens of women and girls have reached out to me with stories of their own abuse. Some have asked for my advice. Others want to know the steps they need to take to report it to the police. I've gone to court with survivors who did not have the support of their families, and one girl even asked me to take her to the police station to report her abuser for the first time. I keep thinking it's going to get easier. I'm still waiting for this desensitization I keep hearing about. But every time I get a new message from another girl who's been abused, my heart breaks all over again. It breaks for her and for me and for all the other little girls out there that I know were suffering at the hands of their abusers at this very moment. It makes me feel helpless sometimes, knowing there are so many of us, and sometimes I can't help but cry. At the same time, that thought gives me the strength I need to keep going, and I continue to urge anyone who needs help to look me up on Facebook, even if it's just to talk. I truly believe this thing must have happened to me for a reason, and for the first time in my life, I get to choose what that reason will be.